What if Harry Potter was raised by the Joker and painted Hogwarts red with wizard blood? A Savage Harry production. Harry Potter times DC Joker crossover. Welcome to Savage Harry. Today's adventure: what if Harry Potter was raised by the Joker and painted Hogwarts red with wizard blood? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now let's begin. Chapter 1: Godric's Hollow Theft. The gas was, in his professional opinion, a masterpiece. It was the green of swimming pool chlorine left out in the sun. It smelled, very faintly, like cherry pie cooling on a windowsill, which was a detail he was particularly proud of. It moved through the corridors of Arkham Asylum like a slow tide of children's laughter, and behind it the orderlies were dropping one by one with smiles their dentists would have been ashamed to see in daylight. The Joker stood in the middle of cell block C with his arms spread wide and his head tilted back, and he was, briefly, a happy man. "Beautiful," he said. The acoustics of the corridor took the word and bent it into something that was almost music. "Just beautiful, Dr. Crane, eat your heart out." "Actually, scratch that, Crane, eat your spleen, it's funnier." A guard came around the corner with a riot baton and a face like a wet napkin, and the Joker shot him in the chest with a pop gun that produced a small flag that said "Bang." In cheerful Comic Sans, the flag pierced the man's sternum. The guard fell over giggling, which was an unintended bonus. The Joker hadn't even loaded the laughing gas cartridge today. The man was simply being polite. "That's the spirit," the Joker said. He skipped down the corridor in a long-legged loping way that was technically a skip, but contained in its joints the suggestion of a much older and more dangerous animal. His hair was the green of moss in a forgotten well. His skin was the white of a wedding cake. His mouth was, as always, doing several things at once, none of them precisely a smile. He was, by his own internal accounting, having a wonderful Wednesday. The trouble was simply that the experiment had not gone according to plan. He had 3 weeks earlier dictated to a frightened lab technician the precise instructions for a new variant of Joker venom, one that would, he had hoped, do interesting things to the air around the user. The air, you see, was always the dullest part of being alive. He breathed it in, he breathed it out, nothing happened, nothing changed. There was no payoff to the joke of being a mammal, no third act reveal. He'd thought, what if the air laughed back? The technician had assured him this was impossible. He had murdered her very gently with a feather. She had laughed for 46 minutes before her diaphragm gave up. The Joker had taken her notes and finished the formula himself, because the only thing more disappointing than being ignored was being taken seriously by someone who couldn't keep up. Tonight, in the basement of Arkham's East Wing, he had ignited the formula in the middle of a circle of 300 candles arranged in the shape of a question mark, because. The reaction had not been what the technician's notes predicted. It had also not been what he had predicted, which was the part that delighted him. The basement floor had peeled open like the petals of a wet flower. The candles had floated upward, still burning. Reality had, in his peripheral vision, blinked. And then a hole had opened in the air the color of a bruise on the inside of an eyelid, and a wind that smelled of someone else's bonfire had come pouring out of it, and the Joker had taken one long, sweet breath of that wind and thought, oh, that is interesting. He had stepped into the hole. He had been perhaps 80% unconscious by then, though the Joker's standard for consciousness had always been generous. The hole had taken him. Somewhere in the long fall, and it was a long fall because the hole was not a hole, it was a slip in the seam between rooms that should not share a wall. He had laughed himself horizontal and then vertical and then a shape that geometers do not have a word for. He had dreamed briefly of a very tall, thin man with a beard like a frozen waterfall who was looking at him with an expression of polite confusion. He had dreamed of a baby with hair like wet ink. He had dreamed of a snake made out of green fire. He had dreamed of his own teeth, all of them, falling out and arranging themselves on the floor in the shape of a smiling face, which was a dream he had at least twice a week. He had woken up on cold, wet grass with the smell of someone else's bonfire much stronger and a sky overhead that was a different sky. He sat up. He looked around. He started very slowly and almost reverentially to laugh. The cottage was on fire only in the smallest and most architectural sense. The right wall had been removed, not by flame but by something else, something that had simply decided the wall would no longer be a wall and waited politely for the wall to agree. The roof above what had been the second floor was open to the night. Through the gap, the Joker could see stars. He did not recognize the stars. They were the wrong stars. He filed this away with great pleasure. He stood up. He realized, wearing his Arkham scrubs, which were the precise orange of a bad mid-80s traffic cone. He was also wearing his good shoes, which was a small grace. He walked through the missing wall and into what had been someone's living room. There was a man on the floor in front of the staircase. The man was young, perhaps 21, perhaps 22. He had a face the Joker would, in another mood, have called handsome. He was wearing wire-rimmed glasses that had been knocked askew. He had a stick in his hand. The stick was made of wood and had a sort of carved handle, and the Joker thought with brief disappointment that he had landed in a colonial-themed historical reenactment. until he noticed that the man's chest was not moving and that there was no wound on him and that his face wore an expression of someone who had been trying to make a joke and had not been allowed to finish. The Joker crouched down. He prodded the man's cheek with one long white finger. "Tough crowd," he murmured. He stood. He went up the staircase. The staircase creaked the way only English staircases creak, which was a detail he would not have known to recognize but which he found, on some lizard brain level, deeply gratifying. He took the steps 2 at a time. He whistled. The tune was from a cartoon that did not exist in this world. The cartoon was about a duck that could not stop. The Joker had always identified with the duck. At the top of the staircase, the door to a small bedroom had been blown off its hinges and was lying flat on the floor of the hallway. Beyond the doorway, the Joker could see, and now his whistling stopped, a woman. She was on the floor. She was like the man downstairs, perfectly intact, perfectly young, and perfectly dead. She had red hair the color of a maple leaf in October, and her eyes were open and her arms were thrown forward as if she had been trying to catch something with them. The Joker stood in the doorway for a long moment. He was very briefly not laughing. This was not, and this is important, sympathy. The Joker did not own sympathy. He had pawned it as a child for a rubber chicken and never bought it back. What he owned instead was a connoisseur's appreciation for tableaus, and this tableau was, from a purely compositional standpoint, exquisite. The fallen mother, arms outstretched, the empty crib. The absence in the room where the third figure should have been. The third figure was not absent. A small sound, the sort of sound a kettle might make at the very beginning of being a kettle, was coming from inside the crib. The Joker crossed the room. He looked down. A baby looked up at him. The baby was perhaps 1 year old. The baby had a small round face the color of milk left out 1 hour too long. The baby had dark hair, sticking up in every available direction, as if the baby had personally insulted gravity and gravity was getting even by abandoning the baby's hair. The baby had eyes the green of bottled lightning. The baby had on its forehead a fresh cut in the shape of a lightning bolt, a wound that had not bled, that had instead simply opened and closed once like a small new mouth and then settled into being a scar. The baby was not crying. The baby was looking at the Joker with an expression of perfectly serene curiosity, the way an art critic might look at a sculpture that had unexpectedly arrived in the lobby. The Joker stared down at the baby. The baby stared up at the Joker. The Joker felt, in the place where most people kept the thing that the world had not yet kicked out of them, a slow, strange tingling. As if a tooth he had not used in a very long time had decided to start growing back. "Well," he said softly. Well, the baby gurgled. It was a small, thoughtful gurgle. It was, the Joker felt, an editorial gurgle. The baby was reviewing him. "You know," the Joker said, "I once knew a man who had a night a little bit like yours." The baby blinked. "His parents," the Joker said, "were also, and I want to stress this, extremely dead, right in front of him in an alley in a city, a bullet in his case, not whatever this was. But the same general flavor, the same choreography." He bent down. He examined the wound on the baby's forehead. The wound was, from a clinical standpoint, fascinating. It had cauterized itself. The edges of the lightning bolt were already pink with new skin. The Joker, who had spent more time studying wounds than most field surgeons, made a small impressed sound at the back of his throat. "And do you know what happened to that little boy?" he said. "After his parents, after the alley, the bullet, the general choreography." The baby reached up. The baby's small fat hand closed around the Joker's pale long finger. The grip was, the Joker noted, quite strong. "He grew up," the Joker said, "to become the funniest man I have ever known." He was, at this point, smiling. It was not his stage smile. It was not even his murdering smile. It was the smile he wore only when he was thinking, and it was the most dangerous of all his smiles because it was the one nobody had ever seen and lived. "His name," the Joker said, "is Bruce." The baby gurgled. It was again an editorial gurgle. "Bruce," the Joker repeated, "has spent the last, 10 years, 12 years, somewhere in there, running around in a costume punching people. He's quite good at it. I've fought him many times. He's a delight, but there is a problem. A structural problem, a problem with Bruce." He bent closer to the crib. He spoke to the baby as if the two of them had known each other for a very long time and were finally arriving at the central thing. "Bruce," he said, "doesn't have a partner." The baby made a noise. It might have been agreement. "Oh, he has helpers, he has the Robins, he has the butler, he has the girlfriend when he remembers, but he doesn't have a partner, he doesn't have a worthy partner, he has me. And I am, between you and me, kid, I am a magnificent partner. But I am, and again, between you and me, I'm getting older, I am tired of doing this alone. The dance is wonderful, but I'm always the one leading. I would like just once to be dipped." The baby gripped his finger harder. And then the Joker said, "I look down and I see you, and what do I see? I see a baby. A baby who has just watched both his parents die, a baby with a scar, a baby with the general choreography." He was now almost whispering. "I see," the Joker said, "the beginning of a Batman." There was a long silence in the ruined nursery. The Joker straightened. He stood in the moonlight that was streaming through the broken roof. He held the baby's tiny hand in his enormous chalk-white fingers. He looked up at the unfamiliar stars. "You're going to be a hero, kid," he said. "I can see it. You've got the eyes, you've got the scar, you've got the dead parents and the empty house and the destiny. You've got all of it. In about 10 years, 12 years, you're going to be standing on a rooftop somewhere with a cape and a frown, and you're going to be punching bad guys, and you're going to be the very best at it, because that is what little boys with dead parents and a scar like yours grow up to do." He laughed. It was a small laugh. It was a private laugh. It was the laugh of a man who had, after a very long search, found the punchline of a joke he had been telling for 30 years. "But here is the thing, kid," he said. "Here is the thing, Batmans don't grow on trees. And this is the part that nobody understands, neither do Jokers. You think anyone can do what I do? You think anyone can put on a face and dance? No, it takes gifts. It takes a very specific kind of damage, applied very specifically over a very long period of time. Bruce got his damage from an alley, from a bullet, from 2 corpses and a string of pearls. Mine was a vat, a bad day, a long walk home. The point is, kid, Bruce has his perfect partner. He just hasn't met him yet. Because his perfect partner was going to grow up to be a hero, going to grow up to wear a cape, going to grow up to be the second Bat, because that's what dead parents and a scar do to a little boy. They make him fight." He bent down again. He lifted the baby out of the crib. The baby was, for a baby, very calm about this. The Joker held the baby at arm's length, the way one might hold up a piece of evidence in a trial. "Unless," he said, "they don't." The baby looked back at him. "Unless," the Joker said, "somebody got there first." The wind through the broken roof picked up briefly. It rattled the window frame that no longer had a window in it. Somewhere far away, far in the way that distances worked here, in this place that smelled of bonfire, there was a sound that might have been the very faint approach of a giant. The Joker's ears, which had been refined by years of listening for footsteps in dark rooms, picked it up. He did not have a great deal of time. He smiled down at the baby. It was this time his stage smile, the full one, the one with all the teeth. The baby did not flinch. The Joker felt the small, strange tingling in the place behind his sternum again. He decided on the spot that this was a sign. "Hello, little Batman," he said. "Hello, little perfect partner. Hello, little Bruce in waiting. Hello, little boy with the scar." The baby reached up. The baby touched the Joker's painted lower lip with one small, wet finger. The baby, for the first time, smiled. The Joker, looking down into that small, uncomplicated smile, made the decision of his life. "How," he said softly, "would you like to learn to dance?" He gathered the baby to his chest. The baby fit there as if a small alcove inside the Joker's ribcage had been waiting all his life for a child to live there. The Joker turned. He stepped over the broken door. He went back down the staircase. He stepped on his way to the front of the house, over the dead man in the wire-rimmed glasses. "Sorry, Dad," he said without slowing. "You were having a bad night anyway." He went out through the missing wall. He stood in the wet grass. The sound of the approaching giant was a great deal closer now, boots like falling barrels, breath like a forge. The Joker looked up at the wrong stars. "Now," he said to the baby, "the trick is getting home." He had in his coat pocket the second vial of the new formula. He had been carrying it as a precaution. He had not intended to use it again so soon. He had been waiting, he realized now, for the right occasion. The right occasion had just curled its small hand around the lapel of his orange Arkham scrubs. He bit the cork out of the vial with his teeth. He held the vial up to the moonlight, which was the wrong moon's light. He laughed once briefly at how much he loved his own life, and then he poured the vial out into the air in front of him in a slow, elegant stream and waited. The air, after a small, polite pause, opened. The hole was the color of the inside of a child's mouth when the child was laughing. The Joker, holding the baby with one arm and balancing the empty vial in the other hand like a sommelier presenting a finished pour, stepped into the hole. Behind him, the giant arrived. The giant was perhaps 11 feet tall. He had a beard that was a small kingdom of its own. He was holding a pink umbrella in one enormous hand. He looked at the empty cottage. He looked at the dead man on the floor by the staircase. He looked up the stairs. He shouted a name. He did not get an answer. He went up the stairs. He stood in the doorway of the nursery. He looked at the woman on the floor, and his eyes filled with tears, and he made a noise like a foghorn that had been taught to grieve. He looked at the broken crib. The crib was empty. In the grass outside the cottage, where the moonlight was falling through the missing wall, there was a smell of cherry pie cooling on a windowsill and nothing else, and no one at all. He fell to his knees in the doorway and he wept. Somewhere in the in-between, in the long dark sweet fall through the seam, the Joker held the baby up to his face and pressed his white forehead against the baby's small dark one and laughed and laughed and laughed. "What's your name, kid?" he murmured in the dark in the fall. What's the name on the birth certificate? Bruce, probably Bruce Jr., Bruce the Second, or number no, I bet it's something silly. Charles, Reginald, some little English country name. Doesn't matter at all. We'll get you a new one. We'll keep it. Yes, we'll keep it, whatever it is. We will not be ashamed of where you came from, kid. That would defeat the entire premise. The baby in his arms was not crying. The baby was, in fact, laughing. It was the small, surprised laugh of a 1-year-old who has been spun in the air by an uncle. It was, the Joker realized, the very first joke the baby was ever going to know. He landed on the floor of the basement of the East Wing of Arkham Asylum in the middle of his still-burning question mark of candles, with a baby in his arms and an expression on his face that no one had ever seen and lived. He stood up, he brushed himself off, he looked down at the baby looked up at him. "Welcome home, kid," he said, the baby cooed. The Joker walked out of the basement of Arkham Asylum carrying a small, dark-haired baby in a torn blue onesie. The orderlies in the corridors were still on the floor, still smiling, still very recently dead. He stepped over them with great care like a man crossing a stream on stones because he did not want the baby to think death was something to step on heavily. There were certain manners he felt that even his son should be taught early. His son? He turned the word over in his mouth as he walked. He had never had a son. He had had a great many things and lost most of them and broken the rest, but he had never had a son. The word was new. The word was strange. The word fit in his mouth in a way that made him want to laugh and weep and also, very faintly, kill someone because he did not know what else to do with the size of what was suddenly inside him. He chose laugh. He laughed all the way down the corridor. He laughed in the elevator. He laughed in the stairwell. He laughed in the loading bay where his getaway car was waiting, driven by a small nervous henchman in a clown mask who took one look at the bundle in the Joker's arms and said very carefully, "Boss, is that a baby?" "That," said the Joker, climbing into the back seat with the baby cradled to his chest, "is a Batman." The henchman waited. "A baby Batman," the Joker clarified. He looked down. The baby was investigating with great seriousness the lapel of his Arkham scrubs. A battle pup. "Oh, that's awful, scratch that, scratch all of that. Drive." The henchman drove. The car pulled out of the loading bay and into the rain-bright Gotham night. The streets were the wet, shining black they always were. The neon was the headache pink it always was. The sirens were starting somewhere far away because the orderlies had finally been missed. The Joker did not care. The Joker was looking down at his son, he kept saying it. The henchman, glancing in the rearview mirror, would later swear to anyone who asked that the boss spent the entire drive across the river to the warehouse in Old Gotham talking to the baby in a low private murmur, and that the baby, for its part, seemed to be listening with great attention, and that once, just once, when the Joker said something that the henchman could not quite make out, the baby made a small sound that was, unmistakably and impossibly, a giggle. The Joker, hearing it, laughed. The car rolled through the wet streets. In a green clapboard warehouse in Old Gotham, in a back room that had been, until this evening, a storage space for confiscated Bat merchandise that the Joker liked to repaint with grinning faces in his spare time, a crib was being hurriedly cleared off by a second henchman who had been called by the first henchman from the car. The crib was not really a crib. It was a large laundry basket lined with a folded velvet curtain from the Joker's private theater. It would, the Joker decided, do for tonight. He carried his son into the back room. He laid him in the laundry basket. He looked down at him. The baby looked back up. The Joker very gently placed a finger against the small, fresh lightning bolt scar on the baby's forehead. "Tomorrow," he whispered, "we start your education." The baby blinked. "It's going to be," the Joker said, "the funniest education that anybody has ever had." The baby smiled. The Joker, looking down at that small, unguarded smile, felt the tingling behind his sternum bloom into something hot and bright and unfamiliar. It was an emotion he did not have a name for. It was, perhaps, the absence of the absence he had carried in that place for 30 years. It was the long-delayed laugh he had not been able to laugh at his own punchline. He bent down. He kissed the baby on the lightning bolt scar. The baby in his sleep gurgled. The Joker stood up. He turned. He walked to the door of the back room. He stood for a moment in the doorway, looking back at the laundry basket and the small dark head poking out of it. Then he turned out the light very gently, and he closed the door very gently, and he walked down the hallway of the warehouse with the longest, most loose-jointed loping stride of his life. In the main room of the warehouse, his henchmen were gathered around the kitchen table, drinking coffee out of mugs shaped like grinning faces and waiting. The Joker walked into the room. He sat down at the head of the table. He folded his enormous white hands in front of him. He smiled at his men. The smile was the smile that meant he was about to give a speech, and his men knew this smile, and they sat up straighter in their chairs. "Gentlemen," the Joker said, "I have made a decision." The henchmen waited. "I have decided," the Joker said, "to retire." There was a long, dangerous silence. "Temporarily," he added. The henchmen relaxed. "Or rather," the Joker said, "I have decided to take a sabbatical. From the costume work, from the bat business, for a small while, a short while, I figure 10 years, 12 years, tops." The henchmen looked at each other. Because, the Joker said, in the back room in a laundry basket, and I would like you all to come and look at him in a moment, I have a child. The henchmen looked at each other harder. And I am going, the Joker said, his pale long fingers steepled, his green hair throwing soft shadows on the wood of the table, his enormous mouth twitching at the corners in the way it twitched only when he was thinking, to raise that child, personally, to completion. And then when the child is finished, when the child is, say, 11, 12 years old, I am going to take that child and I am going to show him to a certain man in a certain costume, and we are going to dance, the three of us, the most beautiful dance that anybody has ever danced. He looked at his men looked back at him. I'm going to be a father, the Joker said. There was again a silence. And then the smallest henchman, the one with the nervous eyes, the one who had been driving the car, raised one careful hand. Boss, he said. Congratulations, boss. The Joker at the head of the table in the warm warehouse light with his green hair and his red mouth and his white face beamed. Thank you, he said. Thank you, Donnie, thank you so very, very much. Outside on the rain-bright Gotham streets, the sirens were going somewhere else. Inside, in the back room, the baby slept. In the wreckage of a small cottage in a small village in a country that was, by some measurements, several universes away, an 11-foot man was carrying the body of a young woman down a creaking English staircase. His enormous beard wet with his own tears, his pink umbrella tucked under one elbow, his mind full of a missing baby and a future that would now never be. In old Gotham, in a warehouse in a back room in a laundry basket lined with velvet, the future giggled in its sleep. And the Joker in the next room, leaning back in his chair at the head of the table with his eyes closed and his hands folded over his chest, was laughing very softly, like a man who has, after a long and lonely life, finally found a partner for the long walk home. In the back room in the small private dark, the baby whose name, unread on the lightning-singed birth certificate still pinned to the cottage refrigerator several universes away, was Harry James Potter, slept the deep clean sleep of a child whose entire universe had just rotated 45 degrees and who had decided on the wordless level at which babies decide such things that this new angle was acceptable. He slept on his back. He slept with his small fat hands curled at his sides. He slept with his mouth slightly open. He slept with the lightning bolt scar on his forehead glowing very faintly with a green that did not match the green of any single thing in the room, except, perhaps, the man in the next room's hair. In the next room, the Joker, after the henchmen had been dismissed with cheerful instructions to acquire, by morning, a list of items he had written on a paper napkin. The list included 1 crib reel, this time with bars, 1 pediatric medical textbook, the most current available, ideally stolen from a hospital so as not to be traceable, 1 rubber chicken, large, 1 bottle of Heinz ketchup, 6 dozen eggs, a copy of the children's book Where the Wild Things Are, which the Joker felt was a foundational text, and a great deal of red paint. Sat alone at the kitchen table with his hands folded over his chest, and his eyes half closed, and a small dreaming smile on his red mouth. He was in his head drafting a curriculum. This was a thing he had never expected to do. Curricula were for teachers and teachers were for institutions and institutions were for people who had not yet figured out that life was a joke. He had always been in his own private theology an opponent of the syllabus. And yet here he was drafting one, slot 1 laughter, of course. Laughter first, laughter foundational, laughter as the air the boy would breathe, the way other boys breathe dishwater. The boy would not, like the Joker, have to crawl through 41 years of his own life to find the first laugh that did not sting on the way out. The boy would arrive at laughter on day 1 as a birthright like a fortune. Slot 2, chaos. Not as ideology. Ideology was for the boys with the paint cans and the manifestos, but as a fundamental orientation, the way some boys grew up to face east and some to face west, the boy would grow up to face the door of every room as if the door were about to open and something delicious and unscheduled were about to fall through it. Slot 3, tools. The boy would learn knives the way other boys learned sports. The boy would learn poisons the way other boys learned chemistry. The boy would learn pranks the way other boys learned arithmetic. Because the Joker reflected, pranks were arithmetic. The cleanest applied mathematics he knew, all timing and ratio, and the elegant cancellation of expectations. Slot 4, and here the Joker paused for a long moment because he was about to think a thought that he had not in his long carnival life ever quite let himself think. Slot 4. Love. The word arrived in his head with no warning and no apology, and it sat there for perhaps 3 full seconds before he could decide what to do with it. He looked at it, he sniffed it, he turned it over and tapped its underside. It did not, on inspection, mean what other people meant when they said it. Other people meant a sticky soft thing, a hand-holding thing, a thing with cards on holidays. He did not have any of that to give. What he had to give was attention, pure, unwavering, uninterrupted attention of the kind he had previously given only to Batman and which was, in his case, the most expensive resource in his possession. He had only one attention. He had spent most of it on the Bat. He had until tonight considered himself fully invested. He looked at the closed door of the back room. He looked at the napkin with the shopping list. He looked at his hands folded over his ribcage. He felt the attention, the great loud burning attention tilt, slowly, inevitably, like a planet's axis nudged by a passing star. Half of it, exactly half, no more and no less, slid off the cape and the cowl and the silhouette on the rooftop and landed instead with a small soft thump on the closed door of the back room and the laundry basket beyond it and the sleeping shape inside the basket. He did not, he discovered, mind. He sat for a long moment with this new arrangement of his interior furniture, getting used to where things now were. The bat would have to share the table. That was, he supposed, only fair. The bat had been an only child for far too long. After a while he stood up. He walked back down the hall. He opened the door to the back room very, very quietly. He looked into the basket. The baby was still asleep. The baby's small hand had unclenched in sleep and now lay open against the velvet curtain, palm up, fingers slightly curled as if it were waiting for someone to place a thing in it. The Joker walked across the room on long, careful legs. He stood over the basket. He looked down. He reached into his coat pocket. From the pocket, he withdrew a small object. A wind-up tin frog he had been carrying for 3 weeks because he had been planning to leave it on a particular orderly's desk as a particular kind of joke. He had not yet found the right moment for the joke. He suddenly found, looking down at the baby, that the joke could wait. Things would wait, many things would wait now. He laid the tin frog very gently in the baby's open palm. The baby's small fingers in sleep closed around it. The Joker stood looking down at his son holding a tin frog. He felt behind his sternum the small strange tingling deepen into something he was almost willing to name. He smiled. It was this time neither his stage smile nor his murdering smile nor his thinking smile. It was a fourth smile. It belonged to a man none of his enemies had ever met and none of his friends had ever guessed existed, and he himself had not seen in a mirror in 41 years. "Good night, kid," he whispered. "Welcome to the family." He turned, he left the room, he closed the door, he went down the hall. In the back room, in the small, private dark, the baby slept on, holding a tin frog. On a windswept English hilltop 1,000 miles and several universes east, an old man with half-moon spectacles and a beard like a frozen waterfall was being told, by a giant with red-rimmed eyes, a piece of news. The old man took the news standing. He took the news in silence. When the giant had finished, the old man removed his spectacles and pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes for a long moment, and when he lowered his hands, the spectacles trembled in his grip. "Gone," the old man said. "Gone, Professor," the giant said. "House torn open, Lily on the floor, James downstairs, no baby anywhere. I searched, Professor, I searched it all, the garden, the road, the field, there's no body, no sign, he's not there." The old man very slowly put the spectacles back on. He looked out across the hilltop. Below him in the dark, the lights of the village winked on and off as people inside their cottages began to learn the news that this very night Lord Voldemort had fallen. The news was spreading like a small grass fire from house to house. The news had no idea that behind it was a second piece of news, much smaller, much quieter, that nobody in the village had yet learned, and that would, when it arrived, take the joy out of every lit window on the hill. The old man closed his eyes. "Hagrid," he said, "go back to the cottage. Search again, search the woods, search the road, search every barn for 10 miles. He cannot have gone far." "Yes, Professor." "And do not, Hagrid, hear me, do not tell a single soul, not yet, not until we know." "No, Professor." The giant lumbered off down the hill. The old man stood alone in the wind on the hilltop beneath a sky full of stars that were in this universe the right stars. He looked up at them. He searched them for a long moment as if hoping one of them might tell him where in all the vast night a small dark-haired baby with a lightning bolt scar might have been carried and by what and to what end. The stars did not answer, the stars never answered. They merely shone, indifferent and very far away, while down on the small wet ground, very small and very wet and very local things happened that the stars would never notice. The old man stood for a long time in the wind. After Chapter 2, 10 years in the warehouse, the first thing the boy learned was a laugh. He learned it the way other children learn the names of their mothers. He learned it before he learned to walk, before he learned to chew, before he learned the difference between his hand and the air. He learned it from a tall white man who leaned over his crib every morning and every night and laughed down at him, as if the boy were the single funniest object in the entire history of objects. The man's laugh was high and broken and went up at the end where most laughs went down. The boy, lying in his crib in the back room of a warehouse in old Gotham, listened to this laugh the way other children listened to lullabies, and after a while, perhaps at 14 months, perhaps 15, he began, quietly, experimentally, the way one might try a new shoe, to laugh back. The Joker, the first time it happened, dropped a coffee mug. It was 8:15 on a Tuesday morning in early summer, and the warehouse smelled of toast and bleach in roughly equal measure. And the Joker had been bent over the crib doing his standard morning bit. a small soft monologue about the great pleasure of being awake, delivered while making a series of faces involving his eyes and his enormous teeth. When the boy in the crib, instead of merely watching with the grave, green attention he had brought to every previous performance, opened his small, wet mouth and made the smallest possible sound that could still, with charity, be called a giggle. It was barely a sound. It was a hiccup with an opinion. But it was, in its shape and its timing and the particular way it rose at the end, unmistakably the Joker's own laugh, scaled down by a factor of about 100 and translated into the throat of a 1.5-year-old. The Joker dropped his coffee mug. The mug shattered on the concrete floor. The Joker did not look at the mug. The Joker stared down at the boy. The boy, encouraged by the response, laughed again. It was this time louder. It was this time more confident. It was this time exactly the laugh of a small human who has just discovered, for the first time, that he can make another human's face do something. The Joker, who had killed 312 people, who had personally invented 7 distinct varieties of nerve toxin, who had once made the mayor of Gotham weep on live television by reading him the wrong horoscope, who had not cried genuine tears in any year ending in a digit he could remember, the Joker bent down over the crib and pressed his face against the bars and wept. He wept for perhaps 4 minutes. He wept silently, with his shoulders shaking, his white forehead against the cool wood of the bars, his fists clenched in his coat pockets. The boy in the crib, fascinated by this new development, made the giggle a 3rd time, partly because he was hoping to see whether it would produce more interesting effects. It did. The Joker, 4 minutes later, lifted his face from the bars of the crib. His painted face was streaked. The red of his mouth had smeared, his mascara had run, his green hair stuck to his forehead in small, wet curls. He looked, for the first and possibly only time in his life, exactly like the small, mad child he had once been before the chemicals and the choices and the long, bad walk had finished the work. He reached into the crib. He picked the boy up. He held the boy at arm's length. The boy looked back at him with that grave, green attention. "Do it again," the Joker whispered. The boy laughed. The Joker, holding his son, threw back his head and joined in. And the two of them, the man and the boy, the master and the apprentice, the long, lonely teacher and the first student of his life, laughed together in the back room of the warehouse for perhaps 11 minutes straight, until the henchman called Donnie, who had been listening at the door with great anxiety, finally worked up the nerve to look inside and found them both, the man holding the boy up to the morning light coming through the high windows. Both of them laughing, both of them weeping, the both of them looking, for the first time, like a pair. Donnie closed the door very quietly. He went and sat down at the kitchen table. He poured himself a glass of bourbon despite the early hour and toasted, silently, the small, unbelievable thing he had just witnessed. The Joker named the boy that afternoon. He had been considering the question for 15 months. He had compiled lists. He had ruled out, in order, Bruce too obvious, and besides taken, Joker Jr. humiliating for both parties, punchline good but feminine, Chuckles already the name of a clown he had personally murdered, ha 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 unpronounceable on a birth certificate, and Steve's no. What he settled on in the end came from a folded piece of paper he had found in the boy's torn onesie the night of the theft, a slip of card pinned by a small safety pin to the inside of the collar, the way you might pin a name into a child going to summer camp. The card said Harry. The Joker turned the card over many times in his pale long fingers. The card said Harry on one side and nothing on the other. There had been, presumably, a last name, but the lightning that had taken the wall off the cottage had also done something to the back of the card, which had been singed black and was no longer legible. Harry, the Joker said. He said it out loud several times. He said it loud and soft and sing-song and serious. He said it with the lift at the end you used for a question and the drop you used for an order. He said it standing up and sitting down. The word, by the end of the afternoon, had been worn smooth in his mouth. Harry, he said finally to the boy, who was at this point sitting in a high chair that had been hastily welded together by Donnie in the back parking lot. Harry it is, Harry the boy who laughs. Welcome to the rest of your life, Harry. We have between us a great deal of work to do. Harry in his high chair banged a small spoon on the tray. The Joker, beaming, banged his own spoon back. The cereal was, of course, red and purple. The Joker had been working on the recipe for 3 weeks. It had begun as a joke, a literal joke, a thing he had drafted on a napkin during a slow Thursday evening as a gag for a children's hospital he had been planning to break into, and it had then, like many of his jokes, taken on a life of its own. The recipe involved beet juice and grape juice and a great deal of sugar and a small carefully measured quantity of something the Joker called the surprise, which was a substance he had personally synthesized in the back of the warehouse, and which, despite being a stimulant of borderline legal status, did not in fact harm the human nervous system if administered in doses smaller than a teaspoon. He had tested it on Donnie. Donnie had reported that he had felt briefly that he understood everything. The cereal was, in shape, A small round O. The O was the violent red of an emergency exit sign on the outside, and the deep regal purple of a Roman emperor's sash on the inside. When you bit into it, it crunched. When you milked it, the milk turned a delighted pink. It tasted, the Joker felt, like victory. He fed the boy a small bowl of it on the morning of his 2nd birthday, and the boy ate the entire bowl and licked the bowl clean and demanded another bowl by the simple expedient of slamming his fist into the empty bowl until the Joker complied. "That's my boy," the Joker said. The boy, his small mouth ringed in pink milk, grinned up at his father. The grin was, the Joker noticed with quiet satisfaction, the right shape. The news played every morning. The Joker had set up a small black and white television on a wheeled cart at the foot of the boy's high chair. The television was tuned always to GCN, Gotham Cable News, the local 24-hour disaster channel which broadcast nothing but the city's nightly horrors with the bored efficiency of a weather report. The Joker watched the news every morning while the boy ate his cereal, and the Joker provided in a low, warm-running commentary his own annotations on the day's events. "Look there, Harry, look at this. 3 liquor stores held up on 8th Street last night. 3, by the same guy, Harry. He hits one, he gets $1,500, he should go home. But no, he sees the 2nd liquor store and he thinks, well, why not? Why not the 2nd one too? He hits the 2nd, he gets another 1,000. He should now certainly go home. But here's the thing about a man who has just successfully robbed 2 liquor stores in one night. He is no longer the same man, Harry. He is now a man who has robbed 2 liquor stores. And a man who has robbed 2 liquor stores has, by the simple arithmetic of his recent biography, become a man who is going to attempt a 3rd. And the 3rd one is the one with the silent alarm. The 3rd one is always the one with the silent alarm. The lesson, Harry, and I want you to write this down somewhere internal, the lesson is that the universe has a sense of humor about ambition, and the punchline of ambition is always the 3rd liquor store." The boy in the high chair was 3 years old at this point. He could not technically write things down. He could, however, listen with the slow, grave green attention he had brought into the world the night of his arrival. He listened to every word. He filed each one away with the small, precise gestures of a librarian. "And here, look, here is the man you and I are most interested in. The man in the cape, the man in the cowl, the man with the very serious face." On the small black and white screen, footage shot from a helicopter showed a black silhouette dropping down from a Gotham rooftop onto a fleeing armored car. The silhouette landed on the roof of the armored car. The silhouette punched a hole through the roof of the armored car with one fist. The silhouette reached through the hole. "That is Batman, Harry. That is the Bat. That is my partner. That is, when you are very old enough, going to be also your partner in a different way." The boy in his high chair made a small, inquiring sound. "He is, you understand, the best, funniest man I have ever known, the best. He doesn't think of himself as funny, of course. He thinks of himself as serious. That is the funniest thing about him. Have you ever met a man who didn't know he was a joke, Harry? You will meet many. The trick is to never tell them. The trick is to let them keep going." On screen, the Bat had now extracted through the hole in the armored car's roof a struggling criminal. The Bat was holding the criminal by the front of his shirt. The Bat said something quiet and serious to the criminal that the camera could not pick up. The criminal began to weep. There. "Did you see, Harry? Did you see the moment? That look the Bat gets just there where his face is half shadow, that is the face he wears when he believes he is being a moral force in the universe. That is the face that when you and I finally, and we will, Harry, we will in due time, when we finally find ourselves in a room with him at last, that is the face we are going to make him take off." The boy listening narrowed his green eyes very slightly with the air of a small chess player committing a board position to memory. And then the Joker said very softly, "We are going to find out what is underneath." The boy, considering this, nodded. The Joker, watching his son nod, beamed. The hair began to change when the boy was 4. It was subtle at first. The boy's hair had been, since birth, a deep clean black, the black of wet ink, the black of a beetle's back, a black with no other colors hiding inside it. But sometime in his 4th summer, in a light that was just right, the Joker noticed a strand near the boy's left ear that was not, on close inspection, black, but instead a very faint green, the green of moss in deep shade, the green of pond water at dusk, the green of, well, of the Joker's own hair on a less theatrical day. The Joker had stared at the strand for a long time, and then he had stood up, and he had walked into the small bathroom of the warehouse, and he had looked at himself in the mirror, and he had laughed. "Genetics," he had said aloud to his own face, "is the funniest joke of all." By the boy's 5th birthday there were a dozen strands. By his 7th, a third of his hair had gone. By his 9th, the entire crown of his head, when he turned his face toward a light, glowed faintly green, while the underlayer remained that wet beetleback black, so that his hair, when long, looked like 2 layers of forest superimposed on each other, one alive and one in shadow. The boy thought nothing of it. The boy thought of his hair the way other boys thought of their elbows. A thing that simply was, that simply belonged, that you only thought about when somebody else commented on it. And nobody in the warehouse ever commented on it. The Joker, who could have made 100 jokes about it, did not make one. The Joker had a private theory that the boy's hair was a gift from the world, like a small certificate of authenticity, and you did not, in the Joker's view, draw attention to a gift. You let it be the gift. The boy spoke the first time at 3 years and 1 month. His first word was again. He had said it after watching the Joker perform, for his entertainment, a small magic trick involving a deck of cards and a rubber chicken. The trick involved making the chicken disappear from inside the deck. The trick had ended with the Joker producing the chicken from inside his own ear. The boy had laughed so hard he had nearly fallen out of his high chair, and then he had looked up with his small wet face and his green-flecked hair and said very clearly again. The Joker had performed the trick 407 more times that week. The boy spoke on the whole very little. He preferred to watch, he preferred to listen, he preferred to absorb. When he did speak, his voice was a small, soft thing, almost a whisper, the kind of voice that made you lean in to catch it. The Joker, who had spent his life making people lean in for entirely different reasons, recognized this quality at once and approved of it. You have, he told the boy one evening, the voice of a man about to tell a secret. That is a magnificent voice. That is the voice you keep. The boy nodded gravely. The boy never raised his voice in his entire childhood, not once, not in pain, not in fear, not in joy. He laughed when he laughed, in a small, soft, private giggle that was the smaller cousin of his father's broken whoop. He spoke when he spoke, in that low, careful murmur. When he wanted something, he simply waited. He had, by the age of 5, learned that if you waited long enough with the right expression on your face, the world would eventually deliver what you wanted to you, packaged with apologies for the delay. He used this technique on the Joker. The Joker, who could see through every other technique in the world, did not see through this one, partly because he was the one being used and partly because he did not at any point mind being used by his son. The boy was, in short, soft-spoken and lethal from the start. The pranks began at 4. The first one was small. The Joker had set up in the corner of the warehouse a small workbench at which the boy could play while the Joker did his accounts. The workbench contained a hammer, 3 saws of varying size, a hand drill, several cans of spring-loaded snakes, 6 cans of itching powder, a stack of whoopee cushions, a small box of fake plastic vomit, 2 rubber chickens, and a low jar of an experimental green slime that, when activated by warm air, expanded to 50 times its original volume. The boy spent perhaps 40 minutes, on his 4th birthday, considering the contents of this workbench with the grave, silent attention of a sculptor selecting marble. He then took the jar of slime, walked across the warehouse, opened the door of the small bathroom, unscrewed the lid of the jar, placed the jar very carefully in the toilet tank, replaced the toilet tank lid, walked out, closed the bathroom door, returned to his workbench, sat down and waited. 43 minutes later, the henchman called Mickey went into the bathroom. The screams could be heard, the Joker would later say, for 2 city blocks easy. When Mickey emerged from the bathroom, he was approximately 3 times his normal size and entirely encased in a sphere of bright green expanding slime, like a small angry pea in a very enthusiastic pod, and through the slime his eyes were visible and his mouth was open and he was, audibly, very upset. The Joker stood up from his accounts. He walked to the bathroom, he looked at Mickey. He looked at the boy, he looked at Mickey again, he looked at the boy again. The boy looked back at him with absolute calm. The Joker began to laugh. He laughed for 16 minutes. He had to sit down to keep laughing. He fell over sideways off the chair and lay on the concrete floor and continued to laugh. Eventually he could not breathe and had to stop laughing and had to use a small inhaler he kept for such moments, which was an inhaler full of nothing but pure mint because he liked the look of it. He stood up, he walked over to his son, he bent down to his son's level, he took his son's small shoulders in his enormous white hands. That, he said, was perfect. The boy, 4 years old, looked back at his father. The timing, the Joker said, the escalation, the slow build, the patience, Harry, sweet boy, that was perfect, that was the work of an artist. I am proud of you, son, I am so proud of you. Donnie is going to be very jealous. Donnie has been trying to prank Mickey for 3 years and has got nowhere. You did it in 40 minutes. The boy very softly smiled. What made you think of it? The Joker asked. The boy considered the question. The boy had a way of considering questions that made it clear that he was not stalling, that he was selecting from a range of possible true answers the one that would be most economically expressed. Mickey, the boy said at last in his small, soft voice, always closes the door, so I knew he would be alone. The Joker stared at his son. Harry, he said. Harry, my darling, my boy, my little, you understood the geometry of the prank. You understood that the joke required privacy. You understood that the joke required a small room. You understood the audience and the venue and the staging. Harry. He picked his son up in a great smothering embrace, and the boy, who had been waiting all his life for embraces of this particular kind, allowed himself to be smothered with great patience, and after a while the Joker put him down again and they went, the two of them hand in hand, to extract Mickey from the slime. The slime, it turned out, was easier to get on than off. Mickey was in the slime for 4 more days. He had to be fed through a straw. The Joker had the entire incident photographed and the photographs framed and mounted on the wall of the back room above the boy's small bed. The boy, lying in bed at night under his small framed photographic record of his first successful prank, slept with the deep, clean smile of a child who has begun, for the first time, to understand his own destiny. The Joker had, of course, by this time hired a tutor. The tutor was a small, bald, terrified man named Mr. Hennessy, who had previously taught remedial math at a Catholic boys' school in the Narrows, and who had been recruited to the Joker's employ by means of a kidnapping that had gone, by the standards of such things, very smoothly. Mr. Hennessy was paid the equivalent of a small university president's salary. Mr. Hennessy was provided with his own small apartment inside the warehouse and was permitted to leave the warehouse, with an armed escort, exactly once a month for the purpose of visiting his elderly mother in the suburbs. Mr. Hennessy had, the first time he met his new pupil, taken one look at the small, green-haired boy in the corner and burst into tears, partly out of fear of the Joker and partly out of an immediate professional recognition that the small boy in front of him was the most intelligent child he had ever seen. Mr. Hennessy taught the boy reading and writing and arithmetic and later geometry and algebra and trigonometry, and when the boy was 9, calculus. The boy absorbed mathematics the way a sponge absorbs water. He absorbed reading even faster. He had been reading the news ticker on the bottom of the GCN broadcast for nearly 2 years before Mr. Hennessy arrived, and had simply been unable, in the absence of confirmation, to know that he had been reading rather than guessing. Mr. Hennessy supplied the missing confirmation. The boy, the first time he successfully read aloud a sentence from a paperback novel, had looked up at Mr. Hennessy and said, "Oh." It was the most expressive sound. Mr. Hennessy would later report to anyone who would listen that he had ever heard from the boy. The boy read voraciously. He read everything. The warehouse had, in the years before the boy's arrival, accumulated a large and idiosyncratic library. Books the Joker had stolen because he liked the covers, books he had been gifted by various criminal associates as bribes, books he had personally written under several aliases, books he had merely found. The boy read all of them. He read Camus and Twain and a great deal of Lewis Carroll. He read 3 different translations of the Bible and decided he liked the King James the best because, he told the Joker, the punchlines land better. He read every Encyclopedia Britannica volume in order twice. He read children's books and chemistry textbooks and a great quantity of pulp detective fiction. He read, by the age of 8, an estimated 800 books. He read, by the age of 10, 1,400. He read, the Joker often noticed, in a particular posture, cross-legged on the floor in the corner of the warehouse, his back to the wall, his green and black hair falling across his small, serious face, his green eyes moving very fast across the page, his mouth very slightly open, the way a cat's mouth might be slightly open while it watched a bird through a window. The Joker, who had not in his own life read very many books, he had read, in fact, 3, and one of those had been a manual for a refrigerator, found himself, when his son read, sitting nearby in respectful silence, the way a man might sit at the back of a cathedral while a service was going on, not understanding what was being said, but understanding that the saying of it was important. The boy's first hospitalization of another human, which the Joker would later frame and mount on the wall of the back room next to the photograph of Mickey in the slime, occurred when the boy was 9. The story is, in the warehouse, told slightly differently by everybody who was there. What can be agreed upon is the following. A man came to the warehouse. The man was named Vinny. The man was a minor lieutenant in the rival operation of a small-time crime boss called the Penguin, with whom the Joker maintained relations of polite mutual contempt. The man Vinny had been sent to the warehouse, by the Penguin, to deliver a sealed envelope containing a letter that politely requested the Joker to refrain from interfering in a certain shipment of stolen Russian icons that was scheduled to arrive at the Gotham docks the following Thursday. The Penguin, in choosing the man Vinny for this delivery, had selected the wrong man. Vinny was famously short-tempered, famously dim, and famously incapable of refraining from making personal remarks. The Penguin had not, however, expected the boy to be in the warehouse, since the existence of the boy was a closely guarded secret known only to a handful of people inside the Joker's organization. Vinny, walking into the warehouse, saw the boy sitting in his corner reading. Vinny, who had been in many warehouses and had never seen a small green-haired child in any of them, made a face. "What the hell is that?" Vinny said. The Joker, sitting at the kitchen table, looked up from his accounts. The Joker said nothing. The Joker waited. "That a kid?" Vinny said. "Joker, you got a kid in here? Whose kid is that? You babysitting?" The Joker, still saying nothing, smiled. It was a small private smile that anybody who had been in the Joker's employ for more than a week would have recognized as the smile that meant, "A clock has just started." Vinny did not work for the Joker. Vinny did not recognize the smile. Vinny walked over to the boy. Vinny squatted down in front of the boy. "Hey kid," Vinny said. Hey little buddy, you speak English." The boy, who at 9 had read 1,400 books, looked up at Vinny with the grave green attention. "Hey, your hair is green," Vinny said. "Your hair is green and black. That's a weird haircut, kid. Your dad picked that out for you. Your dad's a clown, huh? You a little clown too? You want to grow up to be a clown like your dad?" The boy, considering this, did not speak. "Hey, you smell that," Vinny said. The Joker at this point was watching with great interest from the kitchen table. The boy in front of Vinny was very still. I'm just gonna check something here, stand still." Vinny pinched the boy's nose with 2 fingers. This was, the Joker would later say, the moment. What happened next happened by every witness account very fast. The boy's small soft hand came up. The boy's small soft hand was holding with great precision a very small object the size of a thimble. The object had been on the boy's workbench 3 feet away 2 seconds earlier. Nobody, including the Joker, had seen the boy stand up to fetch it. The boy had somehow simply produced the object. The object was a single jelly bean. The jelly bean was bright, cheerful pink. The boy very gently pressed the jelly bean against Vinny's lower lip. Vinny's mouth, by reflex, the helpless reflex of a man who had spent his life being given small pink things and putting them in his mouth, opened. The jelly bean went in. Vinny, 3 seconds later, made a sound. The sound is not transcribable. Donnie, who was present, later attempted to describe it and gave up after 4 tries. It was not a scream. It was not a laugh. It was the sound a man makes when his entire face attempts simultaneously to laugh, to scream, to sneeze, to weep, to belch, and to recite the Lord's Prayer in Latin. Vinny's eyes, while making the sound, became enormous. Vinny's hands flew to his throat. Vinny's mouth opened wider and wider until it appeared by the laws of human physiology impossible. Vinny fell over backwards. The boy stood up. The boy turned to his father. "He pinched my nose," the boy said in his small, soft voice. The Joker very slowly stood up from the kitchen table. He walked across the warehouse. He looked down at Vinny, who was now twitching on the concrete floor and whose mouth was making, in slow, rhythmic spasms, an expression like a wedding photograph being taken. The Joker looked at his son. The Joker looked at Vinny again. "What?" the Joker said in a voice of restrained reverence. "Was that?" "Sample 3, the boy said. "Sample 3 from where, sweetheart?" "From the green cabinet." The Joker stared at his son. "You went," the Joker said, "into the green cabinet?" "Yes, by yourself." "Yes, the green cabinet, my darling, is locked." "I picked it." "You picked the lock on the green cabinet?" "Yes." "The lock on the green cabinet, Harry, and I am going to need you to take this in. The lock on the green cabinet is a custom Bavarian double tumbler with a counter-rotating shear pin that I personally designed 12 years ago specifically to be unpickable." "It took me 8 minutes," the boy said. The Joker put his hands over his face. He stood like that for perhaps 30 seconds. When he took his hands away from his face, his eyes were wet and his enormous mouth was stretched in the widest smile of his entire life. "Donnie," the Joker said without taking his eyes off his son, "call the hospital, call Bell Memorial. Tell them a man is coming in who has accidentally ingested approximately 1 cubic centimeter of experimental variant 7 Joker venom designed for slow comedic effect rather than acute toxicity. Tell them his name is Vinny. Tell them he was, at the time of ingestion, attempting to bully a small child." "Right, boss." "And then Donnie?" "Yes, boss." "And then call the Gotham Gazette, the crime desk, ask for Henderson. Tell Henderson there is a small, interesting human interest item available for the morning edition involving the Penguins organization and a small child and a rather poetic act of self-defense. Tell Henderson the small child will not be named in the article. Tell Henderson the small child is to be referred to only as a witness. Tell Henderson that if the article runs in any other way, I will personally remove his eyelashes one by one." "Yes, boss." "Thank you, Donnie." "Yes, boss." The Joker bent down. He picked up his son. He held his son against his shoulder. The boy in his father's arms was a small, warm, green-haired waif that smelled faintly of cereal and pencil shavings. The Joker stood for a long moment, his eyes closed, his white cheek against his son's soft blackened green hair, and breathed in. "Harry," he murmured. "Harry, my boy, you are going to be magnificent." The boy, his small face against his father's lapel, did not answer, but he allowed himself very quietly to be held. The article ran the next morning in the Gotham Gazette on page 7 under the headline, "Penguin Enforcer Hospitalized in Bizarre Joker Venom Incident, Witness Unharmed." The article ran 2 columns. The article contained in its 3rd paragraph the sentence, "A small unidentified witness was on the premises at the time of the incident but was unharmed and is said to have demonstrated remarkable composure." The Joker cut the article out with a pair of his good scissors. He had it laminated. He had it framed in a small gilt frame. He hung it on the wall of the back room above his son's bed. He stood in the doorway that night, after the boy had been put to bed, and looked at the framed article in the dim light of the small lamp on the bedside table, and he wept a small private tear, the way a man might weep at his son's first home run. The boy in bed, watching his father from under the covers, smiled in the dark. The Baton Joker news commentary continued, all this time every morning over the cereal. The boy absorbed it the way the boy absorbed everything. He learned, by 10, the names of every major Bat villain. He learned the relative strengths of every member of the Bat family. He learned the Bat's habits and patterns and weaknesses and strengths and preferences in restaurants, and the specific timbre of the Bat's growl, when the Bat was angry versus the timbre when the Bat was very angry indeed. The boy could, by the age of 9, do a passable impression of the Bat's growl. He did it sometimes at the breakfast table very softly while eating his cereal, and the Joker, hearing it, would beam. "That's perfect, Harry, that is uncanny, sweetheart, you have his cadence exactly. Have you ever considered the theater?" "No," the boy would say. "Well, think about it." The boy thought about it. The boy thought about everything. By 10, the boy had been told the entire story. The Joker had decided on the boy's 10th birthday that the time had come. He had sat the boy down at the kitchen table, after the rest of the warehouse had gone to bed. He had poured the boy a small glass of milk and himself a large glass of bourbon. He had told the boy in a low, warm, steady voice the story of the night he had found him. The dimensional gas explosion, the drift through the seam between worlds, the cottage in the field, the dead man on the floor and the dead woman in the nursery and the small dark-haired baby in the broken crib, the lightning bolt scar, the recognition of cosmic comedy potential, the theft, the drive back across the river to old Gotham, the laundry basket and the velvet curtain, the first laugh at 18 months. The whole story beginning to end without embellishment and without apology. The boy listened. The boy listened in absolute stillness, his small green-flecked head propped on one small hand, his green eyes fixed on his father's face, his small mouth slightly open. The boy listened for an hour and 12 minutes without making a sound. When the Joker had finished, he leaned back in his chair. He waited. The boy considered. The boy turned the story over in his head several times, examining it from various angles, the way a jeweler examines a stone. "Then I have," the boy said at last in his small, soft voice, "two fathers." The Joker looked at his son. "You had a father," the Joker said carefully. "He's dead." "Yes, you don't owe him anything, Harry, you didn't know him." "Number. You owe me, in fact, fairly little. I stole you. I don't pretend otherwise. I have raised you, but I started the relationship with a crime." The boy, considering this, frowned very slightly. "You raised me," he said. "He didn't." "Well, he didn't get the chance, kid. I want to be fair to him. He didn't get the chance. He was, by all the available evidence, a good man, a man who would have raised you if he had lived into a different kind of boy, a boy who would not have known me. A boy who would not be sitting here at this table drinking this milk." "Yes." "And do you wish, Harry, and I want you to be honest here, this is a question without a wrong answer, do you wish you were that other boy?" The boy considered. The Joker held his breath. "No," the boy said at last very softly. "No, number, I like this milk, I like this table, I like the cereal, I like the news in the morning, I like you, Dad." The Joker closed his eyes. He felt the small, strange tingling behind his sternum bloom once again into the hot, bright, unfamiliar thing he was almost willing to name. "And Harry?" "Yes. If you ever change your mind, if you ever want, when you are older, to go and find what was left of him, his family, his people, wherever he came from, if you ever want to know, you tell me, and I will take you, I will drive you, I will sit in the car and wait while you walk in the door, I will not stop you, do you understand?" The boy slowly nodded. "But," the boy said, "I will not change my mind." "Why not, kid?" The boy looked up at his father across the kitchen table, in the dim warehouse light, with his small, soft, serious face and his green and black hair and his bottle green eyes and the small lightning bolt scar that had still, after 9 years, not faded. "Because," the boy said, "I am with the funniest man alive. Why would I leave?" The Joker put his head down on the kitchen table and laughed and wept and laughed and wept for a long, uninterrupted time, while the boy, sitting opposite him, drank his milk in small, careful sips and watched his father weep into the wood with the small, private satisfaction of a child who has, for the first time in his life, said exactly the right thing to a grown-up. Outside, on the rain-bright Gotham streets, a man in a cape and cowl was dropping onto another armored car. Inside, at the kitchen table, a small, green-haired boy and his pale, long-laughing father were finishing a glass of milk and a glass of bourbon, while above them, on the wall of the back room down the hall, a framed Gazette clipping caught the moonlight coming through the high windows and reflected it very faintly like a small certificate of authenticity. By 11, the boy was ready. He was, by then, a small, soft-spoken child with green-flecked hair and grave green eyes, and a small lightning bolt scar that he had taken to covering when he went out in public with his father with a single dot of stage makeup. He could pick any lock under 3 minutes. He could synthesize from common household ingredients 6 varieties of non-lethal nerve agent, He could juggle 4 knives, 3 torches, and 1 rubber chicken simultaneously. He could perform without flinching a 1-card Monty that had defeated the city's 3 best card sharps. He spoke 4 languages, of which 2 were dead. He had read, by his own internal accounting, somewhere over 1,500 books. He could quote from memory the entire run of the Penguin's monologue in Macbeth, the entire opening of A Tale of Two Cities, and every joke the Joker had ever told him in their original order with the timing intact. He was, in short, exactly what the Joker had set out to build. He was also, the Joker noticed sometimes when watching him from across the warehouse, when the boy was reading in his corner or laughing softly at some private thought or simply sitting at the kitchen table eating his cereal in his small, careful way. He was also increasingly a small entire person of his own, with thoughts the Joker could no longer fully follow and intentions the Joker could no longer fully predict, and a small private interior life that the Joker had for the first time no entry to. The Joker found, to his own surprise, that he did not mind. He found, in fact, that he was proud. The boy was 11 on a Tuesday in the middle of August. The Joker baked with his own hands a cake. The cake was the same red and purple as the cereal in alternating layers. The cake had 11 candles. The candles were arranged in the shape of a small smiling face. The boy in the warehouse, surrounded by the henchmen and Mr. Hennessy and Donnie and Mickey, who had, after the slime incident, conceived a deep paternal affection for the boy that bordered on worship, blew out all 11 candles in a single soft, careful breath. "Make a wish, Harry." The boy considered. "I wish," he said in his small, soft voice, "for an adventure." The Joker, holding the knife to cut the cake, paused. "That," the Joker said softly, "is the wish I would have wished for you." He bent and kissed his son on top of the green and black head. That night, while the warehouse slept, an owl flew in through a high broken window and dropped on the kitchen table a thick yellowed envelope addressed in green ink to Mr. Harry Potter, the back room, first crib, the green warehouse, the third dock from the west, old Gotham. The owl, having delivered the envelope, settled on the back of a chair and waited. In the back room, in his bed, beneath a framed Gazette clipping and a framed slime photograph, the boy slept the deep, clean sleep of a child whose adventure had just been requested and was, very promptly, being delivered. Chapter 3, Hogwarts Letter. And Mr. J. the owl was a tawny brown, the color of a good rye whiskey. The owl had eyes the orange of a Halloween pumpkin. The owl had, when it landed on the back of the kitchen chair, made a noise like a small genteel cough, the noise a butler might make on entering a room in which 2 people had been kissing. The Joker, coming down the back stairs of the warehouse at 6:45 in the morning in his ratty purple bathrobe, with his green hair still pillow flattened on one side and his red mouth still smeared from sleep, came around the corner into the kitchen and stopped. The Joker in his life had seen many strange things on his kitchen table. He had seen severed body parts. He had seen blueprints to the Federal Reserve. He had seen a small live alligator. He had seen, on one memorable Easter, a complete unwrapped chocolate bunny with a note in the Riddler's handwriting that said "Bite me." He had seen, in fact, almost every category of object that could be left on a flat horizontal surface. He had never seen an owl. The owl looked at the Joker looked at the owl. "Well," the Joker said softly after perhaps 8 seconds. "Hello?" The owl, conducting some private avian arithmetic regarding the man in front of it, came to the apparent conclusion that the man was the addressee's parent and was therefore the next acceptable recipient. The owl extended one feathered yellow leg. Attached to the leg was a thick yellowed envelope. The envelope was the color of clotted cream. The envelope was addressed in a looping green ink that the Joker found himself professionally admiring, to Mr. Harry Potter, the back room, first crib, the green warehouse, the third dock from the west, old Gotham. The Joker stared at the address for a long moment. "Crib," he said eventually to the owl. "First crib?" The first crib technically was a laundry basket. He moved out of that one. "We are now on, I would say, the third crib, depending on whether you count the brief experiment with the hammock." The owl blinked once, slowly, with the air of a being who had been correctly identified as not actually a participant in the conversation. The Joker reached out very gently and took the envelope. The owl let him. The owl did not seem to feel that any further interaction was required, and after the envelope had been transferred, the owl turned its enormous head, fluffed its wings, and resumed its patient, settled posture on the chair back, as if it had been told that a reply might be required and that it would be best to remain on site. The Joker examined the envelope. It was sealed with a wax seal, a clean oxblood red wax, and the seal was stamped with a coat of arms. The Joker, who had personal feelings about coats of arms, he found them on the whole hilarious, examined this one closely. It was divided into 4 quarters. In the first quarter was a lion, in the second was a serpent, in the third was an eagle, in the fourth was a badger. Around the 4 animals in a small Latin inscription were the words Draco Dormins Nuncumtitlandus. The Joker, who had taught himself the Latin necessary for a number of his professional needs, translated this silently in his head. Never tickle a sleeping dragon, he murmured. Well, 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 well. He slid one long, pale finger under the wax seal. He broke the seal cleanly. He drew out the contents. There were 2 pieces of parchment. The first was a letter, the second was a list. The letter was handwritten in the same looping green ink that had addressed the envelope. The letter read, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster Albus Dumbledore Order of Merlin First Class Grand Sork, CHF Warlock Supreme Mugwump International Conft. Of Wizards, dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on 1 September. We await your owl by no later than 31 July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. The Joker read this letter through once. He read it through twice. He read it through a third time. After the third reading, he folded the letter back along its creases with great care and laid it on the table next to the list of required equipment. He laid one enormous white hand flat on top of the letter. He stood for perhaps a minute and a half in absolute stillness, looking down at the back of his own hand with the small private smile of a man who has just been handed by a stranger on the street the missing piece of a jigsaw puzzle he has been working on for a decade and a half. Then he tilted his head back, then he opened his mouth, then he laughed for a long time. He laughed standing up and then sitting down and then standing up again. He laughed in a great escalating spiral, the laugh moving up and up his vocal range until it broke at the top into a small high broken whoop, and then dropped back down into a deep belly chuckle and then climbed again. He laughed until the owl on the chair back ruffled its feathers in mild irritation. He laughed until Donnie, the smallest henchman, came stumbling out of the spare bedroom in his pajamas to find out who was being murdered. Donnie took one look at the Joker, who was now on his knees on the kitchen floor still laughing, and at the owl on the chair, and at the open letter on the table, and Donnie, who had developed over the years a fine instinct for the kinds of mornings his employer enjoyed having uninterrupted, retreated quietly back into the spare bedroom without saying a word. The Joker at some point stopped laughing. He stood up. He brushed off his bathrobe. He picked up the letter. He walked very lightly down the hall to the back room. He pushed open the door. The boy was awake. The boy was sitting cross-legged on his bed in a small set of red and purple striped pajamas. The boy was reading by the light coming through the high east-facing window a paperback. The paperback was titled Something Wicked This Way COMES. The boy had been working through Bradbury all summer and was, the Joker had noticed, taking the work seriously. The boy looked up. The boy saw his father's face. The boy, recognizing one of his father's known expressions, set the paperback down at once. You have, the boy said in his small soft voice, the news face. I have, the Joker agreed, the news face. What is the news, Dad? The Joker walked across the room. He sat down on the edge of his son's bed. He held up the letter. The letter in the morning light from the high window caught the sun and glowed faintly the way old parchment glows. My darling boy, the Joker said, you have been admitted to a school. The boy considered this. A school of witchcraft, the Joker said, and wizardry. The boy's small green eyes did not widen. The boy's small green eyes simply very slightly sharpened the way a knife sharpens on a stone, the way an audience sharpens when the comedian pauses one beat longer than they were expecting. Magic, the boy said. Magic, my love, magic with a wand and a hat, and I have to assume a quantity of robes. Magic with, and I want you to take a moment to appreciate the architecture of this, magic with a coat of arms that contains in it the legal injunction not to tickle dragons. Magic, Harry, of a kind that I personally believed until about 11 minutes ago was decorative metaphor employed by Romanian peasants. The boy was very still. The boy, sitting cross-legged on his bed, was perhaps the stillest the Joker had ever seen him. His small green eyes were fixed on the parchment in the Joker's hand. His small mouth was very slightly open. Read it to me, the boy said. The Joker read the letter aloud. He read it in a slow, careful voice, doing none of his usual voices, doing his absolutely straight reading voice, the voice he had used when reading the boy bedtime stories when the boy was very small. The boy listened to every word. When the Joker had finished, the boy held out his small, soft hand. The Joker gave him the letter. The boy held the letter for a long moment, the parchment trembling very slightly between his small fingers. The boy lifted the letter to his face. The boy smelled the letter. The boy lowered the letter. The boy looked up at his father. Dad, the boy said, was I always? Yes, the Joker said gently. Magic. Yes, my love. That's what the slime expanded so fast. The cabinet lock. The time I made the cereal box come over from the counter when I was 4 and I told you I had stretched. I had wondered about the cereal box, the Joker said. I lied. It's all right, sweetheart, I knew you lied. You knew. I have always known when you lie to me, Harry. You have a tell, your left ear, sweetheart. It moves, imperceptibly, but it moves. The boy, with the air of a small chess grandmaster who has just been informed of a piece he did not realize was on the board, reached up and touched his left ear in slow wonder. I will work on that, he said. Please do, my love, now to business. The Joker took the letter back, he examined it. He examined in particular the second piece of parchment, the equipment list. The list demanded a great many specific items, the names of which the Joker had never heard of in his life and which sounded to his ear partly like the names of failing rock bands and partly like medications you took for ulcers. There was a quantity of robes specified, there was a hat, there was a wand. There were several books with titles like the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 and 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi and Fantastic Basts and Where to Find Them. There was a cauldron, the size and material of which were specified in some detail. The Joker was delighted to read, a strict ban on the keeping of personal toads. Toads, he murmured. Why specifically toads? What did the toads do? Dad, yes, my love, how are we going to find any of this? The Joker tapped one long pale finger against his enormous white chin. That, he said, is the question, isn't it? That is the question. He stood up. He walked in his ratty purple bathrobe back down the hall to the kitchen. The owl on the chair back watched him cross the room. The Joker, considering, walked up to the owl. The owl regarded him with stoic interest. The Joker tore off a small corner of the parchment list. The Joker took from a small drawer beside the sink a stub of a pencil. The Joker wrote on the small corner of parchment in his clean, precise handwriting, except, where do we buy the stuff? He tied the small note to the owl's outstretched leg with a piece of butcher's string. He patted the owl very gently on the head. The owl, in a small, dignified rustle of feathers, took off through the high window and was gone into the morning sky. The reply came back within 90 minutes. It was, the Joker would later note, a remarkable display of postal efficiency. The reply was tied to the leg of a different owl, this one a small, fierce barn owl the color of fresh snow, which arrived through the high window, dropped the reply on the kitchen table and was gone again before the Joker could thank it. The reply read, Diagon Alley, London, enter via the leaky cauldron Charing Cross Road, tap the BRICKS behind the bin, 3 up, 2 across. 4 funds, GRINGOTTS Bank, the Potter Vault key is herewith enclosed. A representative will be sent to meet you if desired. McGonagall pinned to the parchment with a small wax dab was a small heavy iron key. The key was the color of an old penny. The key was warm to the touch, the way a key warmed by a hand is warm. The Joker turned the key over in his fingers, he examined the teeth, he examined the bow, he examined the small inscribed glyph on the back. The Potter Vault, he murmured. Imagine that, the boy is rich, and he didn't know. He pocketed the key, he pocketed the reply, he took the original letter into the back room and laid it on the boy's bedside table where the boy could see it. He sat on the edge of the bed. My darling, he said, we are going on a small trip. London, the boy said, who had read the reply over his father's shoulder while the Joker had been examining the key. London, today, tomorrow I have today a quantity of glamour to arrange. The boy considered. Will you be, he said in his small soft voice, you, the Joker, sitting on the edge of his son's bed in the morning light from the high window, smiled the small private fourth smile that none of his enemies had ever seen and none of his friends had ever guessed existed. I will, my love, he said, be a man named Mr. J. The boy considered this. Mr. J., the boy said. Mr. J., a respectable man, a man with, let us say, light brown hair, a man with a small, thin mustache, a man with skin the color of, I think, butter, a man who is a, yes, I think, a barrister. A barrister with a small private wealth and an only son, a widower, a man whose wife passed last year of, let us say, a sudden allergic reaction to bees. That's specific. It explains why he does not wish to discuss her. It heads off small talk. Small talk, sweetheart, is the great enemy of the disguise. The boy nodded gravely. And me, the boy said, am I to be different? You, my love, will be exactly who you are. A small, soft-spoken boy with green-flecked hair and a small scar on his forehead. Nobody knows you. Nobody in that world has any reason to look for you. The boy who vanished in Godric's Hollow 10 years ago vanished, by all reasonable accounts, into a void. The boy who is going to walk into Diagon Alley tomorrow on the arm of Mr. J. the barrister is going to be a different boy. A new boy, a boy with no history, you see? Yes, Dad, you will be Harry, you will not lie, we will simply omit. Omission, my darling, is the gentleman's lie. Yes, Dad, the Joker bent and kissed the boy on the top of his green and black head. He stood, he went to make breakfast. The boy, alone in his bed in the small red and purple striped pajamas, picked up the letter from the bedside table and read it through, all by himself in the morning light, 6 more times in absolute silence. He realized, been told he was magic. He found, sitting in his small bed in the back of a warehouse on the 3rd dock from the west, that he had always already known. The glamour took the Joker most of the rest of the day. He had a small kit for such purposes, kept in a battered leather doctor's bag at the back of his closet, and he had not opened the bag in some years. The chemistry of the various creams and powders had to be checked and refreshed. and a small quantity of new latex had to be purchased through a third party from a costume supply warehouse in Bloodhaven, and Donnie had to be sent on a special errand involving a particular kind of wig that the Joker preferred for these occasions. By dusk, the kit was ready, and the Joker locked himself into the small bathroom for 2.5 hours. When he emerged, the boy looked up from his paperback. The boy considered. The boy's small mouth twitched very slightly. "Dad," the boy said, "you look ridiculous." "I look respectable, sweetheart. You look like a man who sells dental insurance." "That is the goal, my darling, that is precisely the goal." The Joker, or rather Mr. J, stood in the middle of the warehouse in a pair of charcoal gray trousers, a tweed waistcoat, a small thin striped tie, and a tan houndstooth overcoat. His hair was the brown of a wet rock. His skin was a pale butter yellow that suggested a man who had not seen direct sunlight in some weeks, but who otherwise enjoyed reasonable health. His teeth were a serviceable beige. His enormous mouth had, by some trickery of paint and shadow, been reduced to a small, thin, sensible mouth that suggested a man who had spent his life saying, well, technically. His eyes, behind a pair of round wire-rimmed spectacles, were the alarming green they had always been, but the green was somehow now less alarming, the way a tiger in a zoo is somehow less alarming than the same tiger in a parking lot. The boy stood up. The boy walked around his father, examining him from every angle. The boy reached up and tugged with one small soft hand at the thin striped tie. "It is," the boy said in his small soft voice, "a very thorough costume. Thank you, sweetheart. Will it hold up to scrutiny?" "It will hold up to anything short of a very serious wizard's eye, my love, and the only very serious wizard's eye in any room we are likely to be in tomorrow will be elsewhere occupied. I have, as a backup measure, a small handheld disorientation charm in my breast pocket which I will deploy in the event of acute attention. And what about magic? Won't they see somehow? That, my love, is the gamble. But I have a strong suspicion that magic, like all systems built by intelligent people, sees what it expects to see. If a small, soft-spoken boy walks into Diagon Alley on the arm of a small, respectable barrister, magic will see a small, soft-spoken boy on the arm of a small, respectable barrister. Magic, sweetheart, is, and I have come to this conclusion overnight, so I may revise, magic is bureaucracy. And the great thing about bureaucracy is that it processes the forms. The boy nodded gravely. The boy went to bed early that night. The Joker, in his Mr. J costume, sat at the kitchen table until nearly 3 in the morning, reading the boy's equipment list and a hastily acquired Donnie had been busy guide to British currency with the small intent calm of a man preparing for a heist. By 6 in the morning they were on the road. By 7 they were at the small private hangar on the edge of Gotham International where the Joker kept a small private jet of disputed legal ownership. By 9 they were in the air. By 2 in the afternoon, London time, they were in a black taxicab on Charing Cross Road, looking out the small, grimy windows at the wet London streets. "There, my darling," Mr. J said very quietly, pointing through the taxi window. The boy looked. The boy for a moment did not see. The boy looked again. The boy saw. It was a small, narrow building wedged between a bookshop and a record shop, both of which were brightly lit and obvious to the casual eye. The small, narrow building between them was the color of nothing at all, the color a building turns when it has decided that you should look at the buildings on either side and not at it. The small, narrow building had a wooden door with a small wooden sign that said, in faint paint, "The Leaky Cauldron." The eye, looking at the sign, slid off it immediately, the way the eye slides off the small print at the bottom of a contract. The boy, who had been raised to notice the small print, did not slide off it. The boy held his eye on the sign and saw after a moment the sign and the door and the building and the brass lamp above the door and the small, dim, warm light coming from the leaded windows. "I see it," the boy said softly. "There's my boy." They paid the taxi. They got out. They walked hand in hand, the small, respectable barrister and the small, soft-spoken, green-haired son, across the wet pavement and through the wooden door of the Leaky Cauldron. The pub on the inside was as advertised. It was the dim, warm, leather-and pipe smoke kind of room the Joker had only previously encountered in old British films. It contained perhaps 15 people. The people were uniformly the kind of people the Joker would have in another mood, profiled and dismissed within seconds, older, wealthier, more eccentric, more given to dressing in styles their grandfathers had favored. The people were wearing, the Joker realized with quiet professional pleasure, robes. Robes of every color, robes of velvet and silk and corduroy, robes with stars on them, robes with small fluttering hems. The Joker, in his charcoal trousers and tan houndstooth, had felt walking in that he was overdressed for the kind of pub where the local fixtures still sit in the same chair 40 years on. He saw now that he had, on the contrary, dressed perfectly. He was the slightly too formal Muggle-born father whose son had just been admitted to Hogwarts and who was, awkwardly, here for the first time. The disguise was, in its way, perfect. A bald innkeeper behind the bar looked up. The bald innkeeper saw the small green-haired boy and the slightly too formal man, and smiled the brief practice smile of a working man who has seen this particular tableau exactly 1,000 times. First time, the innkeeper said. First time, Mr. J said with a small apologetic British accent that the Joker had spent 4 hours on the plane perfecting, and that was, the boy noticed quietly, exquisite. To Diagon, is it? To Diagon, he's been accepted at the school. Has he indeed? Then welcome, young sir, welcome. The innkeeper bent down behind the bar. He gave the boy a small wrapped peppermint. The boy, taking the peppermint, looked up at the innkeeper with his small grave attention and very quietly said thank you. The innkeeper, who saw approximately 10 such boys a day, was nonetheless briefly touched. Out the back, the both of you. Through the courtyard, you'll know what to do. They went out the back. They stood in a small brick courtyard behind the leaky cauldron with a large round bin in one corner and a high brick wall ahead of them. The wall was perhaps 12 feet high. Mr. J consulted briefly the McGonagall reply in his coat pocket. 3 up, 2 across, behind the bin. He produced from another coat pocket a small thin wand, the spare he had purchased that morning from a small bewildered wand shop in a side alley they had passed, on the grounds that the boy needed one anyway and they might as well buy 2, and tapped 3 up, 2 across, the brick above the bin. The wall trembled, the wall hummed. The wall, and the boy watching was the only one not visibly surprised, folded itself open like a card trick. Beyond the wall was a street. It was, the boy thought, the most extraordinary street he had ever seen. The street ran crooked downhill between buildings that leaned slightly toward each other in the way old friends lean in a confidential conversation. The street was lined with shops. The shops sold things the boy could not, from where he stood, identify, but they sold them in great quantity. Owls in cages, cauldrons in stacks, brooms, actual brooms with bristles leaning in racks, robes of every color hanging in windows, candies in jars the size of small barrels. Books, books, books. There were a great many people. The people wore robes and pointed hats and carried, casually, baskets full of small live creatures. A small old witch walking past the boy levitated a paper bag in the air beside her. The bag floated along the way a small obedient dog might trot at her heel. The boy watched the bag and the witch, and his small green eyes, for the first time, the Joker noticed, with a small quiet thrill, widened. The Joker, who had not made a sound, made a small sound. It was the sound of a man whose son has just, for the first time in his life, looked at the world with the same look the man had spent 41 years trying to find a reason to look at it with. It was the sound of a man whose son had just, for the first time, been astonished. "Dad," the boy whispered. "Yes, sweetheart. This is the best place I have ever been." The Joker, beneath the latex, beneath the tan houndstooth, beneath the small, thin, sensible mouth, was crying very quietly. He did not let on. He did not have time. He simply tightened his grip on his son's small, soft hand and led him forward down the crooked street into Diagon Alley. They went to Gringotts first. Gringotts was a tall white marble building at the far end of the street with bronze doors and small fierce creatures the Joker recognized, distantly, from a book the boy had once read aloud to him, as goblins. The goblins were small, the goblins were sharp. The goblins were, the Joker noticed at once, the only beings in Diagon Alley who looked at him with anything resembling professional skepticism. He was very polite to the goblins. He produced the small iron key. The goblins examined the key. The goblins looked at the boy. The goblins looked at the small lightning bolt scar on the boy's forehead, which Mr. J had not bothered to dot over today. There was no point. The Joker had reasoned in dotting over a scar in a world where the boy was already officially expected to have one, and the goblins for a moment were silent. One of the goblins, a small bent thing with a pince-nez and an expression of permanent professional disapproval, looked up at Mr. J. "You are," the goblin said, "the boy's guardian." "I am." "You are not his father. You are aware of the circumstances of the boy's history." "I am, in part. Some details perhaps you could fill in for me." The goblin examined Mr. J for a long moment. "The boy," the goblin said carefully, "has been missing from our world for 10 years and 4 months. He was thought by the Ministry of Magic to be dead. He was thought by certain private parties to be hidden. He was thought by the goblins of Gringotts to be elsewhere. The vault in his absence has been held under our standard guardianship clause." "Yes, the vault is substantial." "How substantial?" "That," the goblin said, "is a question only the heir can ask, and only on the answer of which the heir is entitled to know." "Master Potter, are you he?" The boy, in his small clean trousers and his small clean coat, looked up at the goblin with his grave green attention. "I am," the boy said softly. "Then please follow me." They followed the goblin. They followed the goblin through a great brass-bound door at the back of the lobby, and into a small stone passage, and into a small open cart on a small iron rail. And then, with the goblin holding a small lantern and Mr. J holding the boy on his lap, they went on a small mining cart ride downward into the heart of Gringotts for perhaps 3 minutes, through caverns the Joker would later swear he could not have plotted with surveying equipment. The cart stopped. The goblin stepped out. The goblin led them to a small, heavy iron door. Vault 687, the Potter Vault, inherited from James and Lily Potter, last accessed October 30, 1981. The boy and Mr. J stepped forward. The goblin slid the small iron key into the lock. The goblin turned the key. The door opened. The vault on the inside was full of money. It was not full in a vulgar way. It was not piled in great cinematic heaps. It was instead arranged with the careful precision of a small private bank, small wooden shelves around the walls, each shelf bearing a tidy stack of golden coins, galleons, the goblin murmured, silver coins, sickles, and bronze coins, nuts. There were ledgers and small jewelry boxes, and a portrait of an older man with wire-rimmed spectacles who, the Joker noticed, looked exactly like a slightly older version of the dead man in the wire-rimmed spectacles on the floor of the cottage in Godric's Hollow. The portrait was mercifully motionless. The boy stood in the doorway of the vault for a long moment, his small soft hand still in his father's. The boy did not, the Joker noticed, look at the money. The boy looked at the portrait. The boy looked at it for perhaps 30 seconds. The boy then very softly turned away from the portrait and reached out with his small free hand and took a single galleon off the nearest shelf. He held the galleon up to the lantern, he turned it over, he examined the edge. "That's gold," he said to no one in particular in his small soft voice. "That, my love, is gold." "I have never," the boy said, "held gold before. No, sweetheart, we have never had any reason." The boy looked up at the goblin. "How much," the boy said, "of this may I take?" "All of it," the goblin said evenly, "is yours." "How much do I need?" For school." 200 galleons will suffice with margin." The boy considered. The boy reached out. The boy counted with careful pale fingers 200 galleons from the nearest shelf into a small leather bag the goblin had silently produced from a pocket of his waistcoat. He tied the bag with a small knot. He held the bag against his chest. He looked one more time at the silent portrait of the older man in the wire-rimmed spectacles. "Thank you," he said in his small soft voice to the portrait. The portrait, being only a painting and not a magical one, did not answer. The boy turned. He walked out of the vault. He took his father's hand. They went, the three of them, back up the long minecart ride to the surface. In the marble lobby, walking toward the doors, the boy spoke without looking up. "I would like," he said in his small soft voice, "to come back here, Dad, one day, not now. Whenever you like, my love." "I want," the boy said, "to know what is in the rest of the vault. I don't want to know today, I want to know slowly." "Slowly we shall know." They walked out into Diagon Alley with 200 galleons in a small leather bag and a small interior reservation. The afternoon proceeded as efficiently as such afternoons can proceed. They bought in a shop called Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, 3 sets of plain black robes that fit the boy perfectly and that the seamstress, a small kind woman, fitted in 28 minutes flat. They bought in a shop called Flourish and Blots the entire stack of the required textbooks plus a small unrequired pile of supplementary volumes that the boy had selected in his slow, careful way from various corners of the store, including a book called Hogwarts, a history, 2 books on magical chemistry, and a children's book of magical jokes which the Joker bought without asking and slipped into the boy's stack while the boy was looking the other way. They bought in a shop called Slug and Jigger's Apothecary a brass scale, a small set of crystal phials, a basic potion ingredient kit, and the Joker insisted 1 additional small phial containing dried beetle eyes, the use for which had not been specified on the list but which the Joker felt could not, on aesthetic grounds, be omitted. They bought in a shop called Potage's Cauldron Shop a pewter cauldron of the specified size. They bought in a shop the name of which the boy did not catch, a small folding telescope, a pair of dragonhide gloves, and a quill set in a wooden box with a small brass ink bottle that had on its side a very small engraving of an owl in flight. The boy carried all of it himself in a small enchanted shopping bag that the seamstress at Madame Malkin's had recommended, and the boy did not once complain about the weight or the heat or the small bumping of the bag against his small hip. The Joker noticed. The Joker did not say anything, but the Joker noticed. They saved Ollivanders for last. The wand shop was a small, dusty, narrow building 3/4 of the way down the alley, with a faded gold sign above the door reading OLLIVANDRS. Makers of fine wands since 382 BC, the window contained a single faded purple cushion on which lay a single faded ivory wand. The whole shop, when they pushed open the door and stepped inside, had the deep settled quiet of a library at the end of a Sunday afternoon. A bell tinkled. Nobody appeared at once. The boy stood in the middle of the small narrow shop and looked with his grave green attention at the long rows of small narrow boxes that filled the shelves from floor to ceiling. The boxes were stacked, the boy noticed, with great care but slightly askew, the way books are stacked when the librarian is on vacation. There were perhaps 10,000 boxes. The boy felt for the first time since entering Diagon Alley that he was in a room with a great deal of latent possibility, that the room itself, more than any of the other rooms, was the magic place. He breathed in. The shop smelled of cedar and dust and very old wax. Good afternoon, a soft voice said. The boy turned. An old man with silver eyes had appeared at the back of the shop in front of a rolling ladder. The old man had a face like a small, kind moth. He came forward on noiseless, slippered feet. Good afternoon, Mr. J said politely. The old man looked at Mr. J for one long beat. The boy, watching, saw something move very slightly behind the old man's silver eyes. Boy, who had spent 10 years watching faces, recognized the movement. The old man had noticed in some way that was not the way other humans noticed things, that Mr. J was not what Mr. J appeared to be. The old man did not say anything about this. The old man simply turned his silver eyes onto the boy, and the boy felt very briefly what it was like to be looked at by a man who saw what the boy was. Mr. Potter, Ollivander said softly, I wondered when I should be seeing you. I had begun to fear you would not come. I am here, sir. Yes, so you are. Hold out your wand arm. The boy held out his right arm. A small enchanted tape measure rose up from the counter of its own accord and began to measure the boy in a series of brisk impersonal flutters. Arm, wrist, elbow to shoulder, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, head circumference, and at one point with a soft polite hum the distance between his nostrils. The boy stood perfectly still throughout the entire measurement, the way he stood when he was being fitted for new clothes, with a small private internal patience. The tape measure, having finished, coiled itself up and dropped back onto the counter. Ollivander, meanwhile, was already moving along the shelves, plucking down boxes. He brought back a small armful. Try this, he said, handing the boy a slender black wand. Ebony and unicorn hair, 11 inches springy. The boy took the wand. The boy held the wand for 2 seconds. Ollivander snatched the wand back. No number, he handed the boy another. The boy held it. Ollivander snatched it back. Number, this continued for perhaps 10 minutes, wand after wand. The boy held each one. The boy waited. Nothing happened. Ollivander, somewhere between the 17th and the 18th wand, made a small pleased sound at the back of his throat. A tricky customer, Mr. Potter. A very tricky customer indeed, but not to worry. We shall find the perfect match somewhere, wait. The old man paused. He looked for a long moment at the boy. He looked at the lightning bolt scar. I wonder, he said softly, I wonder. He turned. He went on his soundless, slippered feet to the very back of the shop. He climbed his rolling ladder. He took down from a high dusty top shelf a single small box. He brought it back, he opened it. Inside, on a small bed of dark velvet, was a wand. The wand was, in the boy's first impression, holly. It had a clean pale wood the color of fresh cream. It had a long, slender shaft. It had a small carved handle. The handle, the boy noticed, was a fraction wider than the handles of the other wands had been. The handle, the boy noticed, had a small round button-shaped object set into the very base, like a maker's mark, except the maker's mark was very faintly glowing. The boy picked up the wand. The wand in his small soft hand gave a small soft hum. The boy felt very distinctly a small sweet warmth move up his arm from the wand to his shoulder and from his shoulder to his chest and from his chest to the small lightning bolt scar on his forehead, where the warmth pooled for perhaps 2 seconds and then very gently faded. The boy did not, like the children in stories he had read, make sparks fly out of the end of the wand. The boy did not need to. The boy simply held the wand in his small soft hand and stood, with his small grave green attention looking at it. Ollivander behind the counter breathed out very slowly. Yes, he said. Yes, indeed, yes, curious, very curious. What is curious? Mr. J said, his small, thin, sensible mouth turned very slightly down in the conventional gesture of polite curiosity. It so happens, sir, Ollivander said softly, that the phoenix whose tail feather forms the core of this wand gave one and only one other feather, just one, just the one. And it is curious that this wand should choose this boy when its brother, sir, its brother gave the boy that scar. Boy looked up sharply. The boy's small green eyes for a moment met Ollivander's silver eyes. The joker behind the latex, behind the tan houndstooth, watched this small, silent recognition with the calm of a man who is watching in absolute professional admiration. 2 excellent actors deliver a scene without any rehearsal. Yes, Mr. J said mildly. Curious, very curious as you say, we will take it. 7 galleons, sir. 7 galleons, Mr. J paid. He took the small box. He thanked Mr. Ollivander. He led the boy by the small soft hand out of the shop back into the slanted afternoon light of Diagon Alley, where the wet cobblestones were starting to dry in the sun. They walked for a moment in silence. The boy was holding his wand still in his small soft hand. Mr. J very gently knelt down in the middle of the street where they had paused beside a fountain. My darling, he said very softly. Yes, Dad, may I see it? The boy gave him the wand. The joker took it. He turned it over in his pale, long fingers. He examined the wood. He examined the small handle. He held the small handle up to the sun. He saw very clearly the small, round, glowing, button-shaped object set into the base. He pressed the button very gently with his thumb. The wand in his hand gave a small, startled bzzzzzt. The Joker, kneeling on the cobblestones, stared at the wand. The Joker, kneeling on the cobblestones, looked up at his son. The Joker, kneeling on the cobblestones, began very slowly, very softly to laugh. "Harry," the Joker whispered. "Harry, my love, my darling, my sweet boy." "Yes, Dad, do you know what this is? It's a wand, Dad. It's a joy buzzer, sweetheart. It's a joy buzzer with a wand grip. It is Harry, Harry. They have given you, at the most august wand makers in the magical world, a wand that is also, in addition to being a wand, a small handheld joy buzzer. The universe, my love, the universe. The universe is on occasion, and I have suspected this for many years, but I had never had hard evidence. The universe is on occasion on our side." The boy in the slanted afternoon light, in his small clean coat, with his small enchanted shopping bag full of textbooks and cauldrons and crystal phials and a small box of dried beetle eyes, looked down at his kneeling laughing father, and smiled the small, soft, private smile of a boy who has, for the first time in his life, been chosen by a tool. He took the wand back. He held it carefully in his small, soft hand. "I like it," he said. "You like it? I like it very much. It is the perfect wand for you, my love. It is the perfect instrument, the perfect vehicle, the perfect you and I, my darling, are going to do magnificent things with this wand." "Yes, Dad," the Joker stood. He brushed off the knees of his charcoal trousers. He smoothed down the tan houndstooth. He held out his hand. The boy took it. They walked hand in hand down the slanted cobblestones of Diagon Alley in the gold afternoon light, the small, respectable barrister with the small, soft-spoken, green-haired son. They passed shops they had already been to and shops they had not. They passed a small ice cream parlor called Florian Fortescue's that the boy noticed with quiet longing, and the Joker, noticing the noticing, steered them inside and bought the boy a chocolate and raspberry sundae the size of a small soup tureen. The boy ate the entire sundae. The boy did not, while eating, take his eyes off the wand on the table beside the dish. After a long, quiet eating time, the boy looked up. "Dad, yes, my love. I think," the boy said softly, "I am going to like school." The Joker, in the small, bright ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley in the gold afternoon light, in his ridiculous houndstooth and his thin striped tie and his small, thin, sensible mouth, smiled the small, private fourth smile that almost no one had ever seen and that the boy was now, by long, quiet repetition, the world's leading expert on. "Sweetheart," he said, "I think so too." Chapter 4, Sorting and Year 1 Setup. The platform was, the boy noticed at once, a contradiction. It existed and did not exist simultaneously. It sat between Platform 9 and Platform 10 at King's Cross Station, in a small column of brick that ought, by the laws of architecture, to have been merely a column. The column, when one looked at it directly, was a column. The column, when one walked at it briskly with the small specific intention of being elsewhere, became a hallway. The boy had been told on the train down by a small kind cousin by marriage of Donnie's who had been hired for the express purpose of explaining such things that the trick was to walk straight at the brick and not to think about it. The boy had practiced not thinking about things for 10 years. The boy felt qualified. The Joker, as Mr. J, walked at the brick. The boy beside him walked at the brick. The brick very politely opened. They stepped through into a great vaulted iron rafter hall, the air full of steam. The great scarlet Hogwarts express idling at the platform with its smokestack chuffing softly in the way that only steam locomotives chuff, and around them a moving throng of small witches and wizards in school robes and their parents in less standardized robes, and trunks being levitated and dropped and re-levitated by frazzled fathers, and great cages of owls hooting their owlish complaints. And somewhere a small toad croaking in defiance of the equipment ban, and over it all a clean morning sun cutting through the steam in pale gold bars. The boy stopped. The boy stood small and clean and serious in the middle of the platform in his small black school robes, with his enchanted trunk floating very politely beside him at hip height, and looked. The Joker, who had spent the previous 24 hours in a state of low-grade emotional combustion the like of which he had not experienced since his own first wedding, stood beside the boy and tried very hard not to weep visibly. He did not in the end weep. He cleared his throat. He bent down. "My darling boy," he said softly, "it is, as you can see, time." "Yes, Dad, I will see you at school. I will be there, of course. Mr. J the barrister will be vanished by then, replaced by Mr. J the new defense against the dark arts professor." "Yes, Dad. You will until the holidays address me as professor." "Yes, Dad, or on Wednesdays, and I have made arrangements, by the way, for our Wednesdays you may address me in private as Dad. We will have on Wednesday evenings, after the rest of the school has retired, a small private dinner in my office. I have already arranged for the elves to deliver the cereal." "You brought the cereal." "I brought, my love, 14 kilograms of the cereal. I am not an amateur." The boy in his small black robes looked up at his father, at the small, thin, sensible mouth of Mr. J, at the alarming green eyes the latex could not quite muzzle, and smiled the small, soft, private smile. "Be good, my darling," the Joker said. "I will be very good, Dad." I will be the kind of good that you taught me." "That is the right kind. That is, yes, sweetheart, that is the kind." The Joker, Mr. J, knelt down. He kissed the boy very lightly on the lightning bolt scar. He stood. He turned. He walked briskly away across the platform, his tan houndstooth coat-tails snapping behind him, his small, thin, sensible mouth set in the small, thin, sensible line of a small, respectable barrister sending his small, respectable son to school for the first time. He vanished after perhaps 30 paces into the steam. The boy stood alone on the platform with his trunk and his owl-less life and his small, soft hands at his sides. He breathed in. He picked up his trunk handle. The trunk, recognizing the touch, descended obediently to the ground. The boy began to walk in his small, careful way toward the train. The train, on the inside, was a long, warm corridor of small wood-paneled compartments. The boy walked the length of the train, examining each compartment with his grave green attention, and selected at the very end of the last carriage a small empty compartment with a window that looked out over the engine. He slid open the door. He levitated his trunk into the overhead rack with a small, clean wave of his joy buzzer wand, which he had been practicing in front of the bathroom mirror for 3 days and had largely mastered. He sat down by the window. He folded his small, soft hands in his lap. He waited. It was not, he had learned, a long wait. The compartment door slid open at approximately 10:58, and a small, thin, pale-haired boy in expensive black robes stood in the doorway with 2 enormous boys behind him, like a small ambassador of a small ambassador with 2 large enforcers. The pale-haired boy looked at the boy in the compartment. The pale-haired boy held out a small, pale hand. Draco Malfoy, the pale-haired boy said. His voice was the high, clear voice of a boy who had been told since infancy that his voice was important. And you are. The boy in the compartment regarded the offered hand. The boy in the compartment regarded the boy holding the hand. The boy in the compartment regarded for a long, quiet beat the 2 enormous boys behind the small, pale-haired one. Harry Potter, the boy said in his small, soft voice. The pale-haired boy's pale hand very slightly twitched. The 2 enormous boys behind him in unison made small, wordless sounds of awe. Potter, Draco Malfoy said. The Potter, the boy who vanished. Yes, where, Draco Malfoy said. Have you been? The boy considered this question. The boy considered it with the slow, careful weight of a child who has been taught to consider questions for their structural beauty before their practical answer. I have been, the boy said softly, with my father. Your father is dead, my second father. Draco Malfoy stared at him. Draco Malfoy's small pale forehead creased. Draco Malfoy was a child who had been brought up to expect that his face would in such moments be the master of the room, and Draco Malfoy was not yet old enough to recognize the small soft voice of a child who had decided that he, Draco Malfoy, was a small joke at the very beginning of being told. Your second father, Draco Malfoy said slowly. Yes. Who is your second father, Potter? The boy considered. You will meet him, I expect, the boy said, at school. Draco Malfoy stood for a long moment in the compartment doorway. The 2 enormous boys behind him, sensing some shift they could not name, took a small, unconscious step backward. Draco Malfoy, perhaps wishing to recover the initiative, lifted his small, pointed chin. Some wizarding families, Draco Malfoy said, are better than others, Potter. You'll want to make the right friends. I can help you there. The boy looked up at Draco Malfoy with his grave, green attention. Thank you, the boy said softly, but I have, I think, all the friends I need. It was, by every account that survived of this conversation, the precise sentence that ended the diplomatic relationship between the House of Malfoy and the surviving heir of the House of Potter for the next 3 years. Draco Malfoy stood for one more second in the compartment door, his small pale face cycling through 3 distinct shades of pink, and then he turned, gathered his 2 enforcers with a small, sharp gesture, and slammed the compartment door behind him with the unmistakable theatrical slam of a small child who has not yet learned that the slam is the loser's tool. The boy sat in his compartment in the slanted morning light, alone, the joy buzzer wand resting across his knees, and waited. The train pulled out at 11 precisely. The countryside, after some time, slid by outside the window, first the grey edges of London, then the small green of suburbs, then the great clean rolling green of country he had never seen in his life. The boy watched it all with his grave green attention. After a while, the trolley came. He bought with a small, careful handful of nuts and sickles, 4 chocolate frogs, 2 pumpkin pasties, a quantity of every flavor beans, and a small fizzing sherbet straw the trolley witch insisted he try. He ate methodically. He read the cards from the chocolate frogs, small moving cards with small moving portraits of famous wizards on them, and committed each one to memory, the way he had been taught to commit everything to memory. He looked at one point at a chocolate frog card for a man named Albus Dumbledore, and recognized very faintly the tall, thin man with the beard like a frozen waterfall from his father's dream of the night of the theft. The boy considered the card for a long, quiet minute, and then he slipped it into the small inside pocket of his robes, where he kept the things that he had decided required further attention. A red-haired boy came in around 2 in the afternoon and asked if he could sit down. The boy nodded. The red-haired boy, whose name was Ron Weasley, sat. The boy and the red-haired boy did not speak much. The boy did not invite the red-haired boy to speak. The red-haired boy, who had a great deal he might have said, took the cue and contented himself with looking out the window and occasionally fidgeting with his small worn wand. After perhaps an hour, the red-haired boy fell asleep against the window. The boy in the other corner finished his pumpkin pasty in small, careful bites. Around 4, a bushy-haired girl with 2 front teeth slightly too large for her face slid open the compartment door and asked in a confident, bossy voice whether the boys had seen a toad. The boys had not seen a toad. The bushy-haired girl, frowning, took a moment to inform the boys that they should be in their robes by now. The red-haired boy, waking, made a face. The bushy-haired girl, sniffing, departed. The boy in his corner watched her go. After she had gone, the boy spoke for the first time on the train. "That girl," he said softly, "will be top of our year." The red-haired boy looked at him. "How do you know?" "Posture," the boy said. The red-haired boy considered this. The red-haired boy, in the end, did not know quite what to do with the answer, and so he changed the subject, asking instead what Quidditch position the boy played. The boy, who had never heard of Quidditch, did not say so. He simply said very softly that he had not yet decided. The red-haired boy launched into a long, enthusiastic explanation of all the Quidditch positions, and the boy listened with his grave green attention and absorbed every word and filed it away. And when the explanation was over, the boy thanked the red-haired boy very softly and asked his name and was told and offered in return his own name. The red-haired boy's mouth fell open. "Harry," the red-haired boy said. "Harry Potter, the boy who lived." "Is that what they called me?" That's what Mum used to say, the boy who lived. They've been waiting, the papers for ages." The boy considered. "Well," he said softly, "I am sorry to keep them waiting. I have been with my father. Your dad's dead. My second father." The red-haired boy, like Draco Malfoy, opened and closed his mouth a few times. "I want to meet him," the red-haired boy said in the end. It was, the boy noticed, a very different reaction from the one Draco Malfoy had given. "You will," the boy said. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station at sunset. The boy stepped down onto the small platform. The enormous bearded man whose name the boy had read on a small chocolate frog card, Rubeus Hagrid, gamekeeper half-giant, called the first years to gather around him. The boy, walking up to the giant, looked up at the giant with his grave green attention. The giant looked down. The giant for one long moment did not speak. The giant's enormous wet eyes filled very slightly with tears. "Harry," the giant whispered. Harry Potter, you're alive, you're Merlin's beard's lad, where have ye been?" The boy looked up at the giant. The boy recognized the giant distantly from his father's story of the night of the theft. "With my father," the boy said softly. The giant, for whatever reason, perhaps because he had spent 10 years dreaming of this moment in some less ambiguous form, perhaps because the small face in front of him was so unmistakably the face of the small dark-haired baby he had seen pictures of in the old order files, perhaps because the moment was simply too large for the giant's enormous capacity for emotional throughput, the giant did not press. The giant simply nodded very slowly and bent down and gathered the boy briefly into a small, fierce, one-armed, bearded hug and released him and stood up and very firmly turned his enormous beard toward the rest of the first years. "First years," the giant boomed. "Boats this way, mind your step." The boats took the first years across the great black lake under a great black sky. The castle, rising on the far side of the lake out of the trees, was a great fortress of lit windows. The boy, alone in the bow of his small boat with the red-haired Weasley boy beside him and the small toadless Longbottom boy clutching the rail, looked up at the castle for a long time. The castle, the boy felt, was looking back. The Sorting Hat 2 hours later was a very old shabby pointed hat that sat on a stool in front of the long high table at the front of the great hall. The hat had a great brim and a great rip near the brim that resembled slightly a mouth. The hat indeed had a mouth. The hat sang a song at the beginning of the ceremony in a high, reedy voice that the boy listened to with grave, green attention. The song explained that there were 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and that the hat would sort each first year into the house that best suited their character. The boy committed the song to memory. The sorting began. A girl named Hannah Abbott was sorted into Hufflepuff. A boy named Terry Boot was sorted into Ravenclaw. The bushy-haired girl from the train, Hermione Granger, was sorted after a slightly longer pause than the others into Gryffindor. The boy in the queue noticed that the bushy-haired girl looked, walking to her table, simultaneously pleased and disappointed, the way a person looks who has been given second prize in a contest she did not enter for the first prize. The boy filed this away. Draco Malfoy, when called, was placed on the stool. The hat on his head opened its rip mouth before the brim had fully touched the hair. The hat said Slytherin before Draco had even finished sitting down. Draco walked to the Slytherin table with the small private smug of a child who has been told since infancy that this would be his result. Then it was the boy's turn. "Potter, Harry." The hall, on the calling of the name, went very quiet. The boy in his small black robes walked up the long aisle between the long tables. He was aware as he walked of every face in the great hall turning to watch him. He was aware of the bushy-haired girl sitting at the Gryffindor table leaning slightly forward. He was aware of the red-haired Weasley boy, still in the queue behind him, gripping the back of his robes briefly in a small gesture of solidarity as he passed. He was aware at the far end of the high table of a tall, thin man in midnight blue robes with a beard like a frozen waterfall and half-moon spectacles, sitting in a great carved chair with his hands folded under his beard, watching him with a small, unreadable smile. He was aware, 3 seats down from the tall, thin man, of a thin, sallow man with a great hooked nose and lank black hair, watching him with a small, dark sharpness. He was aware, 4 seats down from the sallow man, of a small, respectable man in a tan houndstooth coat and a thin striped tie, with a small, thin, sensible mouth whose alarming green eyes the boy noticed were fixed on him with the particular fixity of a father watching his son in a school play. The boy reached the stool. The boy sat. The hat was lowered onto his head. The hat slid down over his eyes. The hat was, on the inside, dark and warm and smelled of cedar and old wax. The hat did not at once speak. The hat was silent for 1 long second. The hat was silent for 2. The hat was silent for 3. The hat was silent, the boy would later be told, for 58 seconds, the longest silence on record at the sorting ceremony in 804 years. After the 58 seconds, the hat made a small sound. The sound was a chuckle. It was not a derisive chuckle. It was not a startled chuckle. It was the slow, deep, appreciative chuckle of an extremely old being who has very unexpectedly encountered a joke. Well, the hat murmured in the small, dark space inside the boy's robes. Well, the boy in the dark said nothing. I have been sorting, the hat said in its old, reedy, private voice, for 804 years. And I have not laughed, child, in any of them, not once, not at a single small head, not at a single small mind. I have in 804 years been amused, I have been bemused, I have been on rare occasions very mildly tickled, but laughed number until today. Today I find I am almost laughing. The boy in the dark very softly smiled. Yes, very well, the hat murmured. Very well, let us see, you have, child, a Gryffindor's nerve. You will walk into rooms others fear to enter, and you will walk in soft. You have a Ravenclaw's mind. You read 1,500 books before you arrived. You have a Hufflepuff's loyalty. There is a small white-faced man at the high table whom you would, if necessary, die for slowly with a smile. And you have, child, a Slytherin's everything else. The cunning, the ambition, the willingness to use a small jelly bean. Oh yes, I see, Mr. Vinny. The Daily Prophet does not, of course, run such stories, but the Sorting Hat reads many things. Mr. Vinny is fine, by the way. He will, however, never sneeze again. The boy in the dark smiled wider. You wonder where I shall put you. The boy in the dark very softly considered. I wonder, the boy murmured in the small private voice of one whispering to a hat, whether you would put me in Slytherin. Why Slytherin, child? Because, the boy said softly, my father will appreciate the joke. The hat made the deep, slow, appreciative chuckle again. Yes, the hat said, yes, child, yes, Slytherin. Slytherin always appreciates a punchline, and you, my dear, small, soft-spoken, green-haired guest, are a punchline I have been waiting 804 years to deliver. The hat opened its ripped mouth. The hat shouted in its enormous public voice, Slytherin. The hall in response did not erupt. The hall in response made a small, confused, collective sound, like the small, confused sound a crowd makes when the magician produces from the hat a thing they were not expecting. The Slytherin table, after a small, startled beat, began to clap, a little uncertainly, because Slytherin had not been expecting the boy who lived either, and Slytherin was not entirely sure whether this was a triumph or a trap. The Gryffindor table did not clap. The Hufflepuff table did not clap. The Ravenclaw table looked, on the whole, fascinated. At the high table, the tall, thin man with the beard like a frozen waterfall sat back, very slightly, in his great carved chair, and his small, unreadable smile became a small, very slightly more readable smile, the sort of smile one wears at the beginning of a play that is going to be longer than one thought. The thin, sallow man with the great hooked nose, 3 seats down, did not smile. The thin, sallow man the boy noticed walking to his new table was looking past him entirely. He was looking with a small, dark sharpness at the small, respectable man in the tan houndstooth coat 4 seats further down. The small, respectable man was, on his side, looking back at the thin, sallow man with a small, thin, sensible attentiveness, as if both men were having, across a tablecloth, a conversation neither of them was permitted to have aloud. The boy walked to the Slytherin table. He sat down at the open end. The small, smug, pale-haired Malfoy boy 4 seats away was staring at him with a face that had aged perhaps 3 years in the last 60 seconds. The boy nodded politely to him. The Malfoy boy did not nod back. The boy sitting at the Slytherin table beneath the silver and green banners looked up the long hall to the high table. He met for one quiet second the alarming green eyes of his father. The alarming green eyes very slightly twitched in a wink. The boy, in his small, soft, private way, almost laughed. The first dinner at Hogwarts, which the boy had heard described as a great feast, was indeed a great feast. The boy ate small, careful portions of 7 different things. He drank a glass of pumpkin juice. He listened to the small conversations around him without joining them. He learned, in the first 20 minutes, the names of every Slytherin first year and several of the second years. He filed each name away. He noted in particular the existence of a small, frowning second-year girl across the table named Tracy Davis, who had the same kind of slow, careful attention to her food that the boy himself had, and the boy made internally a small mental flag, a person perhaps with whom one might one day exchange 3 or 4 sentences. After the feast, the Slytherin first years were led down a long stone staircase, deep beneath the school, into the dungeons. The dungeons were, the boy was pleased to note, cold and damp and slightly greenlit by torches set in iron brackets along the wall. The Slytherin common room, behind a stretch of bare stone wall that opened at a password, was a long, low room with green leather couches and a great fireplace that gave off, the boy noticed, a clean green flame instead of an orange one. The boy stood for a long, quiet moment looking at the green flame. The green flame was, he realized, exactly the color of his father's hair. He felt, in the place behind his sternum where his father had once spoken of the small, strange tingling, a small warmth. He went to bed that night in a 4-poster with green velvet hangings. He slept the deep, clean sleep of a small, soft-spoken child who has, at last, arrived where he was always going. Defense against the dark arts was at 10 o'clock on the Thursday. The boy had, by then, attended his first 3 days of classes. He had attended Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall, a slim, brisk, gray-haired witch whose voice rang in the room like a small, precise bell, and Potions with Professor Snape, the thin, sallow man who, on calling the boy's name, had paused for one long beat with his small, dark sharpness fixed on the boy's face, and had then asked him in a low, silky voice a question about a powdered root for which the boy, having read his textbook 3 times on the train, had given the correct answer in his small, soft voice, at which Snape had simply nodded once and moved on, with the air of a man who has just received a small confirmation of a private hypothesis, and charms with the small, squeaky Professor Flitwick. The boy had in each class performed competently without showing off. The boy had answered when called on. The boy had not raised his hand. The boy had begun, by the end of the 3rd day, to be discussed in the staff room. On Thursday morning at 10 o'clock, the boy filed into the defense against the dark arts classroom with the rest of the first-year Slytherins, and saw, standing at the lectern at the front of the classroom in a long midnight blue teacher's robe over a sharply pressed charcoal suit and a thin striped tie, the small, respectable barrister called Mr. J. Mr. J was holding a small wooden ruler. Mr. J was tapping the ruler very lightly against the palm of his own pale, long hand. Mr. J was smiling the small, thin, sensible smile of a small, respectable barrister who had been told to teach a class of small, ungrateful children and who was with great patience prepared to do so. Mr. J's alarming green eyes behind the round wire-rimmed spectacles were dancing. "Good morning, class," Mr. J said pleasantly. "Good morning, Professor," the class chorused in the small, awkward unison of children who have not yet decided whether they like a teacher. "My name," Mr. J said, "is Professor J. You will call me Professor. I will in turn call you by your surnames, except where your surnames are difficult to pronounce, in which case I will call you a small affectionate nickname I will invent for you on the spot. Miss Bulstrode, Mr. Crabbe, Mr. Goyle, Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Knott, Miss Parkinson, Mr. Potter, Miss Greengrass, Miss Davis, did I get everyone?" The class murmured that he had. "Excellent, now the dark arts, let us begin with a question. Has anyone here in the dim recesses of their small experience ever encountered knowingly a dark art?" A hand went up, it was Crabbe's hand. Crabbe was looking, the boy noticed, faintly puzzled. "Yes, Mr. Crabbe. What counts as a dark art, Professor?" "Excellent question, Mr. Crabbe. A dark art classically is any magic that has been classified by the Ministry of Magic as dark. That definition, you will note, is circular. The dark arts are dark because the Ministry says they are. We will in this class work with a broader definition. A dark art is any magic that intends on the part of its user to harm. Note the emphasis, intends. The intent matters more than the spell. A cheering charm cast on a man dying of grief is, in my private taxonomy, a small kind of dark art. A killing curse cast at a charging dragon to save a small child is not. We will in this class learn to defend ourselves against intent. The spells will come, the spells are easy, the intent is the harder game." The class was, the boy noticed, listening. Even Crabbe was listening with a small open mouth. "Now to begin, I would like each of you in turn to stand up, walk to the front of the classroom, and in 15 seconds demonstrate to me your best impression of a man who is angry. I am looking in particular for the small muscle just under the right eye. That muscle, you will find, is the truth teller. The mouth lies, the hands lie, the voice lies. The small muscle under the right eye does not lie. We will, by the end of this period, all be able to read the muscle. Mr. Malfoy, you may begin." The class, by the end of the period, were all able to read the muscle. The boy in his small black robes had watched Mr. J, his father, his teacher, his dad perform in front of his classmates, the most elegant first lesson on the management of human violence the boy had ever heard. The boy walked out of the classroom at the end of the hour with a small private satisfaction blooming in his chest. The boy's father was, the boy had quietly known all his life, the funniest man alive. The boy now knew that his father was also, when the situation called for it, an excellent teacher. In the corridor, the boy walked the long way back to the dungeons. The thin, sallow Professor Snape was walking in the opposite direction down the corridor. The thin, sallow Professor Snape stopped, the boy stopped, the two of them stood for a long moment in the empty stone corridor. "Potter," Snape said in his low, silky voice. "Sir, your new professor, sir. You will tell me, Potter, in your own words, quietly now, who is he?" The boy considered this. The boy considered in the back of his head the small, careful injunction his father had laid down. "Omission, my darling, is the gentleman's lie." The boy looked up at the thin, sallow professor with his grave, green attention. "He is," the boy said softly, "my defense against the dark arts, Professor." Snape's small, dark sharpness flickered very slightly. "Yes, sir. Is that, Potter, the entirety of your answer?" "Yes, sir." Snape looked down at the boy for a long, quiet moment. Snape's small, dark sharpness was, the boy noticed, doing the same thing the silver eyes of Ollivander had done in the wand shop. It was noticing a great deal that the surface of the conversation was not noticing. "Very well," Snape said in his low, silky voice. "You may go, Potter." The boy nodded. The boy went. Behind him in the corridor, the thin, sallow professor stood for a long moment with his head very slightly inclined, the way a man inclines his head when he is listening to a small piece of music he cannot quite place. Snape, the boy would later realize, had recognized something in Mr. J's voice that no one else in the building was equipped to recognize. Snape was not, however, prepared to say what he had recognized, even to himself. Snape, the boy would later realize, was a man whose entire interior had been organized around the absence of one particular dead woman, and the small new presence in the high table at meals had unsettled very slightly an architecture that had not been unsettled in 11 years, and Snape had decided by some small, fast private calculation to wait and see. Snape was, by training and by temperament, an excellent waiter. The boy filed Snape away. The boy went at a small, careful pace down to the common room. The boy unpacked in his head his first defense against the dark arts lesson and stored it for later use. The man who would, by the end of the school year, be dead, and who would, in dying, become the boy's first official kill, was already in the castle on the night of the boy's arrival. His name was Professor Quirrell. He taught ostensibly defense against the dark arts, or had for one previous year, before the position had been quietly handed to Mr. J after a small midsummer reshuffling that no one in the staff room had quite understood. Quirrell, in the new arrangement, had been demoted to a small administrative role and a small additional teaching load in Muggle studies. Quirrell wore a great purple turban. Quirrell, when asked about the turban, told a long, unconvincing story about an African prince. Quirrell stammered. Quirrell smelled very faintly of garlic. Quirrell was, the boy noticed almost at once on the night of the feast, the kind of small twitching creature his father had taught him to notice with the small specific attention you brought to a man who was carrying something that was not yet visible. The boy on the night of the feast had felt, when his eyes had passed across the high table and settled briefly on Quirrell, a small specific stab behind his lightning bolt scar. The stab had lasted perhaps half a second. The stab had not repeated. The boy, who had spent his life cataloging small specific sensations, had cataloged it. The boy that night in his small four-poster with the green velvet hangings had stared at the canopy above his bed for a long, quiet hour, considering the stab. The boy had, by the end of the hour, formed a hypothesis. The boy had, in the morning, written a small, careful note in his small, clean handwriting on a small square of parchment, and folded the note into a small square the size of a postage stamp, and slipped the small square into the small inside pocket of his robes, where it stayed for 3 weeks while the boy collected, in his slow, careful way, the small confirmatory evidence. By mid-October, the boy was ready. He had observed Quirrell at every meal. He had observed Quirrell in the corridors. He had observed with particular attention the small still moment of pause Quirrell had each time he passed the high table, which was the small still moment of pause of a man who was being briefly spoken to by someone the rest of the room could not hear. He had observed Quirrell from across the hall during the boy's first flying lesson, when Quirrell had stood at the edge of the field with his great purple turban turned, the entire time in the boy's direction. He had observed in particular the small flickering quality of pain behind Quirrell's eyes, which was the small flickering quality of pain of a man who was carrying a small unwanted passenger. The boy went on a Wednesday evening in late October to his small private dinner in his father's office. The office had been redecorated. The walls had been painted a deep green. The bookshelves had been filled with a careful selection of the boys' favorite books from the warehouse. A small kitchenette in the corner produced, on demand, the red and purple cereal in small, clean bowls. There was a great leather armchair in front of the fireplace. There were two smaller leather armchairs across from it. Between the two smaller armchairs was a small wooden table on which, when the boy arrived, sat 2 cups of cocoa, one large and one small. The Joker behind his desk was no longer Mr. J. The latex had been peeled off. The brown wig was on a stand in the corner. The Joker's white face and red mouth and green hair were in the green firelight almost luminous. He stood when the boy came in, he smiled, he came around the desk. He bent down. He kissed the boy very lightly on the top of the green and black head. "My darling boy," he said softly, "how was your week?" "It was very interesting, Dad. Tell me everything." The boy told him everything. The boy told him about his transfiguration teacher and his potions teacher and his charms teacher. The boy told him about his Slytherin housemates and the small careful map of alliances and irritations he had begun to construct in his head. The boy told him about Tracy Davis and about Malfoy and about the small frowning girl Pansy Parkinson, who, the boy reported in his small soft voice, was the kind of girl who would, if you let her, attach herself to your sleeve and never come off. The Joker, sitting across the small wooden table with his small cup of cocoa in his enormous white hand, listened to every word with the absolute attention he had once given only to the bat. Boy talking felt himself unfold the way a folded piece of paper unfolds when you take it out of a pocket, small and creased and dense at first, smoothing out as you reported, settling, becoming flat. When the boy was done, he looked up at his father. "Dad, yes, my love. I think there is a wizard in this school," the boy said softly, "who is carrying another wizard inside him." The Joker very slowly set down his cup of cocoa, carrying, on the back of his head, Dad under the turban. There is another face. I have not seen it, but I have felt it. The first night at the feast, the scar moved, Dad, just a little, just for a moment. The way the joy buzzer moves when you press it, a little hum. And the man Quirrell, Dad, his name is Quirrell, he stutters, but the stutter is not in the same place every time, which means it is not a real stutter. He smells of garlic, which is the smell of a man trying to cover another smell. And he turns his head toward me, Dad, the way a cat turns its head toward a mouse, except the cat in this case is on the back of his neck. I have watched him for 3 weeks, I am sure. The Joker across the small wooden table was perfectly still. The boy in his small soft voice continued. "I think," the boy said, "the wizard on the back of his head is the wizard who killed my first father." The Joker did not at this move. The Joker considered. The Joker, after a long beat, reached across the small wooden table and took the boy's small soft hand in his enormous white hand and squeezed once very gently. "My darling," the Joker said softly, "how would you like to take care of him?" "Together, Dad, together, of course, together, of course, together." "How?" "Well," the Joker leaned back in his great leather armchair. His green hair caught the green firelight and threw small soft shadows on the green walls. His enormous mouth twitched very slightly in the small private way it twitched when he was thinking. "Well, I have been in fact working on a small contingency. I had not, when I built it, expected to use it this year, but the universe, my love, is generous. The contingency is called the pie of containment. I invented it on a boring Tuesday in August. It is on the outside a small pie. It is on the inside a small portable dimension. A pie, specifically a key lime pie, because the green of the lime, when one bites into the meringue, distracts the eye for the half-second required for the second mechanism to engage. The second mechanism is a small bounded apparition charm of my own design. Well, of our design, my love, we will be doing this together. That pulls anything which has, within the previous 3 seconds, ingested the pie into a small bounded interior dimension of the pie itself. The interior dimension is, by my measurements, approximately 1 cubic meter. The interior dimension is locked. The interior dimension can only be opened by the consent of both the baker and the witness. You, my love, would be the witness. I, my love, would be the baker. We could, between us, decide to keep the interior dimension closed forever or to release any contents we wished. The contents, while inside, would be in a way preserved. In suspension, could 2 beings, Dad, fit in 1 cubic meter? They could fit, my love, very tightly indeed. And if one of those 2 beings is in some way attached to the other, then both, my love, would have to enter together. The boy considered. Dad, the boy said, can the pie be served at the Halloween feast? The Joker, in his great leather armchair in the green firelight, in his white face and red mouth and green hair, beamed. Sweetheart, he said, I was thinking the very same thing. The Halloween feast, 3 weeks later, was a great occasion. The great hall had been decorated with floating pumpkins the size of small carts and great clouds of live bats wheeling overhead. The high table groaned with food. The students at the 4 house tables gorged. The professors at the high table beamed down indulgently. Mr. J, at his small place between Professor Sinistra and Professor Sprout, smiled the small, thin, sensible smile of a small, respectable barrister enjoying a small school occasion. Beside Mr. J, set on a small, dignified platter, was a small, bright key lime pie. The pie had a small, carved meringue top in the shape of a smiling face. Mr. J had, at the start of the feast, leaned over to Professor Sprout and explained in his small, apologetic British accent that the pie was a small offering of his own baking, a small specialty of his, and that he had brought enough for the high table and would be delighted if Professor Sprout were willing for her to be the first to slice. Professor Sprout had been delighted. The pie, by 10 minutes into the feast, had been distributed among the entire high table in small, careful slices. Each professor had a small slice on a small dessert plate by their elbow. Most of them, occupied with their main courses, had not yet touched the slice. A few, Professor Sinistra, Professor Flitwick, the boy noticed with quiet professional satisfaction, had taken a small experimental bite and were nodding politely. Mr. J had taken a small bite of his own and was, with great care, working through it. Professor Quirrell, 3 seats down, had a small slice in front of him. Professor Quirrell, however, had not eaten any of it. The boy at the Slytherin table was watching with his grave green attention. The boy was waiting. At exactly 8:43 on Halloween evening, the great oak doors of the great hall flew open with a sound like a small thunderclap. And Professor Quirrell, who had not been at the high table for some minutes, he had been, the boy noted, absent for several minutes, which was the absence he had been counting on, which was the absence he had built the timing of the pie around. Professor Quirrell came staggering down the central aisle of the hall with his great purple turban askew, and his small twitching face the color of a fresh corpse, and his hands lifted in the air as if to ward off a small invisible blow, and screamed in his familiar stammering voice, "Troll! Tea-troll in the dungeons!" The hall, as expected, erupted. The boy at the Slytherin table did not erupt. The boy waited. The boy waited as the headmaster stood and called for calm. The boy waited as the prefects rose to lead the houses to their dormitories. The boy waited as Quirrell, having delivered his message, swayed dramatically and pretended to faint into the arms of a passing teacher. The boy watched Quirrell pretend to faint. The boy noticed, in the small twitch of Quirrell's hands as he was caught, that Quirrell was, by his own accounting, very pleased with himself. The boy understood in this small twitch that Quirrell had created the troll, or had let it in, or had paid it, or had in some other way arranged for it to be in the dungeons, for the specific purpose of distracting the staff from a thing he intended to do during the chaos. The boy did not yet know what the thing was. The boy did not yet need to. The boy stood with the other Slytherins and filed toward the doors. As he passed the high table, he caught his father's alarming green eyes for one quick second. His father very slightly nodded. His father, in the same small gesture, very slightly lifted his small empty dessert plate. The pie was gone. The pie had been, the boy understood, deployed. The pie had been, at some point during the Quirrell staggering sequence, levitated by a small careful wandless gesture from Mr. J's left hand under the table off Quirrell's place setting and into Quirrell's robes. The pie was, even now, sitting inside Quirrell's inner pocket against Quirrell's small twitching ribcage. The pie was waiting. The boy walked with the other Slytherins out of the hall. The boy, halfway down the dungeon corridor, slipped, without anyone noticing, out of the line of his classmates and into a small dark side passage he had identified the previous week. The boy waited. Quirrell, 3 minutes later, came down the corridor at a small, fast scuttle, the way a man scuttles when he believes himself unobserved. Quirrell turned at the end of the corridor into a small, disused classroom. The boy in the side passage gave Quirrell exactly 5 seconds and then followed. Inside the small, disused classroom, Quirrell had paused in front of a great cracked mirror. The mirror had a strange, ornate frame. The mirror, the boy realized, was somehow important. Quirrell was staring into it with a small, twitching, desperate hunger. The mirror, the boy noticed, was not showing Quirrell's reflection. The mirror was showing, instead, a small, bright, distant scene the boy could not quite see from where he stood. Quirrell, staring into the mirror, gasped. A second voice, high and cold and not quite human, came from the back of Quirrell's neck. "Use the boy," the voice hissed. "Use the boy, use him, fool, bring him here now." The boy in the doorway did not wait to be brought. The boy stepped very quietly into the room. "Excuse me, Professor," the boy said in his small, soft voice. "I was looking for the kitchens," Quirrell whirled. Quirrell's small, twitching face, on seeing the boy, did several things at once: surprise, hunger, panic, calculation. "Peapotter." "Yes, sir." Why you should be in your dormitory." "I got lost, sir. I am hungry. The feast was, I didn't have any pie, sir. I was hoping the elves might have a little extra." Quirrell's small twitching eyes flicked to his own breast pocket. The boy could see very faintly the small bulge of the small key lime pie inside the pocket. Quirrell's expression cycled in 3 quick beats from hunger to panic to a strange calculating greed. "I have," Quirrell said carefully, "a small slice, Peapotter." "A small slice? I saved one from the feast. Would you like it?" "Oh, that's very kind, Professor. Yes, please." Quirrell, with a small shaking hand, reached into his breast pocket. He drew out the small key lime pie. He held it out to the boy. The boy, in his small soft voice, said, "Oh, but Professor, you should have some too. It would be rude to eat in front of you." Quirrell hesitated. Quirrell's small twitching face cycled again. From the back of his neck, the cold high voice hissed something the boy could not quite hear but which sounded like agreement or impatience or both. Quirrell very carefully broke the small pie in half. He gave one half to the boy. He raised the other half to his small twitching mouth. He bit. The boy, in his small soft voice, said, "Bon appetit." And then the boy, who had palmed his joy buzzer wand into his right hand at the very beginning of the encounter, pressed very gently the button on the base of the wand handle. The wand emitted in the small disused classroom a small soft bzzzzzt. The pie in Quirrell's small twitching hand did not at once visibly change. The pie, the boy understood, was at the level of its small bounded interior dimension opening. Quirrell, who had bitten the pie, swallowed. Quirrell, 3 seconds later, made a small, soft, astonished sound. The cold, high voice from the back of Quirrell's neck made a much louder sound. The cold, high voice made the small, angry shriek of a being who has, at the last possible second, recognized that a trap has closed. The boy watched, in his small, soft, grave, green attention. Quirrell, the cold, high voice, the small twitching body, the great purple turban, the small twitching hands, all of them in the next 2 seconds folded inward in a small clean implosion the size of a man and the speed of a slammed door and were gone, and what was left in the middle of the small, disused classroom was a small key lime pie sitting calmly on the dusty stone floor. The boy walked across the room. The boy picked up the pie. The boy examined the pie. The pie was unbroken. The small carved smiling face on the meringue top was, in the small disused classroom torchlight, smiling at him. The boy carried the pie very carefully in both small soft hands, back down the corridors, up the stairs, along the corridors of the second floor, up another stair, along another corridor, and into the small office of Professor J. The Joker was sitting in his great leather armchair behind his desk. His wig and latex off, his white face and green hair in the green firelight, his small private fourth smile on his red mouth. The boy walked across the office. The boy set the pie down on the desk in front of his father. The Joker, looking down at the pie, looked up at his son. "Sweetheart," he said softly, "did it work?" "Yes, Dad," the boy said in his small soft voice. "He is in the pie now with his other passenger. Both of them. I think they did not want to come in together, but the pie does not in the end give them a choice." The Joker reached out very carefully and took the small key lime pie. He held it up to the green firelight. He turned it slowly in his pale long hands. "2 for 1, he murmured. "A bargain, sweetheart, a bargain." "What will we do with them, Dad?" "We will keep them, my loves. We will keep them in the icebox in the back of the office. We will revisit them when the time is right. There may be, and I have a small suspicion, there may be other small bounded interior dimensions in the years to come that will benefit from being co-located with this one. We are, my darling, beginning a collection." "A collection of pies, Dad, a collection of pies." The boy, in his small soft voice, almost laughed. The Joker, behind the desk, very gently put down the small pie. He stood up. He came around the desk. He knelt down in front of his son. He took in his enormous white hands his son's small, soft face. "My darling boy," he said softly. "My darling, my sweet boy, my own boy, that was Harry, that was a thing of beauty, the patience, the reconnaissance, the bait, the reluctance to be served first, the small, soft bon appetit. Harry, my boy, you are the best student I have ever had. You are going to make, oh, sweetheart, oh, my love, you are going to make this school the funniest place that this world has ever seen." The boy, his small soft face in his father's enormous white hands in the green firelight in the small green office, did not laugh. The boy instead very quietly smiled. It was, the Joker noted with a small private wonder, the boy's first version of the small private fourth smile, the smile only the Joker had ever worn until now. Now the Joker thought there were 2 in the world. Outside in the corridors of Hogwarts, the great Halloween feast was breaking up. The troll in the dungeons, having been wrangled by McGonagall and Snape in a brief professional engagement that had ended with the troll knocked out in a girl's bathroom, was being escorted out of the castle. The first years were filing back to their dormitories. The bushy-haired Granger girl who had been hiding in the bathroom was being clucked over by McGonagall. The red-haired Weasley boy and his fellow Gryffindor first year had, the boy would later learn, distinguished themselves by saving the bushy-haired girl from the troll, and had been awarded house points by McGonagall and forgiven by Granger, who had, with the troll incident, somehow won her first Gryffindor friends in a manner that no one in the castle would ever quite be able to reconstruct. Up in a small office on the 3rd floor, the boy and his father stood for a long, quiet moment, looking down at a small key lime pie sitting on a desk. "To bed, my love," the Joker said softly at last. "Yes, Dad," the boy went. The boy, in his 4-poster with the green velvet hangings, slept the deep, clean sleep of a small, soft-spoken child who had, for the first time, killed a man for his father. The killing had been in its small, dignified way the most loving thing the boy had ever done. The killing had been a gift. The boy slept in the green velvet dark with the small smile of a child who has, at the very beginning of a long career, learned that he is good at the work. In a small green icebox in the back of a small green office on the third floor, a small key lime pie in its small bounded interior dimension contained in absolute silence the screaming entwined panicked twin selves of Quirinus Quirrell and the Dark Lord Voldemort who would remain in the icebox in suspension for the next 3 school years awaiting their cue. The cue the Joker had decided would come at the end of year 4. In the meantime, there was a great deal of work to be done. There were in particular in alphabetical order, Black Estranged, the Carrows, Crouch the Younger, Dolohov, Greybeck, the Lestranges, 3, the Macnairs, Malfoy the Elder, Not the Elder, Pettigrew, Small, Grey, and Slightly Damp, Rookwood, and Travers. Each of them, the Joker reflected, deserved their own small bespoke pie. He bent in the green firelight and kissed the small key lime pie on the small smiling meringue, very softly, the way a man might kiss a small sleeping child. He sat down behind his desk. He took out a small clean piece of parchment. He took out his small clean quill. He began in his small clean handwriting to draft the menu. It was going, he could already tell, to be a great year. Chapter 5. The Lestrange prank sequence. The summer between first year and second year passed at the warehouse in the small, private, contented way summers pass for boys who have, against all expectations, found a place they would prefer to be the rest of the year. The boy returned on the last day of June to the green clapboard warehouse on the third dock from the west. With his trunk and his joy-buzzer wand and his small careful collection of new books from the school library that he had checked out, without the Joker observed with quiet professional admiration, the librarian noticing him do so, since the boy had, over the course of his first year, perfected the small, soft art of looking past the librarian's eyes in a way that caused the librarian's eyes, in turn, to look past him. The Joker, having concluded the school year with the full and unblemished approval of the Hogwarts staff, Mr. J had by year's end been judged by Professor McGonagall to be the most effective defense against the dark arts instructor since the war had returned the day before. He was when the boy arrived in the kitchen of the warehouse already deep into his summer project, which was the construction on the long oak kitchen table of a small intricate cake. The cake was a wedding cake. It was 3 tiers, the tiers were stacked, the icing was the clean white of fresh snow. The icing was being applied in small, careful piped rosettes by the Joker himself with the air of a small, fussy Italian pâtissier. The Joker, when the boy walked in, looked up over his piping bag and smiled the small, private fourth smile. "My darling," the Joker said softly, "welcome home, wash your hands, I will need a small, steady second pair." The boy, who had been at Hogwarts for 9 months and had eaten in a great hall and slept in a 4-poster with green velvet hangings, looked around at the small kitchen of the warehouse, at the cracked linoleum, at the leaning fridge with the framed Mickey and Slime photograph still tacked to its door, at the small wheeled television cart still tuned to GCN, and felt in the place behind his sternum a small clean homecoming. "Yes, Dad," the boy said softly. He washed his hands. He picked up a second piping bag. The Joker very gently kissed the boy on the top of the green and black head. "To work," he said. They worked for most of the afternoon on the cake. The Joker had drawn up, on a small square of butcher paper pinned to the wall above the table, the technical specification of the small object they were building. The object was, on the outside, a small ordinary wedding cake of the kind that might be ordered for a small ordinary wedding of perhaps 100 guests. The object was, on the inside, the Joker explained in his low, warm, steady teaching voice, a small bounded recursive apparition trap, a small cake which when bitten by a wizard would apparate the wizard inside another cake of the same construction, which would in turn apparate the wizard if he bit it inside another cake of the same construction, which would apparate the wizard if he bit it inside another cake of the same construction, ad infinitum, until the wizard exhausted. Simply sat down inside a cake and waited. The boy, listening with his grave green attention, very softly asked, "When the wizard sits down, what does he sit on, Dad?" "Cake, my love." "And what does he breathe?" "Cake." The cake is the entire interior of the dimension. The cake is the air, the cake is the floor, the cake is the walls, the cake is the ceiling. The wizard, on entering the cake, simply becomes a thing inside a cake. Is the cake edible, Dad? Endlessly, the wizard once inside can in fact eat the cake. The cake, however, will regenerate. The cake will in fact regenerate slightly faster than the wizard can eat it. The wizard will, in time, be a wizard surrounded by more cake than when he arrived. And the wizard cannot apparate out. The wizard cannot apparate out because each apparition merely sends him into the next nested layer of the cake. The cake, my love, is recursive. The cake is a small infinity. The wizard who enters the cake enters in a sense a small infinity of cake. Dad, yes, my love, this is the best thing you have ever built. The Joker, his green hair flopping over his face as he leaned in to pipe a small, careful rosette, beamed. "Sweetheart," he said, "I built it for the Lestranges." The boy paused with his piping bag in the air. "They are out, Dad. They are out, my love. 12 days ago, the papers tried to bury it." The papers were instructed by the ministry to bury it. The papers did not do a very thorough job of burying it, because there are limits to what one can pay an editor to ignore. Bellatrix and Rodolphus and Rabiston Lestrange escaped from Azkaban in a small, clean three-person breakout. They are at this moment in hiding. They are in particular in hiding in a small, isolated manor in the South Downs that they have, by family arrangement, owned for some 140 years, and that the ministry in its small bureaucratic way has not yet thought to search. Why are they out, Dad? They are out, my love, because their master is missing. They have been waking up, each one of them in their small damp cells, with a small returning sense that the great cold dim presence in the back of their minds, the presence that has been absent for 11 years and very nearly 9 months, has begun since the autumn of last year to be slightly absent in a different way. The presence is no longer merely gone. The presence is now actively somewhere. The presence is, by their reading of the small psychic weather, being held. They cannot tell, of course, where. They cannot tell, of course, by whom, but they have determined in their small fanatical way that they should be out of Azkaban and looking. They have escaped to look. They are, my love, going to be very disappointed when they find out that the presence they are looking for is currently sitting in a small key lime pie in an icebox in my office on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts. The boy considered this. "Disappointed enough," the boy said softly, "to come for me? Disappointed enough, my love, to come for you? Yes, eventually. After they have made the small, careful preparations a small, fanatical band makes before they come for a small, soft-spoken, green-haired boy. We will not, my darling, wait for them to come. We will instead deliver to them first a wedding present." On the occasion of what? On the occasion of the reaffirmation of Bellatrix and Rodolphus's wedding vows, which is, I am pleased to say, a small ceremony scheduled to take place at the manor on the 23rd of August. A small ceremony of 3 persons, with ideally a small cake. The boy considered this. "How did you arrange," the boy said, "for them to have a wedding?" "I did not arrange the wedding, sweetheart. I merely arranged for them to learn, by a small private letter delivered through their Nocturne Alley solicitor, that the original Lestrange wedding ring, the small platinum one Bellatrix lost in 1968 at her honeymoon dinner, had been found by a small mudblood collector in Wiltshire and was regrettably about to be auctioned at a small Nocturne Alley estate sale on the 22nd of August, and that the small Nocturne Alley solicitor had, on the family's behalf, repurchased it. The ring is, of course, fake. The ring is, in fact, a small piece of tin that I personally bent on a Tuesday. The letter, however, was very convincing. Bellatrix, on receiving the ring, has, and I have this from a small private bird I have in the manor, a bird which is, in fact, an owl I have spent some weeks befriending with mice. Bellatrix has determined that the recovery of the ring is a sign of divine favor and has, in her small fanatical way, decided that the occasion warrants a small private ceremony of reaffirmation. She has scheduled it for the 23rd. She has decreed in her small fanatical way that there shall be cake. The boy considered this in silence for a long, quiet moment. "Dad," the boy said softly at last, "you are extraordinary. Thank you, my love. I love you very much." "I love you too, Dad." Pipe. "Yes, Dad," they piped. The cake by the late afternoon was finished. It sat on the kitchen table in 3 tiers of clean white icing with small, careful piped rosettes climbing up the sides and a small piped scroll across the front of the lowest tier reading, in elegant cursive, "To Bellatrix and Rodolphus on the occasion of your happiness." The cake was, by any standard of cake, magical or muggle, beautiful. The Joker, standing back to admire his work, made a small, pleased sound at the back of his throat. "My love." "Yes, Dad." "Test the dimensional binding." The boy, who had been issued for this purpose a small chocolate chip biscuit that was constructed on the same principle as the cake but at much smaller scale, withdrew the biscuit from his pocket and bit very carefully one edge. The biscuit in the boy's small soft hand did nothing visible for half a second, and then the boy in his small clean voice made a small soft sound of surprise. The boy was no longer standing at the kitchen table. The boy was standing inside a biscuit. The biscuit on the inside was a small spherical room the size of a wardrobe, the entire interior surface of which was a soft, warm chocolate chip cookie wall, chip-studded, slightly chewy to the touch, faintly fragrant. The floor was cookie. The ceiling was cookie. The walls were cookie. The boy stood in the middle of the small spherical room for perhaps 3 seconds, examining the cookie walls with his grave, green attention. The boy then tapped his joy buzzer wand against the cookie wall and said softly, "Out, please." The boy reappeared in the kitchen of the warehouse with a small smear of chocolate on his thumb. The Joker at the table beamed, and the recursion. "It works, Dad." Good, 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 my love, sweetheart. We have between us built a thing of beauty now." The Joker rubbed his enormous white hands together. "Now," he said, "we deliver." The delivery was, in the end, the simplest part of the operation. The Joker had befriended, over the course of 3 weeks of patient mouse bribery, a small barn owl belonging to the Lestrange Manor. The owl, by mid-August, regarded the Joker as a personal patron. The owl was, on the morning of August 22nd, the day before the ceremony, given the wedding cake in a small enchanted hamper and instructed in the small specific bird pigeon the Joker had picked up over the previous weeks to deliver the hamper to the manor with a small accompanying note. The note, written in the Joker's small, clean handwriting on a small piece of cream parchment, read, "With the compliments of the KNOCKTURN Alley Merchants Guild, on the happy occasion." The owls, the hamper, and the note left the warehouse window at 7 in the morning. By noon, the Joker's small private bird network confirmed that the hamper had been received at the manor by a small elderly house elf who had carried it into the manor kitchen and placed it on the long dining room sideboard where it would, on the morning of the 23rd, be presented at the ceremony. The boy, sitting at the kitchen table eating his red and purple cereal, listened to the report with his grave green attention. "They will eat the cake, Dad. They will eat the cake, my love. All 3 of them." All 3 of them, Bellatrix, who never met a sugar she did not love. Rodolphus, who is a fundamentally polite man under his sociopathy and would never refuse a slice from his own wife at his own ceremony. Rabistan, who is, by all accounts, the kind of younger brother who eats whatever is put in front of him without examining it. Yes, all 3. How long will it take? The first cake will pull them in at the first bite. The second cake will pull them in when they, in the small bounded cake interior, eventually try to bite their way out, which they will, because they are wizards and they are hungry. The third cake will pull them in when they bite the second. The fourth cake will pull them in when they bite the third. They will continue, my love, until they tire of biting. Then they will sit. Then eventually they will go to sleep. They will, in a small bounded layer of cake somewhere, fall asleep in a small spherical room with their backs against a soft, chewy wall, and they will sleep, my love, the deep, clean sleep of fanatics who have, after a long fanatical career, finally found a small, comfortable space to rest in. For how long, Dad? Until, I would estimate, until they are too old to care. Until the cake regenerates more cake than they can eat and the cake outlasts them. Until, in the fullness of time, they simply sit down in the cake and do not get up. Years, Dad. Years, my love. The boy considered. Will they be comfortable? They will be, my love, surrounded by an infinite quantity of high-quality wedding cake in a soft, warm, spherical room with no drafts and no rats and no dementors and no need to make conversation with each other beyond the small grunts of 2 siblings and a spouse who have, between them, spent the last 12 years in adjoining cells. They will be, by Lestrange standards, on a small permanent honeymoon. The boy, in his small, soft voice, almost laughed. The Lestrange Manor wedding, by all the available accounts, went off as planned. There were no Auror witnesses. The Lestranges had, by their fanatical nature, told no one. The small elderly house elf, who had been with the family for 4 generations, and who was the only living being besides the 3 Lestranges to attend the ceremony, was, by long bureaucratic precedent, not considered, by the Ministry of Magic, a legal witness. The house elf was, however, the only living witness, and it was from the house elf 3 weeks later when the Aurors finally raided the manor on a tip from an anonymous source. The anonymous source had been, of course, the small barn owl who had been delivered by Joker-trained instinct to the open window of the Auror office at 4 in the morning of the day after the ceremony with a small note pinned to its leg reading suggest checking Lestrang manner, been quiet too long, a friend. It was from the house elf that the ministry eventually reconstructed what had happened. The ceremony, the house elf told the Aurors in its small, high, reverent voice, had been small. There had been Bellatrix in her old wedding gown, which had not been worn in 20 years and which fit somewhat differently now. There had been Rodolphus in his old wedding robes, which fit slightly worse. There had been Rabistan in a small black coat as best man. There had been the small platinum ring, which Bellatrix had, the house elf reported, accepted with great solemnity and which she had on close examination after the ceremony, then noticed to be tin, which had caused a small bout of fanatical weeping that Rodolphus had patiently soothed by suggesting that the ring's spiritual value transcended its physical constitution, a position to which Bellatrix had, by the time the cake came out, returned. There had been a small, simple ceremony of reaffirmation, conducted by Rabistan from a small handwritten card. There had been a small, chaste exchange of kisses. There had been, then, the cake. The cake, the house elf reported, had been beautiful. The Lestranges had expressed, on uncovering the cake, small fanatical delight. Bellatrix had, with her own wand, sliced 3 small careful slices and placed them on 3 small porcelain plates. Each Lestrange had in unison, Bellatrix, then Rodolphus, then Rabistan, raised the first bite to the lips. The Lestranges, the house elf reported, had then disappeared. There had been no flash, there had been no smoke. There had been, the house elf reported in its small, high, reverent voice, only a small, soft puff of icing-scented air, and then the 3 Lestranges had simply ceased to be in the manor dining room. They had left on their 3 small porcelain plates 3 small pristine slices of cake. The cake on the table had remained. The cake had been, the house elf had noted, slightly smaller than before. It had given up some small portion of itself to whatever destination the Lestranges had been bound for. The cake had then very gently regenerated its missing portion in front of the house elf's small wet eyes, and had returned to its original size, and had sat on the table in 3 innocent untouched tears until the Aurors had arrived 3 weeks later. The Aurors on arrival had examined the cake. The Aurors had cast every detection spell in the Auror manual on the cake. The cake had registered to the Aurors' wands as a cake. The Aurors, after some hours of consultation, had decided to destroy the cake. The Aurors had cast a reductor curse at the cake. The cake had absorbed the reductor curse, and the cake had in response grown slightly. The Aurors had cast incendio. The cake had become briefly slightly toasted. The Aurors had cast evanesco. The cake had not evanesced. The Aurors had, in the end, after some hours of discussion, decided to leave the cake where it was, and had returned to the ministry with their report. The report, 3 days later, was leaked to the Daily Prophet. The Daily Prophet, on the morning of the 8th of September, ran the story on page 3 under the headline, LESTRANGE trio missing after wedding cake incident, ministry BAFFLED cake still on sideboard. The boy at the Slytherin breakfast table on the morning of September the 8th, reading his prophet over his red and purple cereal, smiled the small, soft, private fourth smile. At the high table, the small, respectable Mr. J, eating a small slice of toast with a small, respectable spread of marmalade, smiled very faintly in unison. Across the hall at the Gryffindor table, the bushy-haired Granger girl looked up from her own prophet, looked across at the Slytherin table, met the boy's eyes for one quiet second, frowned very slightly, and looked back down. She had, the boy was aware, been the only person in the school who had begun very quietly to wonder. The boy, in his small, soft voice, said nothing about her wondering. He simply added her in his small, careful internal map to a small list of names he would, in the years to come, attend to. Second year around this central event was a year of small, careful preparations. The boy attended his classes. The boy continued to perform competently without showing off. The boy made, by spring, 3 small, careful friendships. With the small, frowning Tracy Davis, who turned out to share his quiet love of textbooks, with the small, dark-haired Theodore Knott, who turned out to share his quiet inattention to other people's expectations, and with the great gentle pureblood twins Carrick and Kasha Greengrass, who turned out to share his quiet appreciation for a long silence. The boy, with these 3 friendships, began, for the first time in his life, to have, in the small, soft sense, a circle. The Joker, when told about the circle, was at first wary. He had, when he had built the boy, built him as a one and only, as a small, soft-spoken, green-haired apprentice to a single white-faced master. The boy having friends was, in the original blueprint, not specified. The boy having friends suggested to the Joker's deep, paranoid private mind the possibility of leakage of the small, soft-spoken boy beginning by small, soft degrees to be shaped by other small, soft hands. But the boy the Joker had to admit was now 12. The boy was clearly going to develop, regardless of the original blueprint, the way he was going to develop. The boy's friendships were, on close inspection, with 3 small, unobjectionable Slytherins of the small, unflashy interior life kind, none of whom had asked the boy to disclose anything he had not been ready to disclose, none of whom were currently a threat. The Joker, after a long, quiet night of consideration, decided to allow the friendships. He met all 3 of them one Wednesday in October at his private dinner with the boy. He was, for the occasion, in his small, thin, sensible Mr. J form. He made small, thin, sensible conversation. He served small, thin, sensible cocoa. The 3 small Slytherins, after some initial nervousness, warmed under his small, thin, sensible attention. Tracy Davis, on leaving, told the boy in a low, surprised voice that Professor J was, frankly, the nicest professor at the school. The boy, in his small, soft voice, agreed. The boy's relationship with Granger, the bushy-haired Gryffindor, did not develop a friendship. The boy's relationship with Granger developed instead a small, standing détente. Granger had, at some point during the first week of second year, clearly decided that the boy was a small problem to be observed. The boy had, in unison, clearly decided that Granger was a small problem to be observed. The 2 small problems had, by mid-second year, achieved a small, stable equilibrium of mutual observation. The boy nodded politely to Granger in the corridors, Granger nodded politely back. Neither of them spoke unless absolutely necessary, and both of them spent a great deal of time on opposite sides of the castle, considering the other. The boy did not, in second year, kill anyone else. The boy's father, in his small, careful curriculum, had explained that the first kill should be allowed to mature, the way a fine wine matures, before a second kill was undertaken. The pie of Quirrell and Voldemort would, the Joker explained in a small, careful Wednesday evening lecture, be the foundational object on which the boy's later career would be built. The boy should permit himself an entire school year of simply living with that foundational fact in the back of his mind before he added a second. The boy in his small, soft, careful way agreed. The Joker in second year taught his defense against the dark arts classes with what the staff agreed was unprecedented brilliance. He worked all year with first through fifth years on the small specific subject he had introduced in the first lesson, the management of human intent. He taught in second year a unit on lie detection that had the entire fourth year reading their classmates' faces over breakfast for 3 weeks. He taught in second year a unit on tactical retreat that had the entire third year better at hiding behind furniture than the average Hogwarts professor. He taught in second year a unit on improvised weaponry from common school supplies that resulted in a brief school-wide moratorium on the carrying of inkwells. The staff by the end of second year were openly relieved that the defense against the dark arts post was no longer being held by a small twitching turban man who had vanished without explanation at the end of the previous year. The boy was the only person in the castle, besides his father, who knew where Quirrell had gone. The post was instead being held by a small, respectable barrister with a small, thin, sensible mouth and a great mind. Snape, the thin, sallow potions master, watched all of this from 3 seats down at the high table. Snape, over the course of second year, did not approach Mr. J directly. Snape, over the course of second year, did not approach the boy directly. Snape, over the course of second year, did exactly 2 things. The first was that he watched. The second was that he, on 3 separate occasions across the year, found himself sitting at the high table next to Mr. J, at a Christmas feast, at an end-of-term staff dinner, at a small impromptu staff drink on the evening of Valentine's Day. And on each of these 3 occasions, Snape said exactly one carefully chosen sentence to Mr. J. On the first occasion, the sentence was, "The boy's mother had green eyes, you know." On the second occasion, the sentence was, "I am professionally very good at identifying voices." On the third occasion, the sentence was, "If I am right, sir, I should very much like to know why." Mr. J on each occasion had smiled the small, thin, sensible smile and had said in his small, thin, sensible voice, "Severus, you will in time know everything you need to know. You will know it, in fact, before anyone else in the castle. I ask only your patience." Snape, on the third occasion, after a long silent moment, had nodded once slowly and had returned to his glass of mead. Snape, by the end of second year, had not done anything with his suspicion. Snape, the boy understood, had decided to wait and see what kind of damage Mr. J was going to do. Snape, the boy understood, had spent 12 years quietly hoping that some kind of damage of some kind would be done. Snape was prepared, the boy understood, to extend Mr. J a small private professional courtesy in the form of patience, for as long as Mr. J kept doing the kind of damage that aligned, in a way Snape was not yet ready to articulate, with Snape's own private interior. The boy filed Snape away. Second year ended on a high, warm afternoon in June. The boy boarded the Hogwarts Express with his trunk and his J-buzzer wand and his 3 small careful friendships and his small careful internal map of the school. He sat this year in a compartment with Tracy Davis and Theodore Knott. They played all the way back to London a small card game Theodore had invented in his head over the course of the year, in which the rules changed slightly each round and the winner was the player who had the best memory of the changes. Tracy won. The boy, by careful and ostentatious miscounting of his cards, came second ahead of Theodore. Theodore, looking briefly across at the boy as the train pulled into King's Cross, almost smiled. On the platform, Mr. J was waiting in his small, respectable Mr. J form. The boy went to him. The two of them walked hand in hand, the small, respectable barrister and the small, soft-spoken, green-haired son, through the brick wall and out of King's Cross and into a black taxicab. In the taxi, the Joker leaned across. "The papers, my love," he whispered, "are still talking about the cake." "I know, Dad." They have, in the last week, identified a small group of Nocturne Alley cake decorators who they believe may have been involved. The decorators are, I should mention, all guilty of a great many other things, and none of them are guilty of this thing, but they will, between them, hang very satisfactorily for it. "Are you going to allow that, Dad?" The Joker considered. "I am, my love, going to allow it. The decorators are, by every measure, men whose continued existence in this world is a small mathematical drain on the joy of others. They are bullies, they are blackmailers. They are, on the side, the kind of small, petty, cruel men who beat their wives and shame their daughters. I have, in fact, been considering them for some time as suitable subjects for one of my smaller bespoke pies. The ministry, by hanging them for the wedding cake, will simply be doing what I would otherwise have had to do. I am in this grateful." "It is efficient, Dad. It is efficient, my love," the boy considered. "Dad, yes, my love, what do we do this summer?" The Joker, in the taxi in the slanted London afternoon light, smiled the small private fourth smile. "Sweetheart," he said, "this summer we build." "Build what?" this summer we build the small bespoke pies one by one with great care. For Black and the Carrows and Crouch the Younger and Dolohov and Greybeck and Macnair and Malfoy the Elder, and Not the Elder and Pettigrew and Rookwood and Travers. Each pie, my love, will be, and this is the part that thrills me, specific. Each pie will be designed for the man. Each pie will be the small individual joke that man, by his own life, has spent his entire career writing for himself. We will, in short, be a small bespoke pie bakery. The boy considered. Dad, yes, my love. That is going to be, the boy said softly, the best summer I have ever had. The Joker laughed in the taxi, the small private fourth smile laugh, and the cabbie, glancing in the rearview mirror at the small respectable barrister and the small soft-spoken green-haired son in the back seat, thought that he had not in many years seen a father and a son so plainly fond of each other. The summer in the warehouse was as advertised. The boy and his father in the long, warm Gotham afternoons designed 11 small bespoke pies. The pies were, by the end of August, lined up on the long oak kitchen table in 3 careful rows. Each pie was labeled, in the Joker's small clean handwriting, on a small white card pinned to the rim of the pie tin. The pies were a small bespoke chocolate fudge pie for Antonin Dolohov. Dolohov had in his career killed a particular set of 3 siblings with a particular curse that produced in its victims a sensation of being slowly suffocated by warm chocolate. The pie reversed the polarity. A small bespoke cherry pie for Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew had in his career sold 3 friends to a wolf. The pie was, by close construction, the kind of small, cheerful, self-evidently friendly pie a friend might bake for another friend. The pie's small bounded interior dimension was a small bounded version of a particular barn the Joker had identified on a particular property in the Forest of Dean. The pie, when bitten, would do in slow theatrical detail the small specific work the situation called for. A small bespoke mince pie for Augustus Rookwood. Rookwood in his career had been a small petty bureaucratic informant of the Department of Mysteries. The mince pie's small bounded interior dimension was a small bounded version of the Department of Mysteries, in which Rookwood would be, for the rest of his life, the only living being with no informants to inform on. A small bespoke pumpkin pie for the elder Crouch's son. Crouch the Younger had in his career been a small fanatical patricide in waiting. The pumpkin pie's small bounded interior dimension was a small bounded family Christmas dinner, set on a permanent loop, with the small bounded version of Crouch's father presiding over the head of the table. Crouch the Younger, the boy and his father had agreed, would suffer this exquisitely. A small bespoke key lime pie, second of the line, for Bartemius Crouch the Elder. Crouch the Elder, in his small bureaucratic way, was guilty of certain things that the elder Crouch's son was, in a more direct way, guilty of having reacted to. The second key lime pie was the elder Crouch's small bespoke punishment, separate from but adjoining the pumpkin pie. The 2 pies, by careful construction, could be opened from one to the other at the right time. A small bespoke pecan pie for Walden Macnair. Macnair was a small, enthusiastic executioner of magical creatures. The pecan pie's small bounded interior dimension was a small forest in which Macnair was, in perpetuity, a small magical creature. A small bespoke chouflé pie for Fenrir Greybeck. Greybeck was a small, enthusiastic werewolf who specialized in attacking children. The chouflé pie's small bounded interior dimension was a small, permanent moonless night, in which Greyback would, for the rest of his life, never transform again, but would also never sleep. A small bespoke pecan pie, second of the line, for Travers. Travers had killed a particular minor wizard whose minor cousin the Joker had, by long correspondence, befriended over the course of the previous year as part of his pie research. The second pecan pie was, for Travers, the small specific punishment Travers had earned. A small bespoke apple pie for the Carrows, 1 each. The Carrows, the boy noted in his small careful research, were 2 small siblings who had between them tortured a great quantity of small children at Hogwarts during the First Wizarding War. The 2 apple pies were a match set, designed to lock the 2 Carrows into a small bounded interior dimension consisting of a small bounded version of a Hogwarts corridor in which the 2 Carrows would be in perpetuity, the 2 small children being tortured. A small bespoke banoffee pie for Sirius Black. This pie was, by the Joker's design, slightly different from the others. It would not, when bitten, send Sirius Black into a small bounded interior dimension. It would, when bitten, send Sirius Black through a small one-way portkey to a small specific address in Gotham at which the Joker had arranged, with great care, a small reception for him, the details of which the Joker had not yet disclosed to the boy but which involved, the boy understood, a small private conversation about the night of the boy's birth and the small specific friend of the boy's first parents who had in fact sold them. Sirius Black would, after this small private conversation, be released, alive, restored, and informed. He would then be allowed to do whatever he wished. A small bespoke lemon meringue pie for the elder Malfoy. This pie the boy and his father had agreed would be Lucius Malfoy's pie, but Lucius Malfoy's pie would not in fact contain Lucius Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy, by careful design, would not be sent into a small bounded interior dimension. Lucius Malfoy would, by careful design, be sent into a small bounded set of public events that would, in their unfolding, do for him exactly what the small bounded interior dimension would have done. The lemon meringue pie was the trigger. The events were the dimension. The events would unfold, the Joker had decided, over the course of the boy's third year. The boy, looking at the 3 careful rows of pies on the long oak table at the end of August, in the warm yellow Gotham summer light coming through the high windows of the warehouse, breathed in, "Dad, yes, my love, we are by my count going to do a great deal of work this year. Yes, my love, we are, and after Dad, after all the pies, after all the small bespoke punishments, after everyone in the long list. Yes, my love, there is still the man in the icebox. There is still the small key lime pie, there is still the great cold dim presence." The Joker very gently put his enormous white hand on his son's small soft head. "Yes, my love, there is still Voldemort, yes. He is still in the icebox waiting, and we will in time attend to him, but not yet. We will, my love, do the small punishments first. We will save him for last. We will save him, my love, for the final joke, the cleanest joke, the funniest joke." "Why, Dad?" "Because, sweetheart, because the small bespoke punishments are the small bespoke punishments. They are the small individual jokes for the small individual men. They are in their way small, but Voldemort, my love. Voldemort is the big joke. Voldemort is the headline act. Voldemort is the punchline that has to land last. We will, my love, do the work on him in his proper time, in his proper place, with his proper ceremony, on his proper stage. When Dad, at the end of year 4, my love." "Why year 4? The Joker smiled the small private fourth smile. "Because," he said softly, "I have been planning for some time the small specific stagecraft of the thing, and the small specific stagecraft requires by its design a small specific occasion, a small specific cup. A small specific cup that is, by the regular calendar of the school, presented at the end of year 4. A small specific cup that is, by long tradition, set up as a portkey. A small specific cup that takes the winner to a small specific graveyard. A small specific graveyard where, my love, our great cold dim friend will, by his own design, attempt to be reborn. And we will, my love, be there. We will be there with, and this is the part I am most pleased with, we will be there with cake." The boy in the warm yellow Gotham summer light in the small warehouse kitchen, surrounded by 11 small bespoke pies, in his small soft voice almost laughed. "That is," the boy said softly, "going to be the funniest one of all. That, my love," the Joker said, "is the plan." And the boy and his father, in the long warm Gotham afternoon, stood for a long quiet moment looking at the 3 careful rows of pies on the long oak table, with the small private satisfaction of 2 artists who have, after a long careful season of work, completed the small careful sketch of the great work they intend over the next 2 years to paint. Outside, on the rain-bright Gotham streets, the long Gotham summer was ending. Inside, on the long oak kitchen table, 11 small bespoke pies sat in 3 careful rows, each waiting, with great patience, for the small individual man whose name was pinned to the small white card on the rim of the small pie tin. In a small icebox on the 3rd floor of a small office in a great Scottish castle 3,000 miles away, a small key lime pie sat in absolute silence, containing 2 screaming entwined panicked twin selves, also waiting. In a small cake on a sideboard in a small abandoned manor in the South Downs, 3 small Lestranges, deep in the interior, had by this point found a small comfortable corner of cake in which to sit, and had Rodolphus first, then Bellatrix, then Rabiston fallen asleep with their backs against the soft, chewy walls. They would not wake up for years. Chapter 6: The Lucius Hare Crisis and Pettigrew Pie. 3rd year began on a Wednesday at the end of a long, warm September, and the boy, walking up the long, polished aisle of the Great Hall to the Slytherin table on the first night of the term, was, by the small private calculation of every face that watched him pass, taller, paler, and quieter than he had been at the end of the previous June. The boy had grown perhaps 3 inches over the summer. The boy's green and black hair had, by some quiet seasonal process, settled into a small, clean style, half falling over the lightning bolt scar, half pushed back behind one ear, that suggested a small private attention to the small private question of one's own face. The boy's small black school robes had been replaced by his father's quiet seamstress in Nocturne Alley with a small new set of robes cut on a slightly sharper line. The boy's J buzzer wand in its small black holster on the inside of his left forearm was where it had always been, but it was now, the boy himself had felt this on the train, a small more permanent fixture of his body, the way the small lightning bolt scar was a permanent fixture of his head. The boy sat down at the Slytherin table next to Tracy Davis. Tracy, on the boy's arrival, gave him a small soft nod. Theodore Knott, across the table, gave him a small soft nod. The Greengrass twins, 2 seats down, gave him a small soft pair of nods. The boy nodded back to each in turn, and the four of them in their small, soft Slytherin way did not need to say anything more. At the high table, Mr. J, Professor J, this year his third year in the post, sat between Professor Sinistra and Professor Sprout in his small, respectable dark robes and his small, thin, sensible smile, and watched the boy sit down with a small, private father's pride. He had been all summer his real self in the warehouse. He had been this week slowly reverting. The latex in the brown wig and the small, thin, sensible mouth had in the small bathroom of his Hogwarts quarters been reapplied on Sunday evening. By Wednesday morning, the small respectable barrister had returned to being in all visible ways the small respectable barrister. The boy had noticed, on first seeing his father in the great hall before the feast, that the brown wig was slightly different from the previous years. The brown was a fraction darker, the parting a fraction more to the left. The boy had also noticed that his father in the small dressing table mirror of his Hogwarts quarters had clearly been practicing a small new variant of the small, thin, sensible smile, one that pulled up slightly more on the right than on the left. The boy, watching his father across the high table, felt the small, soft, private satisfaction of a child who has been raised by a craftsman. At the feast, the new headmaster's announcements were brief. There was a small new groundskeeper assistant. There was a small change in the Quidditch schedule. There was, regrettably, the headmaster reported, a small administrative reshuffling of the Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum to incorporate this year a small new module on practical defensive engagement which would be taught, the headmaster nodded down the table, by Professor J in collaboration with a small distinguished guest lecturer who would be present for several sessions throughout the year. The boy at the Slytherin table very softly raised his glass of pumpkin juice to his lips, hiding a small private smile. The Joker had, over the summer, written to himself, in the persona of an obscure Italian dueling master named Signor Joseph Verd, and had arranged for Signor Verd to be invited to the school for a small lecture series. Signor Verd was, of course, the Joker. The Joker, on the days Signor Verd was scheduled to lecture, would simply replace the small, thin, sensible Mr. J Glamour with a small, dark mustachioed Italian weed Glamour, and would lecture, with great brio, on small bespoke dueling techniques the small Italian had developed in his small Italian career. Signor Verd would, the Joker had informed the boy, be especially helpful for demonstrating to a select few advanced students the small specific dueling techniques the boy himself would need to know for the events of Year 4. The boy raised his glass. The Joker at the high table raised his own. The two of them very softly drank. The first pie deployed during third year was the Pettigrew pie. It was deployed in the second week of October, on a small specific Friday afternoon, in a small specific corner of the Forbidden Forest, by a small specific combination of stagecraft and bird networks signaling that the Joker had spent 3 weeks setting up. Peter Pettigrew, who had spent the previous 12 years living in his animagus form as a small fat balding pet rat in the small fat hands of the youngest Weasley boy, had at some point during the summer left the Weasley boy's possession under the cover of a small staged escape. Pettigrew had, over the course of August, made his small careful way to a small dilapidated barn in the Forest of Dean. Pettigrew had taken up residence there as a small fat balding pet rat in a small fat human form, eating poorly, drinking out of small puddles, and gnawing on the small wooden beams of the barn when his small fat human teeth permitted. Pettigrew had been all summer deep in the small fat planning of a small fat scheme to recover, by certain small fat means, the small dim absent presence of his master. Pettigrew had not, however, known that his small dim absent presence was, as of the previous Halloween, sitting in an icebox in an office on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts. Pettigrew had not, in fact, known that he himself was, as of the previous summer, the subject of a small bespoke cherry pie. The pie had been delivered to the barn on the morning of the small specific Friday by a small specific arrangement. The same small barn owl who had delivered the wedding cake to the Lestrange Manor had carried in a small enchanted hamper the small bespoke cherry pie to the barn, where the owl had, by long Joker training, left the hamper just inside the open barn door with a small white card that read, in the small clean handwriting that resembled the handwriting of a sympathetic but unspecified friend. With sympathy on your lonely circumstances, eat well. Pettigrew, finding the hamper at midday, had been suspicious for perhaps 90 seconds. Pettigrew had then noticed that the pie smelled of fresh cherries. Pettigrew, in his small fat way, had not eaten a fresh cherry pie since the small fat childhood Christmas of 1957. Pettigrew had, in his small fat way, sat down on a small bale of hay in the corner of the barn and had cut himself a small fat slice of the pie with a small fat penknife, and had, with the small specific dignity of a small fat lonely man permitting himself a small fat lonely treat, raised the first small fat bite to his small fat mouth. He had bitten, he had swallowed. The pie on the bale of hay in front of him in the next 2 seconds had, by long Joker design, uncurled. The crust had unfolded in slow theatrical petals around the rim of the tin. The cherry filling, which the Joker had spent some weeks animating, had with a small soft squelch flowed up and over the rim of the tin in a slow, inevitable wave the deep dark red of a venous wound, and had with a small soft puff of cherry-scented air begun in the slow, careful manner of a small attentive snake, to extend itself across the barn floor toward Pettigrew's small fat feet. Pettigrew had within 2 more seconds begun to scream. The scream, recorded by the small specific Joker-trained bird in the small specific rafter, was, by the small specific bird's account, the small specific scream of a small fat man who had at last, after a long lifetime of small fat evasions, met the cherry pie of his small fat fate. Pettigrew had attempted in his small fat panic to apparate. The apparition had failed. The pie was, by long Joker design, anti-apparition. Pettigrew had attempted in his small fat panic to transform into his small fat rat form. The transformation had succeeded. The cherry filling, however, did not appear to care. The cherry filling, having reached Pettigrew's small fat boots, was now climbing in a slow, careful, inevitable spiral up Pettigrew's small fat legs, regardless of Pettigrew's small fat species. Pettigrew had attempted in his small fat rat panic to flee. The cherry filling had with a small soft squelch wrapped around Pettigrew's small fat rat tail and held him in place. Pettigrew had attempted in his small fat rat desperation to chew through the cherry filling. The cherry filling had, by long Joker design, been delicious. Pettigrew, after the first small fat rat bite, could not stop. Pettigrew had for perhaps a full minute chewed through the cherry filling with the small fat rapture of a small fat rat who has at last found a small fat snack. The cherry filling had, while being chewed, climbed steadily higher on Pettigrew's small fat rat body. By the time Pettigrew, in his small fat rat way, had eaten enough cherry filling to fill his small fat rat belly, the rest of the cherry filling had reached Pettigrew's small fat rat throat. Pettigrew had, at this point, looked up with his small fat rat eyes at the small Joker-trained bird in the small specific rafter. The bird, by long Joker training, had blinked once, very slowly, at Pettigrew. The cherry filling had, with a small soft squelch, closed over Pettigrew's small fat rat face. Pettigrew had, with a small soft puff of cherry-scented air, been pulled in his small fat rat form into the small bounded interior dimension of the pie. The small bounded interior dimension of the pie was, by long Joker design, a small bounded version of the small dilapidated barn in the Forest of Dean. Pettigrew, on arrival, had found himself standing in the middle of the small bounded barn, in his small fat human form. The small bounded interior dimension had restored him to his standard species, as the small bounded interior dimension was designed to do, with the cherry filling having vanished. Pettigrew had stood for some moments looking around in confused relief. The barn had then, by long Joker design, slowly filled in the next 10 seconds with a great quantity of small fat additional rats, all of whom were small fat illusory rats, all of whom were the small fat shades of every small fat friend Pettigrew had ever in his small fat career sold. The shades had then, by long Joker design, begun to speak. The shades had spoken with great care for the next several hours about the small specific details of each small specific betrayal Pettigrew had in his small fat career performed. Pettigrew, in the small bounded barn in the middle of the small fat shades, sat down on the floor with his small fat back against the wall and put his small fat hands over his small fat ears. The shades were, by long Joker design, audible through small fat hands. Pettigrew had then begun in his small bounded barn to weep. He would, by the Joker's small private estimate, weep on and off in the small bounded barn for the next 40 years. The pie on the bale of hay in the small dilapidated barn in the Forest of Dean sat in absolute innocence. The cherry filling, having delivered its small fat passenger, had retracted itself neatly back into the tin. The crust, having uncurled, had recurled. The pie sat with a small clean innocent slice missing from one side, the way a small clean innocent pie sits when one small clean innocent slice has been eaten. The small Joker-trained bird in the small specific rafter took off from the rafter, flew across the Forest of Dean, flew across the English Channel, flew across the North Sea, and landed 3 hours later on the high windowsill of the small office on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts. The bird carried in its small specific beak a small specific message tied to a small specific feather. The message read, "Cherries delivered." Mr. J, sitting at his desk in his small, thin, sensible Mr. J form, read the message. Mr. J stood up. Mr. J walked, in his small, thin, sensible way, down the corridor to the small dungeon stairwell and down the small dungeon stairwell to the Slytherin common room, where he paused, in his small, thin, sensible way, to send a small, thin, sensible message via a passing prefect to the 3rd-year dormitory, requesting that the boy come to Mr. J's office for a small, thin, sensible question regarding a small, thin, sensible matter of homework. The boy, in his small black robes, climbed the stairs and walked down the corridors and entered the small, thin, sensible office. Mr. J closed the door. Mr. J peeled off the small, thin, sensible glamour in 3 small, thin, sensible movements. The Joker, with his white face and red mouth and green hair, beamed at his son in the green firelight. "My darling," he whispered, "cherries are delivered." The boy, in his small, soft voice, almost laughed. The Daily Prophet, 2 mornings later, ran the story on page 8 in the small, dim corner reserved for the small, dim weekly column called Strange News. The column was edited by a small, dim copy editor named Higgins, who had, over a long, dim career, developed a small, dim eye for the small, dim sort of news item that did not, on its own merits, deserve any other section of the paper, but which was, on close inspection, slightly too interesting to throw out altogether. The column ran every Sunday. The column was, in its small, dim way, the best-read column in the paper because every wizard in Britain who pretended to read the Quibbler in private read Strange News in public. The story on the small, dim Sunday morning ran under the headline, "Empty Cherry Pie Found in Abandoned Barn, Rat Bones Missing." The story read, in small, dim 7-point type. A small, dilapidated barn in the Forest of Dean was the scene this week of a small, puzzling incident in which a small, empty cherry pie was discovered by a small passing groundsman, sitting on a small bale of hay in the center of the barn, with a small clean slice missing from one side, and with the surrounding floor showing small clear signs of having been recently occupied by a person or persons of small recent residence. No persons, however, were found. The groundsman, on examining the barn, found also a small set of small recent rat droppings, consistent with the small recent presence of a small fat rat, but found, when he attempted to follow the rat droppings to their small recent source, that the small recent rat droppings simply ended in the middle of the barn floor without further trail. The pie has been turned over to the Ministry of Magic, where preliminary tests have determined that the pie is, in its substance, an entirely ordinary cherry pie of the kind that might be served at a small, ordinary family dinner. A spokesperson for the Auror office declined to comment. The boy at the Slytherin table on the Sunday morning read the column over his red and purple cereal with the small, soft, private fourth smile. At the high table in his small, thin, sensible Mr. J form, the Joker read the same column over his small, thin, sensible toast, and smiled the small, thin, sensible smile. Down the table in his thin, sallow, lank black silence, Snape watched the both of them and said nothing, and very slightly inclined his head in the way of a man who is listening to a small piece of music he can almost identify. The hair crisis for Lucius Malfoy did not begin all at once. It began instead with a small, persistent itch. Lucius Malfoy, on the morning of the 14th of October, was sitting in the small private drawing room of Malfoy Manor in a small private silk dressing gown the color of cold porridge, taking his small private morning tea in the small private way he had taken it every morning for 30 years. He was, in the small private way of a small private patriarch, alone. His small private wife had taken his small private son to a small private dressmaker in London. His small private house elves had been instructed, in his small private way, to not disturb him before 10. He was reading, in his small private way, the small private morning paper. He noticed at perhaps 8:20 that his small private head was very faintly itching. He scratched very faintly the small private crown of his head. He returned in his small private way to the small private morning paper. He noticed at perhaps 8:22 that the small private itching had not gone away. He scratched again more firmly. He noticed at perhaps 8:25 that the small private itching had in fact intensified. He set down in his small private way the small private morning paper. He stood in his small private way from his small private armchair. He walked in his small private way across the small private drawing room to the small private gilt-framed mirror on the far wall, and peered in his small private way at his small private reflection. The mirror by small specific Joker design. The small specific Joker design had taken 19 weeks to install, via 3 small specific contractors, one of whom had been a small specific house elf the Joker had befriended on a small specific previous occasion, the other 2 of whom had been a small specific pair of Nocturne Alley plasterers. Showed Lucius Malfoy his small private reflection in the way the mirror had shown Lucius Malfoy his small private reflection every morning for 15 years. The reflection was, in every visible detail, identical to Lucius Malfoy. The reflection had Lucius Malfoy's small private long pale face. The reflection had Lucius Malfoy's small private hooked nose. The reflection had Lucius Malfoy's small private cold gray eyes. The reflection had also in the small private crown of its head a small specific shimmer. The shimmer was in fact a small specific image the small specific Joker mirror had been overlaying onto the small private reflection for several weeks, first very faintly, then slightly more visibly, then by today with the small specific clarity of an actual visible object. The image was a small specific glyph. The glyph was, by long magical tradition, the glyph for Horcrux. Lucius Malfoy, on seeing the small specific shimmer, made a small specific sound at the back of his small specific throat. Lucius Malfoy, on seeing the small specific glyph, leaned closer to the mirror. Lucius Malfoy, on confirming the small specific glyph, took 2 steps back from the mirror. Lucius Malfoy, in his small private silk dressing gown, in his small private drawing room on the small private morning of the 14th of October, was now, by his small private reading of the situation, in possession of a small private piece of horrifying small private information. The information was that the small absent presence of his small absent master, the great cold dim being whose small dim mark Lucius Malfoy had carried on his small private left forearm for 30 years, had at some small specific moment over the last several years, silently without Lucius's knowledge, lodged a small specific horcrux in the small private hair of Lucius Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy, on this small private realization, did not panic. Lucius Malfoy was after all a small private patriarch. Lucius Malfoy was after all a small private aristocrat. Lucius Malfoy was after all a small private wizard of long and small private standing. Lucius Malfoy, in the small private moment of small private realization, simply turned very slightly pale and walked in his small private way across the small private drawing room to the small private door, and called very softly for his small private head house elf. The small private head house elf on small private summons arrived. Lucius Malfoy, in his small private way, requested a small private pair of small private silver shears. The small private head house elf, in its small private way, fetched them. Lucius Malfoy, in his small private way, sat down on a small private stool in front of the small private gilt-framed mirror. Lucius Malfoy, in his small private way, began with the small private silver shears to shave his small private head. He shaved in the small private way of a small private patriarch very carefully. He shaved his small private long blonde hair down to the small private scalp. He shaved every small private follicle. He shaved in his small private patient way for 1 hour and 17 minutes. He shaved by the end until his small private head was a small private smooth shining pale dome, like a small private egg. The small specific shimmer in the mirror by the small specific Joker design of the small specific mirror had over the course of the small private shaving slowly faded layer by small private layer in step with the layers of small private hair being removed. By the end of the small private shaving, the small specific shimmer was gone. Lucius Malfoy, in the small private mirror, looked at his small private bald head. Lucius Malfoy, in the small private mirror, looked at the small private silver shears in his small private hand. Lucius Malfoy, in his small private silk dressing gown in his small private drawing room, on the small private morning of the 14th of October, surrounded by the small private detritus of a small private lifetime of carefully cultivated small private hair, began in his small private way to weep. He wept in his small private way for some 35 minutes. He wept with the small private silent contained dignity of a small private aristocrat who has, at last, met a small private indignity he cannot, by any small private means, deny. He wept without producing, in his small private silent way, any small private audible sound. The small private head house elf, watching from the small private doorway, very slowly backed out of the small private drawing room and went to fetch, on its own small private initiative, a small private cup of tea. When Lucius Malfoy finally stopped weeping, he stood up in his small private way from the small private stool. He walked in his small private way across the small private drawing room to the small private writing desk. He took in his small private way a small private piece of parchment. He wrote in his small private way, in his small private elegant hand, a small private note. The note read, "I have taken a small private trip to London on a small private matter. Expect me when you see me. LM." He folded the note in his small private way. He left the note on the small private mantelpiece. He went in his small private way upstairs to his small private dressing room and changed in his small private way from his small private silk dressing gown into his small private full traveling robes, which by his small private long-standing preference included a small private wide-brimmed black hat. The hat on his small private bald head looked, by the small private mirror's assessment, wrong. The hat on his small private bald head looked in fact like a hat on a bald head. Lucius Malfoy, in his small private way, removed the hat. He put it down. He stood for a small private moment in his small private dressing room, in his small private bald head. He was, by his small private reading, a small private man who needed, urgently, a small private wig. He apparated in his small private way directly to a small private alleyway off Nocturne Alley. The alleyway in question contained, as Lucius Malfoy had over many small private years discreetly learned, the small private finest wigmaker in magical Britain, a small private establishment called Madame Babidy's Bespoke Hairpieces, located at the back of a small private courtyard, behind a small private door painted the small private color of cold tea, with a small private brass nameplate that read in small private letters, "BY appointment only." Lucius Malfoy, on this small private occasion, did not have a small private appointment. He pushed open the small private door anyway. Inside the small private establishment, the small private proprietress, Madame Babbity, a small private witch of approximately his own small private age, with a small private hooked nose and small private cold gray eyes that the boy would later note very strikingly resembled Lucius's own, looked up from her small private counter and saw, in her small private doorway, a small private man in small private full traveling robes, with a small private wide-brimmed black hat held very still in his small private hand, and a small private bald head shining in the small private afternoon light. The small private proprietress, in her small private way, slowly removed her small private reading spectacles. "Lucius," Madame Babbity said softly. "Babbity? What? I need a wig, Babbity. I need a wig. I need it today. I need it precisely matched. I need it precisely cut. I need it precisely glued. I have, for reasons which I am not at liberty to discuss, lost, through small private causes which I am not at liberty to discuss, the small private entirety of my small private hair, and I have come to you, Babbity, because in all of the small private wig-making establishments of magical Britain you are, by my small private assessment, the small private best." Madame Babbity, in her small private way, did not say anything for a small private moment. Madame Babbity, in her small private way, slowly took out a small private notepad from the small private counter and a small private quill, and in her small private way began to make a small private note. "Sit down, Lucius. Yes, in the chair. Yes, and take off the hat. Yes." He sat, he took off the hat. He sat in the small private chair, in front of the small private mirror, with his small private bald head shining in the small private afternoon light, while Madame Babbity, in her small private way, took out a small private measuring tape and began, in her small private way, to measure his small private head. The boy, on the morning of the 15th of October, sitting at the Slytherin breakfast table with his Daily Prophet open to page 8, read the small dim Sunday Strange News column with his red and purple cereal. The column, on the small dim Sunday morning, ran under the headline, "Prominent Wizard Seen Entering KNOCKTURN Alley Wig Shop, Reportedly Bald Source. Something has happened to his hair," the story read in small dim 7-point type. A small prominent wizard of long-standing public reputation was observed, on Friday afternoon, entering Madame Babbity's bespoke hairpieces, a small wig-making establishment of long-standing private reputation located at the back of a small private courtyard off Nocturne Alley, in a small private state of small remarkable hairlessness. The small prominent wizard, who the proprietress declined to name out of small professional courtesy, was reported by a small passing observer to have been carrying a small private wide-brimmed black hat held very still in his small private hand, and to have been seen, through the front window, sitting in a small private chair while the proprietress took small private measurements of his small private bald head. A small follow-up interview with the small proprietress confirmed that, yes, there was a small situation and that the small wizard will in due course have a small wig, but the small proprietress declined to comment further on the small specific cause of the small specific situation. A small private source close to the small wizard's small private family told the prophet, on condition of small private anonymity, "Something has happened to his hair. He will not say what. He has cried for a great deal of the morning. He has refused to come out of his dressing room except to leave for London. We are, in his absence, all extremely concerned." Calls to the Malfoy Manor were not returned. The boy at the Slytherin breakfast table read the column twice. The boy did not, by any visible muscle of his small soft face, laugh. The boy did, however, very softly fold the Daily Prophet, set it down on the table, take a small careful sip of his pumpkin juice, swallow, set down the glass, and exhale very softly in the manner of a small soft-spoken green-haired child who has just been served by the small universe a small specific Christmas gift in October. At the high table, the small respectable Mr. J, eating his small thin sensible toast, did not visibly laugh either. The small respectable Mr. J did, however, very softly, by means of the small thin sensible spread of marmalade on the small thin sensible toast, draw in the marmalade on the corner of the toast, with the small thin sensible tip of his small thin sensible butter knife, a small thin sensible heart. The boy at the Slytherin table caught the small thin sensible gesture from across the hall. The boy very softly smiled. The remainder of third year, after the Pettigrew pie and the Lucius hair crisis, proceeded in the small careful Joker planning of the school year, in a small careful cadence of additional small bespoke pie deployments. The cadence was, by the Joker's small careful design, slow. The Joker had determined that a small bespoke pie a month was the appropriate pacing for the year's curriculum, since a faster pace would, by the small careful logic of the Joker's small careful curriculum, attract the small careful attention of the small careful Auror office, which the Joker did not wish to attract. The November pie was the Antonin Dolohov pie. The pie was deployed at a small specific safe house in Edinburgh on a small specific Sunday morning by a small specific Joker-trained bird that left the pie in a small specific basket on a small specific doorstep, with a small specific card reading with condolences on your exile. Dolohov, in the small specific way of a small specific exile, had eaten the pie inside 90 minutes and had, by the small specific Joker design, been with great courtesy, suffocated in the small bounded interior dimension by warm chocolate. The pie had then sat in absolute innocence on the small specific doorstep until the small specific Edinburgh orer who eventually responded to the small specific anonymous tip had collected the pie in a small specific evidence bag. The Daily Prophet had, by the small dim Sunday following, run a small dim strange news column on the small specific empty pie on the small specific doorstep. The December pie was the Augustus Rookwood pie. The pie was deployed via a small specific ministry interdepartmental memo card on a small specific Friday afternoon by means of a small specific arrangement the Joker had with a small specific clerk in the Department of Mysteries, who had been bribed with a small specific arrangement of small specific blackmail material the Joker had collected over a small specific summer. Into placing the pie on Rookwood's small specific desk in the Department of Mysteries, with a small specific card reading with Christmas greetings from a secret admirer. Rookwood, in the small specific way of a small specific bureaucrat, had eaten the pie inside 3 minutes and had, by the small specific Joker design, been with great courtesy, locked inside a small bounded interior dimension version of the Department of Mysteries with no informants to inform on. The Daily Prophet had, by the small dim Sunday following, run a small dim strange news column on the small specific empty pie on the small specific desk. The January pie was the Caro pies, too, deployed in tandem at a small specific cousin's wedding in a small specific corner of County Wexford by a small specific arrangement of small specific cousins who had been, in their small specific way, paid in advance to deliver the small specific dessert course. The February pie was the McNair pie, deployed at a small specific ministry retirement luncheon, at which McNair had been the small specific guest of honor for his small specific services to the small specific beast division. The March pie was the Greyback pie, deployed at a small specific abandoned campsite in a small specific remote forest in a small specific country in Eastern Europe, by a small specific arrangement of small specific local witches who had, in their small specific way, lost small specific family members to Greyback over a small specific career. The April pie was the Travers pie, deployed at a small specific tavern in a small specific village in a small specific corner of Wales by a small specific arrangement involving a small specific cousin of the small specific minor wizard Travers had killed, who had, by a year of small specific Joker correspondence, been small specifically prepared for the small specific role. By the end of April, of the original 11 small bespoke pies, 8 had been deployed. The Lestranges 3 were, of course, already deployed. The remaining 3 were the Crouch father and son pies, deployed in tandem at a small specific family Christmas dinner in a small specific manor in a small specific village in a small specific county in southern England by a small specific arrangement of small specific house elves. The Sirius Black pie, deferred to the summer by Joker arrangement. For delivery at a small specific location at which Sirius Black would be in a small specific state of mind appropriate for the small specific conversation the Joker wished to have with him. And the Lucius Malfoy lemon meringue pie, which was, by careful Joker design, the Trigger pie, and which had been baked in early September and had been sitting all year in the icebox of the Joker's office on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts. Waiting for the small specific moment when Lucius Malfoy's small specific year of small specific public humiliation would have reached the small specific apex, at which point the pie would be delivered. The small specific apex the Joker had determined would be Easter weekend. Easter weekend, by the small specific calendar of the small specific magical Britain, was a small specific weekend at which the small specific ministry held a small specific charity ball at a small specific London hotel, at which a small specific quantity of small specific aristocracy were expected in their small specific way to make small specific public appearances in their small specific best small specific finery. Lucius Malfoy had, in his small specific way, attended the small specific charity ball for 30 consecutive years. Lucius Malfoy had, in his small specific way, every year made a small specific speech. Lucius Malfoy had, in his small specific way, every year been featured in the small specific society pages of the small specific Daily Prophet for the small specific elegance of his small specific wig. The wig by the small specific April of this year had, through the small specific patient small specific work of Madame Babity, become a small specific masterpiece. It was by the small specific Daily Prophet's small specific society pages, indistinguishable from natural hair. It was the same small specific shade of small specific pale blonde as the small specific original. It was the same small specific length. It was the same small specific small private style. It had been by Lucius Malfoy's small specific account, the small specific salvation of his small specific year. The pie on Easter Sunday evening was delivered to Lucius Malfoy at his small specific table at the small specific charity ball by a small specific waiter. A small specific waiter who had been in his small specific spare time a small specific actor in a small specific London theater, and who had been hired for the small specific occasion by the small specific joker by small specific arrangement to deliver the small specific pie to the small specific table at the small specific moment when the small specific waiter would say, with great small specific waiterly aplomb, "With the compliments of the chef, Mr. Malfoy, a small specific salutation on your small specific full recovery." Lucius Malfoy on this small specific compliment looked up at the small specific waiter. Lucius Malfoy on hearing the small specific words your small specific full recovery, felt by long joker-trained mirror enchantment the small specific itch return very faintly on the small specific crown of his small specific head. Lucius Malfoy in his small specific way reached up very faintly and scratched very faintly the small specific wig. The wig on this small specific scratch by the small specific joker design, which the joker had small specifically arranged via small specific second contractor Madame Babity herself, who had in her small specific way been the small specific joker's small specific co-conspirator from the small specific very beginning. By reason of a small specific personal history with Lucius Malfoy that the joker had by small specific nocturne alley gossip collection over the small specific summer. Small specifically identified, the wig on this small specific scratch, by the small specific arrangement of a small specific second glyph small specifically embedded in the small specific wig itself, very softly in the mirror behind Lucius's small specific head, in Lucius's small specific peripheral vision shimmered. The shimmer was by the small specific joker design the small specific glyph for HORCRUX. Lucius Malfoy on seeing the small specific shimmer made a small specific sound at the back of his small specific throat. Lucius Malfoy, on seeing the small specific glyph, stood up very abruptly from his small specific chair at his small specific table. Lucius Malfoy, in front of the small specific assembled cream of the small specific magical British aristocracy, with the small specific waiter standing patiently with the small specific lemon meringue pie still held in midair, in front of the small specific minister for magic and the small specific senior staff of Gringotts and the small specific publisher of the Daily Prophet and the small specific bishop of the small specific local Anglican congregation, reached up in his small specific way. With both his small specific hands, and with a small specific aristocratic dignity peeled the small specific wig off his small specific head, dropped the small specific wig onto the small specific floor, and without a small specific word walked in his small specific bald head in his small specific full evening dress past the small specific waiter, past the small specific tables, past the small specific minister for magic, past the small specific bishop. Out of the small specific ballroom, out of the small specific hotel, out of the small specific London evening, and was, by the small specific morning, gone. He was not by the small specific reports of the small specific horrors found. He was not by the small specific reports of his small specific wife returned home. He was not by the small specific reports of any small specific witness, seen after the small specific charity ball, anywhere in the small specific magical British Isles ever again. He was by the small specific private reports of a small specific nocturne alley wig shop proprietress, last seen on Easter Monday morning sitting in the small specific corner of the small specific wig shop with his small specific bald head in his small specific hands, weeping very softly in the small specific way of a small specific patriarch who has at last accepted the small specific truth that all of his small specific hair is irretrievably gone. Madame Babity, by her small specific report, had brought him a small specific cup of tea. Madame Babity, by her small specific report, had not that morning said anything to him at all. Madame Babity, by her small specific report, had simply sat down in her small specific way across the small specific small table from him, and had across a small specific gulf of small specific 30 years taken his small specific small hand in her small specific small hand and had in her small specific way squeezed once very gently. The Daily Prophet the following Sunday ran the story on page 1. The story was not on the small dim Sunday in the small dim strange news column. The story was on the small dim Sunday on the small dim front page under the small dim headline. Lucius Malfoy vanishes from Easter ball, wig found on floor, wife gives statement, declines to speculate. The story ran the full small dim front page and the small dim entire second page. The boy at the Slytherin breakfast table on the small dim Sunday morning read the story twice. The Joker at the high table on the small dim Sunday morning in his small thin sensible Mr. J form read the story 3 times. Across the hall at the Slytherin table in his small smug pale silence, the small smug pale Draco Malfoy did not, for the small dim first time in his small smug pale career at Hogwarts, eat any small smug pale breakfast. The boy looked across the hall at Draco Malfoy. Draco Malfoy very slowly looked up. Draco Malfoy met the boy's small soft eyes for one quiet small second. Draco Malfoy in his small smug pale Slytherin chair very slowly lowered his small smug pale gaze. The boy in his small soft way allowed him to. The boy did not in his small soft way smile. The boy did not in his small soft way gloat. The boy did not in his small soft way even nod. The boy simply in his small soft way returned to his red and purple cereal and continued in his small soft way to eat. Third year after the Easter ball proceeded in its small careful way to its small careful close. Examinations were taken. Examinations were passed. The boy, by his small careful design, came forth in his year, behind Granger and 2 small careful Ravenclaws. End-of-year feast was attended, the Hogwarts Express was boarded, King's Cross was returned to. The small black taxicab from King's Cross to the small private airfield from which the small private jet returned the boy, and his father to Gotham was this year the small specific same small black taxicab as the previous 2 years. By small specific Joker arrangement, since the small specific cabbie had by small specific quiet Joker investment, become the small specific cabbie of choice for the small specific Joker family on small specific occasions of this small specific kind. In the small specific taxicab on the small specific drive across small specific London to the small specific airfield, the Joker, leaning across in his small specific Mr. J form, whispered to the boy, "My darling. Yes, Dad, this summer black, yes, Dad, and then 4th year Voldemort. Yes, Dad, and then my love, and you must promise me this, we go home." The boy in the small specific taxicab in the small specific slanted London afternoon light looked up at the small respectable barrister with the small thin sensible mouth and the alarming green eyes, and in his small soft way nodded. "I promise, Dad. Good boy, Dad. Yes, my love. What do you mean home?" The Joker considered. The Joker, after a long quiet beat, smiled the small private 4th smile. "I mean, my love," the Joker said softly, "that after 4th year after Voldemort, after the small specific stagecraft of the small specific cup in the small specific graveyard with the small specific cake, after all of it, you and I are going to be, for the first time, sweetheart, done. And we are going to go home, to the warehouse. And we are going to spend, for as long as we wish, a long, warm Gotham summer in the warehouse, with the cereal and the news and the small wheeled television cart and the small kitchenette and the small framed Mickey photograph and the small framed Gazette clipping. And we are going to be, for the first time in our small careful working lives, simply a small father and a small son in a small warehouse in a small old city, with no small specific assignments and no small specific stagecraft and no small specific pies, with nothing to do but eat the cereal and watch the news and laugh very softly in the small private green firelight of our own small private home." The boy in the small specific taxicab very softly smiled. "That sounds, Dad," the boy said in his small soft voice, "like the funniest one of all. Yes, my love, I look forward to it. Yes, my love, so do I." Chapter 7 The Laughing Death of Voldemort. 4th year began with the announcement of the tournament. The headmaster on the evening of the first feast, with the long candles floating overhead and the long house tables full of small open faces, stood at the high table in his small midnight blue robes and his small frozen waterfall beard and informed the assembled student body that this year, for the first time in over a century, Hogwarts would be hosting the small specific cooperative interschool competition known as the Triwizard Tournament. The tournament, the headmaster explained, would involve 3 small specific champions, one from each of 3 small specific magical schools, who would compete over the course of the school year in 3 small specific tasks of increasing small specific difficulty, for the small specific honor of the small specific Triwizard Cup. The 2 visiting schools, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, would, the headmaster said, arrive at Hogwarts in late October. The selection of the small specific champions would occur on the small specific evening of Halloween. The first task would be in late November, the second in February, and the third, the headmaster said with a small unreadable smile lifting one corner of his small frozen waterfall beard. The third would occur in late June in the small specific great hedge maze that would, over the small specific course of the year, be grown by Professor Sprout and the small specific groundskeeping staff on the small specific Quidditch pitch. The third task, the headmaster said, would conclude with the small specific presentation of the small specific cup at the small specific center of the small specific maze. The boy at the Slytherin table, eating his red and purple cereal, very softly lifted his glass of pumpkin juice and took a small, careful sip. At the high table, the small, respectable Mr. J, eating his small, thin, sensible toast, did exactly the same. Across the hall, 3 seats down at the high table from Mr. J, Professor Snape, who had over the previous summer by long Joker correspondence become a small private occasional dinner guest at a small specific London flat, the Joker maintained as Mr. J, the small respectable barrister, looked for one quiet small second across at Mr. J. Mr. J did not look back. Mr. J was, in his small, thin, sensible way, watching the boy across the hall. Snape, looking from Mr. J to the boy and back very slowly in his small, thin, lank way, inclined his small, thin, lank head. Snape understood by his small, thin, lank training what was being said by both of them and what was not being said, and what was being saved in absolute silence for June. Snape, in his small, thin, lank way, returned to his small, thin, lank glass of mead. He had been told over the small specific summer, by a long small specific late evening conversation in the small specific London flat, exactly what the Joker was. He had been told by the small specific late evening conversation exactly who the boy was. He had been told by the small specific late evening conversation exactly what the small specific Mr. J was. He had been told by the small specific late evening conversation exactly what the small specific Halloween pie of his small specific first year at Hogwarts had been. He had been told by the small specific late evening conversation exactly what the small specific plan for the small specific cup at the small specific end of the small specific year was. Snape had, by the small specific late evening conversation, asked exactly 3 small specific questions. The first question had been, the boy has the small green eyes. The Joker in his small private living room form in the small specific London flat had nodded. The second question had been, and you have raised him to be what? The Joker had considered. The Joker had said in his small private voice, I have raised him Severus to be himself. He is what he is. He is what he was always going to be. He is, by my small private estimation, more himself than any small private human being I have ever known. The third question had been, and the small specific cup. The Joker had smiled the small private fourth smile. The Joker had said, Severus. You will, on the small specific night of the small specific cup, be, by my small specific request, in the small specific graveyard. You will be there as, and I mean this as a small specific witness. You will not need to do anything. You will simply need to be there, to see it, to know it. And to afterwards go home and live, and one day when you are very old, tell in the small specific way you choose, anyone who needs to know it, that the small specific Dark Lord who killed the small specific woman with the small specific green eyes was, in the end, killed by a joke. Snape in the small specific London flat on the small specific late evening had for a long small specific moment said nothing. Snape had then very softly in his low silky voice said, yes, I will be there. Snape had then for the small specific only time in his small thin lank career smiled very faintly into his small thin lank glass. 4th year around this small specific arrangement preceded by the small specific Joker design with great externally visible normality. The 2 visiting schools arrived in late October. The 3 small specific champions were selected on Halloween. The small specific Hogwarts champion was, by long bureaucratic accident, a small specific 7th year Hufflepuff named Cedric Diggory, who the boy noted with his grave green attention and added to his small, careful internal map under the category of to be protected, if possible, by quiet hand. The first task was in late November and involved dragons. The boy watched it from the small Slytherin stands and made, in his small, careful internal notebook, a small, careful entry about the small, specific failure modes of trying to outrun a small, specific Hungarian horntail with a small, specific broomstick. The Yule Ball was in late December. The boy attended with Tracy Davis as a small, soft platonic gesture. The 2 of them, after one obligatory dance, retired to a small corner table with a small plate of small, specific Christmas cookies and spent the rest of the evening in their small, soft Slytherin way, in a small, soft Slytherin silence. The second task was in February and involved the small, specific Great Lake. The boy, who had been quietly informed by Mr. J the previous summer that the small specific Joker had identified a small specific Crouch the Younger Polyjuice plot involving a small specific impersonation of the small specific Mad-Eye Moody and the small specific manipulation of the small specific tournament, had, by the small specific Joker's request, done absolutely nothing to interfere with the small specific plot. The small specific Joker had explained that the small specific plot, by its small specific machinery, was exactly the small specific machinery the small specific Joker required to deliver the small specific cup to the small specific graveyard on the small specific night. The boy had, in his small soft way, complied. The Crouch the Younger Polyjuice plot, in its small specific way, unfolded over the course of the school year exactly as the small specific Joker had described it. The small specific Crouch the Younger had been, by his small specific own small specific arrangement, broken out of his small specific suspended state in the small specific bespoke pumpkin pie of the small specific previous summer by a small specific accident the small specific Joker had, by small specific Joker design, allowed. The small specific accident had been the small specific premature opening of the small specific pumpkin pie by the small specific Elder Crouch's small specific house elf, who had been small specifically maneuvered into the small specific opening by a small specific letter the small specific Joker had written from a small specific anonymous source 3 weeks earlier. The small specific Crouch the Younger had, on his small specific release, taken the small specific Polyjuice identity of the small specific Mad-Eye Moody, who had been small specifically replaced by the small specific Joker's small specific decision, by a small specific stand-in actor from the small specific same small specific London theater that had supplied the small specific waiter at the small specific Easter ball. The small specific stand-in actor was, in his small specific way, an excellent small specific Mad-Eye Moody. The small specific actor had been small specifically tutored by the small specific Joker in the small specific Moody mannerisms over the course of the small specific summer. The small specific actor had been small specifically paid by the small specific Joker a small specific large sum. The small specific actor had also, by small specific Joker design, been small specifically equipped with a small specific Polyjuice flask of his small specific own, which the small specific actor had been small specifically drinking from at all small specific public moments throughout the small specific school year, and which contained, by small specific Joker design, a small specific Polyjuice variant which produced not a small specific transformation, but a small specific maintenance of the small specific Polyjuice transformation already imposed on the small specific actor by Crouch the Younger himself. The small specific result was that there were, throughout fourth year, 2 small specific Mad-Eye Moodies at Hogwarts. One was the small specific Crouch the Younger Polyjuice version, who taught the small specific defense against the dark arts classes alongside the small specific Mr. J, and the other was the small specific Joker actor stand-in, who appeared at small specific staff meetings and meals and other small specific public events at which both small specific Mad-Eyes could not, by the small specific laws of physical occupation, be present simultaneously. The 2 small specific Mad-Eyes, by small specific Joker management of the small specific schedule, never appeared in the same small specific room. This small specific arrangement, the boy understood, was small specifically intended to keep the small specific Crouch the Younger small specifically convinced that his small specific plot was small specifically working, while simultaneously keeping the small specific Hogwarts staff small specifically unsuspicious of any small specific inconsistency in the small specific Moody behavior. The small specific arrangement by small specific Joker assessment had been worth every small specific galleon. The third task on the small specific evening of the small specific 24th of June arrived. The hedge maze on the small specific Quidditch pitch had, by the small specific patient work of Professor Sprout and the small specific groundskeeping staff over the previous 9 months, grown to a small specific height of approximately 20 feet. The maze on the small specific evening of the small specific 24th was lit by a small specific quantity of small specific floating lanterns. The small specific champions in their small specific tournament uniforms were gathered at the small specific entrance. The small specific cup at the small specific center of the small specific maze glowed faintly with a small specific blue light. The small specific stands around the maze were full of the small specific assembled student body and the small specific visiting families and the small specific ministry dignitaries. At the small specific Slytherin section of the small specific stands, the boy sat between Tracy Davis and Theodore, not in his small soft Slytherin way. The Greengrass twins, 2 rows down, were sharing a small specific bag of every flavor beans. The boy had in his small black robes an unusually small specific weight in his small specific left robe pocket, a small specific weight which was, by small specific Joker arrangement, a small specific slice of cake. The cake, the Joker had explained on the previous Wednesday evening over a small specific bowl of red and purple cereal in the small specific office on the 3rd floor, was the small specific final cake. The cake was not, by small specific Joker design, a small bounded interior dimension pie. The cake was, by small specific Joker design, a small bespoke Joker venom-laced cake of a small specific new variant the Joker had spent the entire small specific school year perfecting. The small specific new variant, which the Joker had named in his small private notes, punchline, was a small specific Joker venom of small specific delayed onset and small specific cumulative compounding. The small specific cake, when ingested by a small specific being, would not at once cause the small specific being to laugh. The small specific cake would, by small specific construction, instead cause the small specific being to be, by small specific physiological alteration, susceptible to the small specific contagion of the small specific laughter of any small specific surrounding being. The small specific cake, in other words, would not make the small specific being laugh. The small specific cake would make the small specific being laugh at jokes. The cake the Joker had explained was small specifically intended to be slipped, by a small specific arrangement, into the small specific resurrection cauldron of the small specific Voldemort at the small specific moment of the small specific resurrection. The boy eating his red and purple cereal had in his small soft voice asked, "How will the cake get into the small specific cauldron, Dad?" The Joker across the small wooden table in the small green office had smiled the small private fourth smile. "By you, my love," the Joker had said softly. "Me, Dad. You. You will take, in your small specific left robe pocket, a small specific slice of the small specific cake to the small specific third task. You will, by my small specific tampering with the small specific cup over the small specific previous weeks, be portkeyed with the small specific small Cedric Diggory boy from the small specific center of the small specific maze to the small specific graveyard in the small specific village of Little Hangleton, where the small specific Voldemort intends, by his small specific plot via Crouch the Younger, to perform the small specific resurrection. You will, on arrival in the small specific graveyard, allow the small specific resurrection to proceed. You will not interfere. You will, in the small specific moment immediately after the small specific Crouch the Younger has placed the small specific bone of the small specific father and the small specific flesh of the small specific servant into the small specific cauldron. But before he places the small specific blood of the small specific enemy, slip, by means of a small specific quiet wandless levitation charm I have been teaching you on Wednesday evenings. The small specific slice of the small specific cake into the small specific cauldron. The small specific slice will dissolve, by my small specific design, into the small specific resurrection potion. The small specific Voldemort, on emerging from the small specific cauldron, will be, by my small specific design, small specifically primed for the small specific final small specific bit. And the small specific Cedric Diggory boy, Dad. You will, my love, before the small specific portkey activates, simply place your small specific small hand on his small specific small shoulder and disapparate the small specific small both of you to the small specific small center of the small specific small maze a quarter of a small specific small second after the small specific small cup leaves. The small specific small Cedric Diggory boy will, by your small specific small action, be small specifically small protected, while you, my love, will then, on your own, apparate to the small specific small graveyard via the small specific small wandless apparition I have also been teaching you on Wednesday evenings. You will, by my small specific small design, arrive in the small specific small graveyard alone, 20 seconds after the small specific small cup did, exactly in time for the small specific small ceremony. The small specific small Crouch the Younger will not, by his small specific small surprise, have time to notice the small specific small 20-second gap. And the small specific small Crouch the Younger, Dad. I will, my love, attend to him personally. He will be at the small specific small graveyard in his small specific small Mad-Eye Polyjuice form when we arrive. I will, by my small specific small design, simply on arrival hand him a small specific small slice of the small specific small same cake, and remove with a small specific small wave of my hand his small specific small Polyjuice flask, and pour the small specific small flask into the small specific small cauldron alongside the small specific small slice. The small specific small Crouch the Younger will, by my small specific small design, be revealed to all present and laced with the small specific small same punchline as the small specific small Voldemort and will, by my small specific small design, expire alongside him. The boy in his small soft voice had for a long quiet small specific small beat considered, Dad, yes, my love, you are coming to the small specific small graveyard. Yes, my love, in what small specific small form? The Joker in the small green office in the green firelight had very slowly smiled the small private fourth smile. "My darling," he had said softly, "I am coming as myself." The boy in his small soft way had in his small soft voice said, "Good dad. Yes, my love, it is time. It is time, my love." The third task on the small specific evening of the small specific 24th of June, preceded by small specific Joker design exactly as small specifically planned. The small specific champions entered the small specific maze. The small specific obstacles within the small specific maze occupied the small specific other two champions for the small specific necessary time. The boy, by his small soft Slytherin patience, allowed the small specific Cedric Diggory boy to reach the small specific cup first. At the small specific center of the small specific maze, at the small specific moment of the small specific moonrise. The boy having, by his small specific apparition technique, which the Joker had taught him over a small specific string of small Wednesday evenings, appeared at the small specific center of the small specific maze in absolute small specific silence, half a small specific second before Cedric Diggory reached the small specific cup, took the small specific cup gently from the small specific Cedric Diggory boy's small specific hand, and said very softly, in his small specific soft voice, "Excuse me, Cedric." Cedric Diggory on the small specific voice turned. The boy with his small specific free hand gently put his small specific hand on Cedric Diggory's small specific shoulder, and in the small specific same motion, disapparated the small specific Cedric Diggory boy directly to the small specific entrance of the small specific maze, 200 yards away, where the small specific Cedric Diggory boy would arrive, blinking, with the small specific cup not in his small specific hand, and in his small specific confusion would assume by the small specific Joker's small specific prediction that he had simply in the small specific heat of the small specific moment won the small specific tournament by reaching the small specific entrance first. The boy with the small specific cup in his small specific free hand then closed his small specific free hand around the small specific handle, and by small specific portkey design was in the small specific next quarter second, pulled by a small specific naval tug. Across the small specific entire small specific length of small specific magical Britain, into a small specific graveyard in a small specific village, in a small specific county, in a small specific dark. The graveyard on the boy's arrival was as the Joker had described it. It was the small specific old graveyard of the small specific village of Little Hangleton. It was perhaps 200 yards across. It contained perhaps 400 small specific headstones. At the small specific far end of the small specific graveyard, against the small specific low stone wall, was a small specific enormous old yew tree. Beneath the small specific enormous old yew tree, on a small specific cleared patch of small specific bare ground, had been built by the small specific Crouch the Younger and the small specific assembled minions of the small specific Voldemort, a small specific great iron cauldron, beneath which a small specific fire was just beginning to lick. The boy on the small specific clear gravel path at the small specific near end of the small specific graveyard set down the small specific cup quietly behind a small specific headstone, and by his small specific soft Slytherin habit, slid sideways into the small specific shadow of the small specific nearest small specific angel statue and waited. He waited in his small soft way for perhaps 3 minutes. In the small specific small interval, the small specific small Kraut the Younger, in his small specific small Mad-Eye Polyjuice form, emerged from the small specific small shadow of the small specific small yew tree carrying, in his small specific small twisted arms, a small specific small thing. The small specific small thing was perhaps 2 feet long. The small specific small thing was the small specific small color of an undercooked chicken. The small specific small thing had a small specific small face. The face had small specific small red slit eyes. The face was by small specific small Joker briefing, the small specific small homunculus form into which the small specific small Voldemort had been small specifically poured at some small specific small recent moment by some small specific small smaller minion Pettigrew. The boy understood Pettigrew before Pettigrew had been delivered into the small specific small bespoke cherry pie. The small specific small Crouch the Younger carried the small specific small thing to the small specific small great iron cauldron. The small specific small Crouch the Younger lowered the small specific small thing into the small specific small cauldron with a small specific small soft splash. The small specific small Crouch the Younger then took, from a small specific small leather satchel slung at his small specific small hip, a small specific small wrapped package. The small specific small wrapped package contained, by small specific small Joker briefing, a small specific small bone, a bone of the father freshly disinterred from the small specific small grave of the small specific small senior Riddle, which was, the boy noted, the very headstone behind which he had hidden the cup. The small specific small Crouch the Younger unwrapped the small specific small bone. He held it aloft. He intoned in the small specific small high cold voice of the small specific small ceremony, "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." The small specific small bone, on the small specific small intonation, lifted from the small specific small Crouch the Younger's small specific small hand, hung in the small specific small air, and dropped into the small specific small cauldron with a small specific small puff of small specific small white smoke. The small specific small Crouch the Younger then took, from his small specific small belt, a small specific small silver knife. The small specific small Crouch the Younger held out his small specific small left hand over the small specific small cauldron. The small specific small Crouch the Younger intoned, "Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master." The small specific small Crouch the Younger brought the small specific small silver knife down, sharply, on his small specific small left wrist. The small specific small left hand fell. It dropped into the small specific small cauldron with a small specific small puff of small specific small red smoke. The small specific small Crouch the Younger, with his small specific small left arm spurting and his small specific small face turning the small specific small color of bone, turned very slowly to scan the small specific small graveyard for the small specific small enemy whose blood he needed for the small specific small third ingredient. The boy in the small specific small shadow of the small specific small angel statue, very softly, raised his small specific small joy buzzer wand. The boy in his small soft voice performed the small specific small wandless levitation charm the Joker had been teaching him on small specific small Wednesday evenings, and lifted from his small specific small left robe pocket the small specific small slice of the small specific small punchline cake, and, with a small specific small graceful small specific small arc across the small specific small dark, sent the small specific small slice, in a small specific small soft slow flight, directly into the small specific small cauldron, where it landed with a small specific small soft splash and dissolved instantly into the small specific small bubbling potion. The small specific small Crouch the Younger, on the small specific small splash, whirled, The small specific small crouched the younger raised his small specific small wand. The small specific small crouched the younger in his small specific small mad-eye polyjuice form shouted, "Who is there? Show yourself." The boy in the small specific small shadow of the small specific small angel statue, very softly, stepped out into the small specific small moonlight. The small specific small crouched the younger on seeing him, made a small specific small sound at the back of his small specific small throat. The sound was by small specific small Joker prediction, the sound of a small specific small fanatic who has just been delivered by the small specific small universe, the exact small specific small ingredient he needs. Potter crouched the younger whispered, "Yes, come here." The boy in his small soft voice looked past the small specific small crouched the younger toward the small specific small entrance of the small specific small graveyard. The small specific small entrance of the small specific small graveyard, on his small specific small look, very softly in the small specific small moonlight opened. A small specific small tall thin man in a small specific small long purple coat with green hair and a white face and a red mouth walked, in his small specific small long-legged loping gait, up the small specific small clear gravel path toward the small specific small cauldron. The small specific small crouched the younger, on seeing the small specific small Joker, made a small specific small second sound at the back of his small specific small throat. The sound was by small specific small Joker prediction, the sound of a small specific small fanatic who has just realized that there is, in the small specific small universe, a small specific small ingredient he had not, in his small specific small plotting, accounted for. The Joker, walking past the boy without breaking stride, lifted one long pale finger and with a small specific small flick, disarmed the small specific small crouched the younger of his small specific small wand. The small specific small polyjuice flask in his small specific small breast pocket, and the small specific small power of speech, simultaneously. The small specific small polyjuice flask, in the small specific small air, sailed in a small specific small slow elegant arc, into the small specific small cauldron and dissolved. The small specific small crouched the younger in the small specific small absence of his small specific small wand and his small specific small voice, fell to his small specific small knees and stared, in his small specific small mad-eye polyjuice form, with his small specific small one normal eye and his small specific small one large rolling magical eye. At the small specific small tall thin man in the small specific small long purple coat. The Joker at the small specific small edge of the small specific small cauldron, in the small specific small moonlight, lifted his small specific small face to the small specific small sky and laughed very softly once. The small specific small great iron cauldron on the small specific small laugh very slowly began to boil. The boy in his small specific small black robes very softly walked across the small specific small graveyard and stood at his small specific small father's small specific small side. The Joker on the boy's arrival looked down. The Joker very gently placed one enormous white hand on the top of the boy's small green and black head. "My darling," the Joker said softly. "Yes, Dad, it is time for the small specific small punchline. Yes, Dad, watch." From the small specific small far side of the small specific small low stone wall at the small specific small entrance of the small specific small graveyard, behind the small specific small angel statues, in the small specific small moonlight, the thin lank black-clad small specific Professor Snape stepped forward into the small specific small clear gravel path and walked. In his small specific small low silky way, up to the small specific small cauldron, and stood in absolute small specific small silence on the small specific small other side of the small specific small fire. The Joker on Snape's arrival nodded once very slowly to him. Snape in his small length way nodded back. The boy in his small soft Slytherin way nodded to Snape. Snape in his small thin length way very softly nodded back to the boy. The small cauldron in the small interim had risen to a small boil. The small potion within the small cauldron had turned, by small Joker cake design, a small bright cheerful green. The small thing within the small cauldron rose very slowly from the small potion. It rose first as a small head, small bone pale, small slit-nosed, small red-eyed. It rose then as a small neck, and a small set of small shoulders. It rose then as a small chest. It rose in the next half minute as the small Voldemort. The Voldemort on standing in the small cauldron looked first at the small Kraut the Younger, then at the small boy, then at the small Joker, then at the small Snape, then back at the small Joker. The Voldemort in his small high cold voice said, "Who?" The Joker very gently smiled the small full stage smile. "Hi," the Joker said, "I'm the entertainment." The Voldemort in his small high cold voice said, "What?" The Joker with the small ease of a small comedian stepping forward to the small microphone in a small club, took one small soft step forward, planted one small foot, leaned on one small invisible mic stand and began. "So," the Joker said, "I have been wanting to do this set for 13 years, so bear with me, I am, a little rusty. Just out of the comedy circuit for a while, I've been raising my kid. Hi kid, the kid in the small black robes over there in the corner, that's my kid. The kid I stole from your house, Tom, 13 years ago, Halloween, Godric's Hollow, the night you killed his parents, remember? You don't, of course, you remember it as the worst night of your life. You have spent 13 years trying to come back from it. And the funny thing is, and this is gonna be the running joke of the set, Tom, so try to keep up. The funny thing is that on the worst night of your life, I was in the house. I was in the house, Tom, I was right there. 80% unconscious, fell through a dimensional crack, landed in the wet grass outside the cottage, walked in through the missing walls, stepped over the dead dad, went upstairs, met the dead mom, looked in the broken crib, and there was your worst night of all time staring up at me with these little green eyes, going like Gaga and I, Tom, I picked HIMUP. I took the baby. The baby that you, by your own analysis, just made into your equal and opposite, your prophesied destroyer figure, your perfect narrative rival, the small specific human being whose entire arc is supposed to be a 13-year-long arrow pointing at your face. I took him. I took him home. I have raised HIM, he is MY kid. He is, and this is the part I really hope you appreciate, he is raised. Tom, you missed 13 years, he calls me dad, he eats my cereal, he laughs at my jokes. He passed defense against the dark arts with a 94. The arrow was supposed to be pointing at you, and instead the arrow grew up in MY house, and the arrow is in love with the archer. The Voldemort in the small cauldron, in the small punchline lace steam, made a small sound. The sound by small Joker venom cake punchline formula prediction was a small reluctant, very faint small chuckle. The Voldemort on hearing his own chuckle stopped at once. The Voldemort in his small high cold voice said, What have you done?" The Joker in his small comedian at the mic stance smiled. "Oh Tom," the Joker said. Oh Tom, we have so much to cover, where was I? Okay, so the baby? We got the baby home, great. Now in the meantime, and this is, by the way, my favorite part of the set, so please nobody heckle from the back row in the meantime, you, what were you doing for those 13 years? Tell the audience. Tell the audience what you were doing for 13 years, Tom, while I was raising your destroyer in a warehouse in old Gotham on red and purple cereal. You were, and I want everyone in the audience to really hear me on this, you were a soul fragment in the back of a man's head, under a turban, eating squirrels in an Albanian forest, for 11 years. And then, Tom, you finally got a body, you got the turban man quirrell, you came to Hogwarts, you set up the whole philosopher's stone thing, and what did you do? You sent the turban man to ambush an 11-year-old on Halloween night, ate dinner, and the 11-year-old Tom, the 11-year-old who is right here, the 11-year-old fed you and your turban to a slice of pie. A slice of pie, Tom, a key lime pie, 3 years ago. You and the turban guy have been in an icebox in the back of an office at Hogwarts for 3 years while you attempted, and I do mean attempted, to come back via this, what is this? This is a homunculus with flesh of the servant, bone of the father, Tom, the choreography. This is the third Joker venom delivery of the night already and you don't even know, Tom, you drank the cake was in the cauldron. Look down, Tom, the potion is green. The original recipe of the resurrection potion is blue-gray. The cake turned it green, you came out of the cauldron pre-laced. You are at this moment my friend, my dear Tom, my dear old foe whom I have never met in person until tonight, you are at this moment my hostage. The Voldemort in the cauldron made the small, specific, small, reluctant, slightly less faint, small, specific, small chuckle. The Voldemort in his small, specific, small, high, cold voice said, "Stop talking." The Joker with great gentleness smiled. "Tom," he said, "I am just getting started." The Joker took from his coat pocket a small, specific, small folded sheet of parchment. He unfolded it, he cleared his throat. Item 1, the Joker said, "The Horcruxes, 7, Tom. 7 soul fragments, you went 7 times, once as a precaution, twice as paranoia. 3 is I will allow, 3 is a man who really wants to live forever. 7, Tom, is a man who simply doesn't know when to stop a joke. You hit 7 and somewhere in there your soul went from a soul to a small set of post-it notes. Item 2, the locket, you put it in a cave. A cave with a lake with inferi, Tom, you are aware that you can hire a vault at Gringotts. Yes, you do know Gringotts exists. Item 3, the diadem. You hid the diadem in a school for 11-year-olds with 1 entrance. You hid an immortal piece of yourself in a building with a known small specific entrance that small specific 11-year-olds walk through on the small specific 1st of September every small specific year. The deduction I would like the audience to draw here is that you hid your immortality in a place where the children who attend the school where you went to school could trip over it any day. Item 4, the diary. You gave a Horcrux, a Horcrux, an immortality artifact, the most precious portion of your eternal soul, to Lucius Malfoy. To Lucius Malfoy. Who, by the way, and I want everyone in the audience to really sit with this, who, by the way, currently lives in a small specific wig shop in Nocturne Alley with a small specific proprietress named Madame Babbity, whom you have never met, who, by the way, was Lucius's secret first girlfriend at school, who, by the way, was 30 years ago disinherited by her family because Lucius dumped her for Narcissa Black, and who, by the way, is at this moment darning the small specific socks of the small specific bald Lucius Malfoy in the back of the small specific shop, while you, the small specific man whose immortality Lucius was the trustee of, are standing in a cauldron in a graveyard getting roasted. Item 5, the cup. You hid the cup with Bellatrix Lestrange. Bellatrix Lestrange, who is at this moment sleeping with her husband and her brother-in-law in a small specific recursive wedding cake in a small specific bounded interior dimension that I built in my small specific kitchen last summer. They will not, Tom, and I cannot stress this enough, wake up ever. Item 6, the ring. You put the curse ring in a shack with 3 security wards. 3. I have personally robbed several stores with greater security than the small specific shack in which you put the small specific item containing 1/7 of your eternal soul. Item 7, you. You yourself, Tom, and this is the kicker, you yourself are a Horcrux of yourself, you made a Horcrux of you, which is technically a small specific Morbius situation. You can never quite die because part of you is keeping part of you alive, but the part of you that's keeping you alive is also you. It is, Tom, it is the worst infinity. You have spent 13 years as a small specific ghost of yourself being kept alive by a small specific ghost of yourself. Item 8, and this is bonus, Tom. This isn't even on my paper, this is bonus material. The Voldemort in the cauldron made the small specific small chuckle. The chuckle this time was a small specific small definite chuckle. The chuckle escaped the small specific small Voldemort small lipless mouth and floated, in the small green steam, upward into the small night sky. The Voldemort, on hearing his own chuckle, attempted to clutch his small lipless mouth shut with his small bony hands. The Joker on the small specific small attempt smiled the small specific small full stage smile. Item 8, the Joker said. Your name, Voldemort. You took the small specific small name Voldemort Tom. You took as your dread small specific small reign of terror small alias an anagram Tom of your given small specific small full name. Tom Marvolo Riddle, I am Lord Voldemort. You used a Scrabble puzzle as your criminal alias, Tom. I have committed many crimes in my career, Tom, many crimes, and not once did I look at the local newspaper crossword and go, this is the small basis on which I will conduct my campaign of small national terror. I named myself, I the Joker, took my small specific small alias from the most basic playing card in the deck, because I'm a small specific small minimalist. You named yourself with a Scrabble puzzle, item 9s. You killed 2 people in Godric's Hollow because of a prophecy that, and I want everyone in the audience to take a small specific small breath, that prophecy, Tom, was delivered by a drunk. A drunk in a small specific small pub on the small specific small Hogs Head one rainy night to a small specific small interview candidate. The prophecy was overheard by Severus. Severus, who is here tonight, who is standing right here on the other side of the cauldron, the small specific small same Severus you trusted to tell you the small specific small prophecy, was, and I want you to really sit with this, Tom, was, by his own admission, in love with the small specific small mother of the small specific small baby. He gave you a small specific small partial transcript, and you, with the small specific small partial transcript, chose to murder the small specific small baby because of a small specific small drunk in a small specific small pub, and the small specific small choice you made, and this is, Tom, this is. The small specific small choice you made tipped the small specific small prophecy into being true in the small specific small first place. The small specific small prophecy did not exist before you acted on it. You, Tom, you are the only small specific small reason your small specific small destroyer exists. You made HIM by hunting HIM. The Voldemort in the cauldron was now laughing. The laugh was by small specific small punchline formula prediction. A small specific small involuntary, escalating small specific small high cold laugh that twisted out of the small specific small Voldemort's small specific small lipless mouth and rose, in great spirals, into the small specific small graveyard night. The Voldemort in the cauldron was attempting with his small specific small bony hands to silence himself. The attempt was failing. The Joker on the small specific small fail smiled the small specific small fourth small specific small private small specific small smile. Item 10, the Joker said. Last one, bonus. Item 10, Tom. You allowed your small specific small resurrection ceremony to be planned by a small specific small man named Crouch the Younger. A man whose small specific small father JAILED HIM. A man whose small specific small entire psychological architecture is, by my small specific small private assessment, the small specific small psychological architecture of a small specific small man who would give up his small specific small left hand for a small specific small ceremony. And you, knowing this, you, the small specific small dark lord, let him plan your return. You let a small specific small daddy-issued small specific small fanatic plan the small specific small ceremony in which your small specific small new body was being assembled out of small specific small daddy and small specific small servant and small specific small enemy. Tom, look at the cauldron, look into it. Look at the small specific small cake. That's a cake, Tom. A small specific small slice of small specific small chocolate and Joker venom cake, slipped in by the small specific small enemy. While you were rising, you came out of the cauldron, and this is the small specific small punchline of the small specific small night. Tom, this is what I have been building to for 13 years. You came out of the cauldron pre-LAUGHED. Welcome back, Tom. Welcome back to the small specific small world. The Voldemort in the cauldron threw his small specific small lipless head back and screamed. The scream by small specific small punchline formula prediction was a small specific small laugh. The Voldemort laughed, he laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed. He laughed in his small specific small high cold voice. He laughed in a small specific small smaller less cold voice. He laughed in a small specific small voice that was no longer his voice, that was the voice of a small specific small boy in a small specific small London orphanage 40 years ago. He laughed in a small specific small voice that was no longer human at all. He laughed for 90 seconds straight. He laughed until his small specific small bony hands lost their small specific small grip on the small specific small rim of the small specific small cauldron. He laughed until he fell very slowly sideways out of the small specific small cauldron onto the small specific small bare ground. He laughed. He laughed all through the small specific small night. He laughed when the small specific small joker and the small specific small boy and the small specific small Snape in a small specific small careful small specific small silent small specific small line picked him up between them, carried him to a small specific small large iron-framed bed that the small specific small joker had small specifically prearranged with a small specific small set of small specific small henchmen to be brought to the small specific small graveyard for this small specific purpose, and laid him on the bed. He laughed for the entire small specific small drive across the small specific small English countryside to the small specific small private airstrip. He laughed on the small specific small private jet. He laughed across the small specific small Atlantic. He laughed in the small specific small warehouse in Old Gotham. He laughed for 3 days straight. He laughed without water and without food and without rest. The small specific small punchline did not, by small specific small joker design, allow rest. The small specific small punchline simply, by small specific small joker design, escalated hour by hour in a small specific small slow inevitable curve. By the morning of the small specific small third day, the small specific small laugh was no longer the small specific small laugh of a small specific small living being. The small specific small laugh had become a small specific small soft mechanical small specific small wheeze. The small specific small wheeze of a small specific small bellows whose small specific small diaphragm has begun very slowly to fail. On the small specific small afternoon of the small specific small third day, the small specific small wheeze stopped. The Voldemort on the small specific small large iron-framed bed in the small specific small back room of the small specific small warehouse in Old Gotham, with the small specific small joker and the small specific small boy and the small specific small Snape standing in a small specific small triangle around him. In the small specific small soft afternoon light coming through the small specific small high windows, was small specifically, demonstrably, indisputably dead. The small specific small lipless mouth had stretched, by the small specific small final cumulative force of the small specific small punchline, into a small specific small enormous involuntary smile. The small specific small red slit eyes had, at some small specific small point in the small specific small third day, the small specific small boy had noted in his small specific small grave green attention, gone very slowly dim and then very slowly dark, and were now in the small specific small soft afternoon light, simply small specific small closed. The small specific small horcruxes elsewhere in the world. The small specific small diary, which had by small specific small joker arrangement been small specifically retrieved over the small specific small previous summer by a small specific small nocturne alley contractor, and small specifically dropped into a small specific small barrel of small specific small basilisk venom obtained by small specific small joker Severus arrangement from a small specific small Hogwarts source. The small specific small ring also retrieved and destroyed The small locket also retrieved and destroyed. In a small operation that had required a small house elf, and a small great deal of small patience. The small diadem retrieved from the small room of requirement, and destroyed in a small fiendfire operation conducted by the small joker. The small boy, and Snape together in a small careful Saturday afternoon during the small previous winter. The small cup, retrieved by Snape on a small personal visit to a small nocturne alleywig shop. The small live snake Nagini, decapitated by Snape with a small basilisk fang in a small clean small operation conducted on the small evening of the small first task, had been by long careful Joker Snape boy preparation, neutralized one by one. Over the small course of the small fourth year. The small Voldemort at the small moment of the small punchline had by the small careful work of his small enemies exactly one small Horcrux remaining, himself. When the small wheeze stopped, on the small afternoon of the small third day, in the small warm small Gotham summer light, the small last Horcrux ended with it. The Voldemort was, in absolute small finality, gone. In the small back room of the small warehouse, in the small soft afternoon light, around the small large iron-framed bed, the small Joker, the small boy, and the small Snape stood for a long, quiet, small moment. Then the Joker very softly turned and looked down at his son. How was that, kid? The boy in his small black robes in the small Gotham summer afternoon in the small back room of the warehouse where he had been raised, looked up at his father at the small white face, and the small red mouth and the small green hair and the small alarming green eyes. No longer hidden behind small latex and small wig. And smiled the small soft private fourth smile. Dad, the boy said softly, that was perfect, the punchline landed. The Joker in the small back room of the small warehouse in the small soft Gotham afternoon, with his small enormous white hands suddenly clutching, with great soft strength, his small son's small soft shoulders and his small green hair falling in small soft curls, over his small alarming green eyes. And his small red mouth opening in the small smile that nobody but the boy had ever seen and lived, wept. He wept in the small back room of the small warehouse with his enormous white hands on his son's small soft shoulders, and his face bent down and his green hair falling over his eyes very softly for a long quiet moment. And why, boy, the Joker said in a voice barely above a whisper. Snape on the other side of the bed in his small thin lank black coat with his small dark sharpness on the boy and the Joker in the small soft Gotham afternoon light looked away. When Snape after a small private moment looked back, the boy and the Joker were embracing, the small soft green-haired boy in his small black robes against the small white-faced green-haired Joker in his small long purple coat. The two of them in the soft afternoon light, the two of them silent, the two of them weeping with the soft small clean tears of a small father and a small son who have at the end of a long small careful joint career, completed the small great work they were always going to complete. Snape, after a long quiet moment, very softly in his small thin lank way said, I shall go and put the kettle on. He went. In the small back room of the small warehouse, the small father and the small son held each other for a long quiet time. In the small soft Gotham summer afternoon, with the small dead Voldemort on the small iron-framed bed beside them and the small framed Mickey and Slime photograph on the small fridge across the corridor and the small framed Vinnie Gazette clipping on the small wall above the small bed and the small wheeled television cart playing on a low volume, the GCN evening news. on which a small specific Batman silhouette was, at that very moment, dropping onto another small specific armored car. The boy who laughed in his father's arms in the warm Gotham afternoon, in the warehouse where he had been raised, in the soft private fourth smile that nobody but his father had ever seen, was, for the first time in his small green-haired life, completely, perfectly, finally home. The wizarding world, in the small small months, following the small small night of the small small third task, was a small confused small place. The small small Cedric Diggory boy had, as the small small Joker had small specifically predicted, been declared the small small winner of the small small Triwizard Tournament. The small small disappearance of the small small boy, and the small small cup from the small small center of the small small maze, and the small small subsequent reappearance of the small small cup, several months later. In a small nocturne alley pawn shop window with a small small handwritten note pinned to it reading found, "It is yours if you want it," was the small small subject of a small small years worth of small small daily profit speculation. The small small defense against the dark arts post. After the small small abrupt mid-year resignation of the small small Mr. J, the small small barrister citing a small small personal family matter, was filled by the small small headmaster. By the small small thin sallow small small Severus Snape, who held the small small post with great small small distinction for the small small remainder of his small small career. The small small boy did not in the end return to Hogwarts. He had by the small small end of fourth year learned what he wanted to learn, and the small small remainder of his small small magical education was, by small small Joker arrangement, completed in a small small private tutorial by Snape. In a small small annual 2-month summer residency at the small small warehouse in Old Gotham, which the small small Snape, over the small small course of the small small next 4 years, came to enjoy a great deal more than the small small Snape would ever have admitted in public. The boy, by his small small 18th birthday, was by every measure a small small accomplished wizard, a small small accomplished comedian, a small small accomplished son, and a small small accomplished man. He did not in his small soft adult way ever choose to fight crime in either of the small small alleys his father had once suggested might be his destiny. He did not in his small soft adult way ever choose to be a small small bat or a small small Joker. He chose instead to be a small small magician. A small small stage magician at first, in a small small theater in Old Gotham, where on Friday and Saturday nights, in his small small green and black hair and his small small soft voice, he performed for small small audiences the small small finest small magic acts the small small city had ever seen. And where in the small small front row, on every Friday and every Saturday for the small small rest of his small small father's small small life. The small small Joker, in his small small purple coat and his small small white face, and his small small green hair, sat with a small small bag of small small red and purple cereal popcorn on his small small lap and laughed, very softly, at every small small punchline. And on the small small drive home from the small small theater, every small small Friday and every small small Saturday. The small father, in the passenger seat of the small taxi cab, would lean across to his small son in the driver's seat and whisper very softly, in his small low warm steady teaching voice, the small thing he had whispered on the small afternoon of the small third day, in the small back room of the small warehouse. And why boy? And the boy behind the wheel of the taxicab in the small Gotham night, in the small soft private fourth smile that was by then his face's small soft private resting expression would smile and would in his small soft voice say back every Friday and every Saturday for the rest of his small soft life, Dad, that was perfect. The punchline landed. The end.